about, I guess, the kind of the environment that they grew up in. And by the way, they're trying to create, and this is what Sotomayor, there's actually a quote from her that I just read on the screen from CNN, presented, and she was basically saying they're trying to create this inclusive, dynamic learning environment. And the premise is that you need to be exposed to people from different cultures to be able to accomplish that. My understanding is that, fine, you want to have different cultures. They are represented at these universities. You know where they're not represented? And actually, they're celebrated that they're not represented? Historically black colleges and universities. You're not telling a lot of white people and Asians and Hispanics to try to go in there.
Your ID?
Make it
I just need to scan it.
You have no problem when it's a historically black college and university.
Oh, you're just here to get paid
Why in
out?
the hell should it matter
Okay, I'm sorry.
who gets into Harvard unless they're the most qualified? If you're going to go the route of trying to go to a prestigious school and go that quick,
I had a 12 o'clock appointment. You're working with us
unlike
already.
you, that there's a lot of very smart black.
And by the way,
we'll get in.
It always places again a greater importance on simply color.
They gave you Thursday off?
I learned automatically from such a different life experience because the person is black than let's say someone who comes from an entirely different.
A little break.
Where do you think you're going to experience more?
I didn't know how she was going to do it. I thought it was just
when
going to
they
be
would
like
argue about
Monday
the
through Thursday and then Tuesday
racial marriage
to
and
Friday.
equate it to same-sex marriage.
That kind
So
of
are
makes
you
sense.
against
Too.
interracial
Months around that way, they can balance it.
I think that a black mom and a white mom are largely that they can provide everything that a child needs. I don't think that a man can be a mom. I mean, we can start with breastfeeding.
The schedule should go up. Well, they should be up today. So if you're going to tomorrow, you'll be able to
differences between black and white are just as severe as the differences between a man and a woman.
So Carrie does
That shows me that you think black, white, but that race is such a determining factor that it's the most important component of diversity as opposed to intellectual diversity. Honestly, I mean, you're challenged. Every conservative, put it this way, every single conservative, if you're watching right now, right, you went to college, you're conservative. Okay. Every single one of you was challenged in every humanities class, and probably, by the way, not just humanities, not just poli-sci, not just philosophy. It probably came up in English, lit, and math. You were all challenged if you were conservative and you went to university.
Your last
You're
four?
leftist? Probably not.
No, not at all.
Probably not. But they want you to believe that it's, black, white is what's going to enlighten you as it relates to other cultures. I'm sorry. Like, there are differences. Sure, there are differences. I just don't think the chasm is automatically
makes the day go by fast.
Wide between black and white as
I
do,
get going
for example,
sometimes here with 5 or 6 people
Detroit
at once, and they just go and look at the time.
Sacramento. There are so many other differences if you want to talk about creating an environment of inclusivity, which, by the way, requires freedom of speech, requires that you have no black-only spaces, right? Not this modern segregation. If you really care about that, then you should be you have to start by acknowledging that our biggest difference doesn't stem from the melanin in our skin. That's what they believe. Or it's what they
the cards working good for you.
In common.
The pay cards are
They
going to
don't
be.
believe it in historically college. They don't believe in diversity and experience to try to get a well-rounded education.
Once you get the card, just give me a shout, and I'll have you just send me the
Clarence Thomas. Okay.
the
Do
routing.
you think that Clarence Thomas?
Did you want both of them?
Right. Do you think?
Yeah, it's both of
they
them are here. So
more different than Clarence
was
Thomas
for the
and Ketanji Brown Jackson, who just came up right now.
Did you get it last
They're
night?
both black.
Can we pull this?
They're both black. Where do you think that you would have more divergence of thought, of experience? Do you think that Clarence Thomas is more like the white guys who voted the same way he did on that court right now, or do you think because he has more melanin in his skin that Clarence Thomas and Brown Jackson would, that they would be more similar?
Can we pull her quote? By the way, I'm sorry, she made a boo-boo.
What?
Can we pull that quote that she just had on the screen? Ketanji Jackson Brown.
I just saw it on CNN. We could probably just skip back 10 seconds.
Take it back. Yeah,
2 seconds. Can we take it back? Take it back.
It looked like she was criticizing Clarence Thomas.
There you go. Yeah, she was definitely
before
criticizing.
That's the other black.
That's very un-Supreme Court of.
Go back.
Pause
it.
Justice Thomas.
Let me just read it. Justice Thomas ignites too many more straw men to list. Do you see a problem so far?
But Justice Thomas ignites too many more straw.
I appreciate it. No problem.
Too many.
It's like you.
More doesn't.
They actually initiated
or fully extinguish here.
Wait, I don't usually think a straw man is on fire.
Yes, but also too many more. It could be too many straw men to list or more straw men to list. It cannot, however, be too many more straw man.
Well, it depends, though. She wants to express herself more better.
I'm not making fun of that. I'm just saying
We should make
this is a descent. This is going in a permanent national record. Maybe spell check and also grammatic check.
So as long as you're there every day, it'll say that. If not, what's cool about it is it resets every week. So if you have a bad day and you're not going to get it that week,
straw men on fire
Like yesterday, I had a flat
to
tire.
extinguish.
I get up like 4 to 4.
Justice,
He's like 4.
sort of attention for justice that way. Am I wrong?
It's not typical. You're not supposed to.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very unbecoming.
And by the way, you think it's happenstance that all these justices are receiving
Right.
envelopes with powder
to walk it
the
out.
last few weeks?
Yeah.
It's a constant culture.
All right. Well, I mean, it's
quote real quick.
good for you because it's extra $40
Actually, I don't know if I can read it. So is this his quote? This is from the GOP. Oh, okay,
Right.
got you. It's Justice Claire Thomas.
Well,
It sees the
Yes, sir.
university's
Thank you very
admission
much.
policies for what they are:
Morning,
rudderless,
Oklahoma.
race-based preferences. Those policies fly in the face of our colorblind Constitution and our nation's equality ideal. In short, they are plainly and boldly unconstitutional. That's how you write an
the
opinion.
end of affirmative
That
action.
sounds
And
like
he's
many,
right.
much more straw men.
Yeah.
College.
Too many, much more to extinguish.
Too many,
with
much more straw men.
water here.
I hope that Supreme Court has a good sprinkler system. Did they grab that the Biden clip?
So we don't have the clip of Biden saying the N-word, but we do have the clip of him talking about, or Clarence Thomas talking about the lynching of uppity blacks.
Yeah, well, I remember that. Everyone remembers that. But there was
Biden used a
I was still looking for that.
hard R.
yeah, that was in that. But he's done. I mean, he's done it many times. Biden. I mean, he also said he didn't want his kids to grow up in a racial jungle
He did, yes.
when he was opposing desegregation with schools. So some might argue that in context it's almost worse and more racist.
He's changed.
Yes, he's changed. Well, someone does have to change him on the hour every hour. Let's grab final. We've taken more chats today because this is our last time taking chats live with you here. But of course, tomorrow, I don't know what we're doing tomorrow as far as the show. Oh, that's right. We have a thing tomorrow. We do have a show tomorrow, but then next week, Gun Week, and we do have another week of shows after that. Okay, so I didn't let people know this, on Mug Club. We have a long form interview with Bjorn. I just forgot it. Bjorn Lomborg, on climate change, where we can do the ins and outs. We have a video installment on this company, McKinsey & Company, who you may not know. BlackRock, Vanguard, Ginger's network on that quite a bit, and I think it's something that's hopefully enlightening. And I think we're going to run. Are we going to run the zombie parody from the Cranberries?
We'll drop the zombie parody somewhere in there.
Because I think our logic was, well, if they suspend us for the 2 weeks that we will actually be gone, then it's fine
Then who
anyway.
cares?
And there was a lot of work that went into it. That's why we didn't run it today, because the last strike only expires at 5 p.m. Eastern. So there will be content for the next 2 weeks, and the announcement is August 1st or 7th. We will come back, depending on some behind-the-scenes deals.
Yeah.
Well, Gerald and I have to travel quite a bit.
We do. You've got the Lovell thing too, right?
Oh yeah, the Warrior Poet and Ash Wednesday with him. So yeah, we have a lot of sort of long form content that won't be focused on the news of the day, but some topics that we're passionate about here. And it's news death in July anyway. When I was at Fox News, half of them were just gone.
Well, no, this is a good opportunity for our audience to tune in, get information about guns, get information on these long form interviews, but then kind of unplug from politics and news for a minute. Not just because of people taking breaks, but it's healthy to kind of get outdoors and go and have some fun somewhere. Take a vacation with your family. Do something good.
Unless you're in Texas. It's a little too
Well,
hot.
I mean, just
Unless
for
you're
the
going
next
to do
couple
hot
days.
yoga in the sun, right?
But the good news is that you don't have as many ticks per capita because armadillos eat them.
Yes.
And it's a twofer when you understand they also don't carry leprosy.
But watch out for the chiggers.
Yes, that's true. Well, actually, maybe they carry leprosy, but they can't transmit it to humans. I don't know.
that what it
Don't
is?
fact check me. I don't know. I just know that you can't get leprosy from them.
And if you do get leprosy, Jesus helps.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Right? Go to church.
Yeah, and if you're blind, just have him touch your eyes. Rub some mud on it.
What?
Yeah, it's Jesus. He can.
Oh, yeah.
He did that.
We can't do that.
Did I mention I went to his tomb?
All right, final
Man,
chat.
I'm in a wheelchair. Nothing for
Final chat.
We love you, Brian.
Final
Sorry,
chat
bro.
from Alakar.
Guys, I already miss you.
Question for the crew: how do you deal with people who think voting is important but are averse to learning about the topics and the candidates?
Tell them voting is not important.
Tell them they're dumb.
Please don't vote if you haven't read anything.
Tease them.
Well, I want to hear your answers, and then obviously I'll close us out. What?
No, I would say that, obviously it matters, but I understand the point. It's basically like, I'm just going to go vote for Republicans, or I'm just going to go vote for Democrats. And most of the time, that's probably going to be how you line up, unless maybe it's like a local issue where you're in a conservative area and there's 5 Republicans running for the same seat, right? Or the same, position locally. Then you need to read up on what's going on. If you have questions about something, though, you should definitely understand what you're voting on, because what if you're a Democrat and you never read up and you're like, oh, the Democrats are probably like JFK, or they're probably like somebody else that was more middle of the road. Not that JFK was, but pick somebody who is.
He was definitely compared to now.
Compared
for
to
sure.
now, but
He would have
just
been,
in general,
his policies would have been considered more Republican now. Yeah.
Right, exactly. But, and you go, oh my gosh, I had no idea that they wanted to transition children and do it without the consent of parents, and abortion up into to birth, including birth, right? So all of those things. So yes, you need to be somewhat educated on what you're voting on. But if you're conservative, I don't know how you look at a conservative and go, there's a possibility you could vote for a Democrat. They're just so far apart now.
I know.
Yeah, I think asking questions, I think making it personal, find out what they really care about, and then ask them a question. You know, if you really believe if evolution is important to teach children, and somebody comes along and starts teaching them about intelligent design, and it's a school board that doesn't want to teach them about evolution as well, liberals are going to respond to that.
All right, guys, sorry.
There are a lot of ways to get
Got to take care of a few things. It's going to get busy here in a bit.
If you don't come,
Let's have a bunch of interviews at 1. I was supposed to have one at noon too, but that person didn't show.
Then don't vote.
Yeah.
Then don't vote. I mean, would you want anyone voting, let's
Don't
say,
vote.
on
I agree.
anything,
Don't vote.
beauty pageant, who had never watched it? I mean, we have this obviously like the Oscars, but people who had never actually seen the film,
Got a good title.
I think for me, man, one of the things I love about doing this show is I realized that I cannot afford, and no one can afford, to not be politically and philosophically committed.
Yeah.
In 2023. Not to sound too dramatic, but I really feel that way, because I think some very dangerous and bad ideas are gaining traction.
Yeah.
And I'm always really encouraged to see the kind of pushback and the smart and satirical pushback that comes with this show. And that's why I think this is sort of a rose in the concrete.
I love that he said smart and satirical while he's sitting in front of a broken tree
with a wig on.
And
well, you were the one.
And I'm an
armadillo. You were the one who opened up with an armadillo head on your head. And
I know. Believe me,
intently.
This is of my own making.
I know.
This is a prison of my own making.
It's still high art, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, exactly. I set out to build a wonderful mansion, but I was in it, and then I was like, "Oh, Chateau d'If." So,
you keep using French. It's so good.
I know.
Seamlessly.
So the question was one last time. If I can see that, do you still have that question at the ready? Yeah. So it was, okay, how do you deal with the people who think voting is important but are adverse to learning about the topics and candidate? All right. So you're asking me, these people are likely the problem that we're dealing with. I'm trying to identify this. And this is going to be the last thing that I really get to speak with you about live, is they're going to vote anyway, but they're not educating themselves. That seems to be the problem that and I've discussed that before, where I don't want people who are not educated to vote. I don't think that's productive. I don't think it's healthy. It just cancels out the vote of people who actually do care, because if people educate themselves and take part in the voting process, they're also more likely to take an active role in their community after the voting process. So the problem you need to solve is someone who is not engaged, who is not informed, and is going to vote anyway. It's not an easy one, but I'm assuming you have a personal relationship with this person, right? That's how it was presented. You can present to them. Everyone has a voting, precinct, a place where you go. You can send them to the wrong one at the wrong time. And then it's a self-solving problem. Stay tuned. I'll see you soon. Enjoy your July.
Hey, what's up? Okay. Sorry, guys. Hello.
Doc, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Doc, I got Michael on the line with me.
Okay.
We want to go over a few things with you, if you can help us take care of it, okay?
Okay.
Number one, we spoke to Rebecca. She said you're resubmitting the information from the original email which you created, correct?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So text me or Michael once it's done so we know it's been completed. The second thing is you want to make some changes to the call metric system.
Okay.
The first thing I want to change is I want to take away all the options. I want if someone calls in, I just wanted to say thank you for calling Legend Recovery Center. Leave out Green Springs, Ohio.
Okay.
Just let it say Legend Recovery Center.
Mm-hmm.
Please hold for us to direct your call. And I want it to go straight to admissions.
Okay.
So they got all the options, okay?
Okay.
Now, do we have options on how many rings we give them? We have options on that?
Yeah, you can adjust that. That's only if you're having
How
it
many
roll
rings?
over to other. I mean, it depends on how many you have it rolling over to.
Okay, so me and Michael are going to discuss that next. But right now, take out everything that says Green Springs. Just say, thank you for calling Legend Recovery Center. Please hold. We will direct your call.
Okay, yeah, that's
And we're
Courtney's.
gonna go
That's
straight to admissions.
yeah, that's Courtney's recording. So I'll just have her do a new one.
Okay, fine. Michael, what else is there that we wanted to speak to about to take care of?
No, that's it.
Okay.
That's
Which card did you want me to use for the Kelly's laptop?
Good question. I don't know. Michael, Kelly, the new program director at Pittsburgh, she needs a laptop. What card should we give them? Should we give them my card for this one?
Sure.
Okay. So I'll call you back with my card, okay?
Okay.
The next thing is that's it for right now. All right, so let me know once you submit the application again.
But what? Whose number is it coming to? 9128. There's like a behavioral therapist phone that's laying around that people are answering when Courtney doesn't answer it.
No, the other number is the tech phone. That's the facility phone.
Right. So, Jack, do we want it going there, or we want to go?
No, somewhere else. I don't want the text involved.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
All I need them to have one bad night and not pick up, or pick up and say we have no beds. I don't want the text involved at all.
Yeah.
The only other thing is people call to speak to people, like we had a parole officer call, so we need something.
Well, we can give them those people that need that number. I mean, we can give them the tech number, but they don't.
Okay.
They don't need to have the 800 number just to reach the facility. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and even as part of the admission, we can say, hey, when they do their safety call or something like that, we can say, okay, this is if someone needs to check on you, this is the number they can call.
Okay, as long as that's clear.
Yeah.
I don't want any parole officers not being able to.
No, I get it.
Speak.
I get it.
Okay, fine. All right. Thanks a lot, Doc.
No problem. I'll get that done and I'll text you guys.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks. Bye.
Sorry, guys. That was the big bosses. Yeah. Did you hear that? You're going to change it tomorrow? Okay, changing it tomorrow? Okay, sweet. All right, well, I read the chat. Hey, I was reading the chat.
No, I am not fielding every fucking call that comes to that facility. Absolutely.
No, just the 800 number.
The 844 number?
Yeah, that's what they want connected to.
Absolutely. I'm going to tell Josh absolutely fucking not. I'll call him right now.
Okay. But the thing is, we'll have to just list the numbers separately. We'll show admissions and then we'll show facility number. So the Google, I mean, it'll be up to you, but we can have the Google page just be the facility number if you want. But the thing is, people are going to call that to be admitted. Mute your laptop. So, but yeah, I mean, okay, let him know. It's gonna look like I literally went crying to you about it.
I'll give it a few.
Okay.
They'll call me.
Well, I mean, if you're not even going to work on it until tomorrow, then address it with him tomorrow. I got to deal with this Google stuff. He's going to call me back in a minute to give me his credit card anyway. So. So I don't get, explain to him why. Just say, hey, it's how it's going to be difficult to do that. Just and just literally, I mean, I haven't even looked, but how many times a day does that tech phone ring?
Yeah.
I mean, we can look that up in culture.
Yeah.
So, but a good thing, I guess it's a good thing my 12 o'clock didn't show up today. So, but my sanitation person that started on Monday, worked Monday, Tuesday, called off yesterday. That's the one that Richard flipped out about because I let them know too late. No call, no show today. And then wouldn't answer their phone. So.
Reports of someone recording.
Suspicious walking around because this is a building with important people.
Your inclination is wanting to assault me, Sergeant. Stop pushing me.
Right.
I'm trying to get in. I'm trying to get in the building.
You have no business here.
I do have business here. Stop acting like a savage. What are you doing? At this point, Sergeant Brian Fahey assaulted me yet again.
How may we help you today?
So I'm here to file a complaint and give a statement. I just want to make it very clear that this is a camera. This is not a taser. This is not a firearm of any sort. I really hope that this office holds Sergeant Brian Fahey accountable in at least some way, because last time he wasn't, and I truly believe that's why this event occurred again. Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here. Back again with another video. Today we're at the Connecticut State Police Office of Professional Standards. We're here today, as always, to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas, to promote transparency and accountability within our government, and to ensure that our public servants recognize our rights and treat us with respect.
Never mind.
So we are here today.
All right, we'll come back. Maybe not.
At the Office of Professional Standards, which is this building over here. For those of you that remember, we were already here almost 2 years ago to file a complaint against Sergeant Brian Fahey, and that's exactly what we're doing here today. So let's get into it.
Hi.
Hey,
Sir.
how are you, sir?
I love Tuapre's version of that.
How you doing? I'm Captain Giannone with Internal Affairs.
Captain Giannoli?
Yes, Giannone.
Giannone,
Yeah,
excuse me.
D'Angelo. How you doing?
Sergeant D'Angelo,
Good to meet
nice
you.
to meet you.
What's your name?
My name is Sean.
Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. How may we help you today?
So I'm here to file a complaint and give a statement on, I'm not sure if you're familiar. I'm an independent.
Within constitutionally prescribed limits. Respondents have failed to present an exceedingly persuasive justification for separating students on the basis of race that is concrete enough to allow the
Long
court
Island
to
takes
review what
this a
you're doing,
compliment too.
such that it passes the protections required by the Equal Protection Clause. The court continues. They say that Harvard and North Carolina, their race-based systems also fail to comply with the Equal Protection Clause. The command that race never be used as a negative and that it may not be used as a stereotype. The First Circuit, the Court of Appeals, found specifically that Harvard's consideration of race actually resulted in fewer admissions of Asian American students, who I think are at the top of the discrimination list. Respondents' assertion that race is never a negative factor in their admissions, that cannot withstand scrutiny. College admissions are zero-sum, and a benefit provided to some applicants, but not to others, necessarily advantages the former at the expense of the latter. The pie's only so big. There's only so many seats to go around. Respondents' Harvard and their programs are infirm for a second reason.
For lunch?
They actually require the stereotyping, the very thing that our prior case forswore. When a university admits students on the basis of race, it engages in the offensive and demeaning assumption that students of a particular race, because of their race, think alike. Such stereotyping is contrary to the Constitution. Harvard also says that this is justified, but the court responds explaining, no, this lacks a logical endpoint as well. There's no end in sight. Harvard suggests that the end of race-based admissions programs will occur once meaningful representation and diversity are achieved on college campuses, whenever that may be. Such measures of success amount to little more, the court says, than comparing the racial breakdown of the incoming class and comparing it to some other metric, like the racial makeup of a previous class or the population in general, and whether there is some proportional goal has been reached. Like, is there a perfect chemistry balance?
I was going to look at that later.
We have this many of every scholar here, and so now this is the perfect environment for us to learn. And everybody in that university is just going to be little Einsteins walking around solving quantum physics. The problem with this approach is well established. Outright racial balancing is patently unconstitutional. Harvard, second endpoint, they say, well, it's going to end at some point once society is sufficiently diverse enough. But the court says, well, we can't measure that. There's no real standard when we're going to get there. Do you have another measure? They say, sure. When students receive the educational benefits of diversity. Well, when students are all getting the benefits of diversity. What does that even mean? As explained, it's unclear how a court is supposed to determine if or when those goals would be adequately met.
Wow.
They also say
harassment
that the 25-year expectation
you probably got a strike on that.
should also be allowed to continue until 2028. So they're just saying, well,
that's nuts. Look at this. This is that video. Yeah, he probably caught a strike on that then.
Lack sufficiently focused and measurable objectives that actually warrant the use of race. They unavoidably employ race in a negative manner. Nice. They involve racial stereotypes, and they lack meaningful endpoints. Those admissions programs cannot be reconciled with guarantees of the Equal Protection Clause. At the same time, nothing prohibits universities from considering an application's discussion of how race affected the applicant's life, so long as that discussion is concretely tied to a quality of character or unique ability that the particular applicant can contribute to the university. All right, so this is a little bit of a saving grace line for this. Now we're going to see how these universities and colleges twist themselves into pretzels to try to continue to be race-based application programs with that sentence. Nothing prohibits universities from considering an applicant's discussion of how race affected their life, so long as that application discussion is tied to a quality of character.
No, I've actually never met her.
Unique ability
they're in,
that applicant
like
can
Jersey
contribute to the university.
New York or something.
We're going to see how that
comes
in fruition. Many universities.
You want me to reach out to her by email or just?
Many universities have for too long wrongly concluded that the touchstone of an
I'll try and call
individual's
her,
identity is not challenges bested, skills built, or lessons learned, but the color of their skin. This nation's history and constitutional history does not tolerate that choice. Therefore, the First Circuit Court of Appeals is reversed
in the building, and then you have the one on Broadway in Maple
and remanded down for further proceedings. Signed 6-3 opinion. Conservatives all joining against the left.
Well, did you get the one in Green Springs as well?
Action, saying it's a racist, at least an application at Harvard and North Carolina. It's a racist approach that doesn't survive strict scrutiny because it is not measurable. It cannot be scrutinized by the courts. So that's the majority. Now, I want to fast forward and take a look at Thomas's.
I know it's weird because it's Broadway in Green Springs and in Cleveland. It's the same street.
This is what he had to say about it.
It's 44836.
Judge Clarence Thomas writes a concurring opinion. He says, in the wake of the Civil War, the country focused its attention on restoring the Union and establishing the legal status of newly freed slaves. The Constitution was amended to abolish slavery and proclaim that all persons born in the U.S. are citizens entitled to the privileges and immunities under the Constitution. Because of the second founding, that second founding, our Constitution is colorblind and neither knows nor tolerates classes among citizens. This court's commitment to that equality principle has ebbed and flowed over time. After foreshaking the principle for decades, offering a judicial imprimatur to segregation,
that was actually the first building that
Jim
opened.
Crow era, announcing the primary schools in Brown versus Board of Education must either desegregate or else close their doors, was a step. But it then pulled back in Grutter versus Bollinger, permitting then universities to discriminate. But now, two discriminatory wrongs cannot make a right. I wrote previously in Grutter, explaining that the use of race in education admissions decisions, regardless of whether it was intended to help or hurt,
that should be all just those. It's 4 or 5. There should be 6.
In the decades since, Thomas says, I've repeatedly stated that Grutter was wrongly decided and should be overruled. Today, and despite a lengthy interregnum, the Constitution prevails. And because the court applies genuine strict scrutiny here, I join the majority opinion in full. He's only writing differently to offer a separate original
cable accounts
to clarify
all these facilities.
that all forms of discrimination based on race, including so-called affirmative action, are prohibited under the Constitution. And he writes to emphasize the pernicious effects all the discrimination brings. So Judge Clarence Thomas celebrating a big victory because he has been on this for quite some time. And the Supreme Court of the United States takes a sledgehammer to the affirmative action concept that Harvard and North Carolina were employing. And this ruling will have serious effect throughout the rest of the country, as all of the other schools and colleges that don't come into compliance with this will now be subject to litigation.
James Woods.
There will be students,
just
like the students.
He's a pariah because he's conservative,
who will be able to file claims against them and say that they are being racist and violating their rights under the 14th Amendment. So a big victory, and
Randy
Quaid. The Supreme Court will continue to come under scrutiny. I can't even begin to imagine what we'll see from the left as they continue to try to delegitimize what the court has done here. One attempt to do that is already coming from Michelle Obama. Here's what she says. I wanted to share my thoughts. Back in college, I was one of a few black students on campus. I wondered if people thought I got there because of affirmative action. It was a shadow of doubt in my mind. But the fact is, I did belong. After semester, and for more than a century, I knew I belonged and others belonged too. It wasn't kids of color who benefited either. Every student heard different perspectives. So today, breaks my heart for any young person out there who's wondering what the future holds, what kind of chances will be open to them. And while I know the strength and grit that lies inside kids who always had to sweat a little more, climb some ladders, I hope that today the rest of us are willing to sweat a little too. Today is a reminder that we've got to do work and not just enact policies that reflect our equity and fairness, but to truly make those values real in all of our schools. If you're interested, join one of these other causes. And so Joe Biden just spoke about this. Let's see what he said, if he has spoken.
People learn that they will be better.
He hasn't even spoken.
Even
when he speaks, they're not his words.
And also learn that they will be better equipped
See, late.
to have healthy, thriving adulthoods.
Markston, Westwood, New Jersey.
Just ready for.
No,
I hear you. I also don't want to live in America.
Have health.
All right. Well, we're not going to hear from the president. Anyways, so that's the ruling, my friends. Let's see what you have to say about it. I thought Joe Biden was going to be speaking, but apparently he's not. Bonnie's in the house. Cohen's here. Sideways is here. Joan is supposed to be given a brief. Yeah, we were just trying to click over there. Yeah, Clarence Thomas is the man. John McGarvey's in the house. Oh yeah, have you guys seen those on the YouTube chats? You can press all the hearts now. You know, I can see it pop up on my screen. Zach says, there it is. See that? See the hearts. Look, when you press the hearts, it even shows up here. YouTube, hit the hearts, baby. YouTube chat, hit the hearts. Boom, 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 boom. And watch them pop up right here. See them?
Hit the hearts, guys. Hit the hearts.
So it's interesting. It's cool. I can see them in the, I can see them in the, when the show's going. It's pretty funny. So it's probably
show up in the studio.
It's in real time for all of us, you know. It's pretty funny. 100 smileys. Pam Rodding's in the house.
Does. It shows up in the
studio.
About me? Sweet.
Stolen from TikTok, says Sweet Potato. Well, they all do it, right?
Yeah.
I think Twitter had that too. Didn't Twitter have
it's
that?
Not on StreamYard, but it's in the studio.
Clarence Thomas, third proverb says, Clarence Thomas is my favorite.
Remember, a shakedown with a smile is still a shakedown, and road piracy by any other name is still road piracy. Welcome to the Here's the Deal channel, where we expose tyrants for the benefit
he still released movies, though. He just did
For
Renfield.
a majority of this video, the female cop kind of acts cool, but you never want to let
I thought
your
Randy was
guard
in
down
Canada.
for a cop that's acting cool around you, because there always seems to be a
Good
deeper
idea.
motive for them to entrap you in some way. Check this out.
The reason I pulled you over is you're going 80 miles per hour and 65 mile an hour zone. You have a driver's license on you?
You sure about that?
I am 100% positive, sir.
Can I see that?
No.
Why can I see it?
Well, if you want to collect my car, I can show it to you.
Here's my license. That's the insurance.
What did he do? Wipe his butt with that? That is hilarious, guys. He's handing this cop
Tanya Harding,
who doesn't have gloved hands an insurance paper that looks like he peed or pooped on it.
Afro Man.
No, I don't.
Not the auditor, but the singer. He just came out with a song too after
Nah,
they
but I
raided
do
his
want to
house.
see that you got me an 80. It's my vehicle. Yeah, it's mine.
Okay, well, you have to have some proof of ownership.
This is my vehicle.
I understand that.
I bought this car with my own money.
I understand that, but you have to show proof of ownership.
Then write me a ticket for it then. Not that big of a deal. I want to see that you caught me going 80.
Did you step out and come back to my vehicle?
That's what I like to see. No problem. You're not searching me. You're not searching me. I don't care what you ask. Obviously, you wanted to harass me.
Do you have any weapons on you?
Why would I have weapons?
Well, I'm not going to put you in a vehicle unless I pat you down. For
This is another example of us versus them. Okay, how many times have you caught cops? Almost every time that I see a cop in my town, they're over the speed limit at least 10, 12, 15 miles per hour. If you did that same thing at 6 miles per hour, you'll get pulled over. But they can go 80 miles an hour. See, you can do 80 and a 65 safely. The question is, were you jeopardizing somebody's life? Were you driving recklessly?
True.
This is just an opportunity for them to conduct a fishing expedition so they can get more on you. Do you have anything in the car? Do you have a weapon on you? Is there something in the car that you shouldn't have? As though it's almost like an adult. Johnny, do you have something in your bedroom hiding under your bed that you shouldn't have under there? They take this role of parent, authoritarian parent, and now you have to take the back seat as the submissive child obeying them. They can be armed. You can't. They can drive 85 miles an hour in a 60, 65. You can't. They can lay under the blanket of qualified immunity. You don't get that luxury. And on it goes.
Well, I just want to see that you got me going 80, and that's it.
Okay.
That's all I want to see. I don't want to be in your vehicle.
Okay. You can step out the road. I don't want you to get hit. Step over here. That you can't. You have to see it to get in my vehicle is on my radar. And I don't typically show people. I can understand that you're obviously recording me right now. We talked to you a few months ago. I remember you.
I don't know you.
I didn't speak with you specifically.
So you know who you assume you know who I am.
I do.
She seems like the gates of receptivity have opened just a little bit. She seems like she's acting kind of cool. Of course, that could be under the guise, and you shouldn't trust that. But it would be interesting to take the opportunity to don the mantle of kindness and compassion and try to get her mentally out of her uniform. Mentally, guys.
Yeah, he's not doing porn
get
anymore.
Get her mentally out of her uniform and on the level of humanity, and just start talking to her a little bit about officer discretion. Let me ask you a question, and please be honest. If I was a fellow officer that you found driving my personal vehicle off duty, I'm an off-duty officer driving in my personal vehicle, do you think that you would exercise officer discretion and just let me go? Because I'm asking you to do that to me right now, because I know that you have the discretion to do that. Will you afford that opportunity to me, like you would offer that or afford that opportunity to your fellow Thin Blue Line gang member? I wouldn't put it like that. Just put it kindly and nicely, and try to get her to think, oh yeah, I actually can exercise that kind of discretion.
Right.
I do have that kind of power as an individual wearing a uniform. Okay, so let's see you do it. Instead, people like this call for backup. Backup comes, and then they feel more emboldened and empowered to push that law on.
I've watched your videos before.
It's gonna look like I'm talking to my laptop. I'm in the middle of the Zoom as well.
Holy shit!
I'm not really participating much in it.
I am?
Yeah, man.
Oh man, I didn't know that.
For sure.
Didn't know that.
You don't have the registration for it though.
I don't.
The pink slip that comes with it.
Nah, I gotta go get a new one. But this is my vehicle.
Oh, no worries.
I'm gonna check the VIN then, and I'm gonna run that. Okay.
All right, that's fine. Make sure you don't get hit.
Yeah. We like to keep the block a little bit further.
Yeah, when you got your emergency lights on, I'm not taking any chances. I stop when I can, just because I don't want to get hit with flight to avoid. That's why I stop as soon as I possibly can. So.
As soon as it's safe too.
Yeah, that too. You say you watch my videos?
Yeah, so I know you're a 1A auditor, not a 2A.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm pretty sure you don't have any weapons on you. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Here's the opportunity. Well, if I did, would you have a problem with it? Before I ask that question, maybe it's like, do you guys still put your hand on a Bible, raise your right hand toward heaven, and swear to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic? Do you guys still do that in the department? And if she says yes, if she's honest, she will say yes, because as far as I know, they still do that. Well, part of that is the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Would you actually infringe on my rights as a free human being walking around on this earth? Would you actually take my firearm from me in violation of your oath? And if you would violate your oath, what does that make you as a person? All we have in this world is our name. Even after you die, you'll still have your name. It'll probably be on a tombstone somewhere. What actions, what lifestyle do you want people to have associated with that name? You'll always have your name. A good name is to be chosen rather than great riches, loving favor rather than silver and gold.
So you know the basic hours for the job.
Really violate and tarnish your name and pervert your name by violating
10-hour shifts for the food production position, but we do have a couple of other positions. I don't know if you might be interested in.
Maybe in the next 7 years.
One of them is sanitation.
Yep. When I get a
It's
part,
actually for this building.
When I get a part, I could have some.
Most of the food production is done over at the Telegraph location. This building here is the mix plant.
She already knows who this guy is.
They do a lot of mixing and stuff like that of the product, and they ship it over there to be packed.
What's the number you need?
So we do have
What's the rest of them?
sanitation position available here, and then we're going to have a backup.
All right, it is 381.
Available over on the Telegraph as well. So, I'm pretty good at first impressions, and I get a decent impression of you right away. That's my job.
I don't consent to searches. I'm gonna open the door though, but I do not consent to a search.
I'm not searching. I just need
The sanitation is 7 to 3:30, Monday through Friday.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I just need this part.
It's an 8-hour shift, obviously. The 10-hour shifts are
Be in front of your camera.
4 days a week because they're 10-hour shifts. Now the sanitation or the quality.
This is
position,
one of the most dangerous.
They would move you back and forth because you would be the backup
to
quality
do.
person.
So if this is one of the most dangerous things for a cop to do, this is one of the most dangerous things for a cop to get you to do is to pull over to the side of the road while everybody else is flying by at 60 or 70 miles per hour. As a matter of fact,
the hours are
most
generally the same as
fatalities from cops come from roadside
Something to think
incidents
about.
like this. This is so freaking
Go through
dangerous.
it and if people know everything goes, then we can talk about it.
Huh? Was it the wrong number?
Well, you got one right. There's
Yeah.
1803.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go run this, make sure it
Are you from Monroe?
that it comes back to your name.
Okay, cool. I don't think I would lie about it. I mean, this vehicle cost me like $500. I mean, I didn't lie about the vehicle. Oh, it's that same guy who threw me to the ground last time.
Oh God.
You've never applied with us before.
Yeah. No, just go and write me a ticket. I'll take care of it in court.
Do you want to see it though? I can show you.
Nah, go ahead.
We can show you. I'll put it on your camera. I like this thing. Come here. I'll show you.
Okay. So
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I want to see that I went 80.
we'll get rolling. Had a few people scheduled today, but the way that with this air quality and stuff like that, I've had a lot of people.
I'd like to see
Ghost
that.
Yeah, I know. On the Raptor R1.
That's what we need.
take
Is
care of
folks
it in
that
court.
want to work and then get paid for it. I can tell you that they just started this week
I'll
as well.
take care of it when I go to court.
Bonus.
That's what I'll do.
So
What are you doing down here?
you show up every day on time.
Just
and
driving.
you get an extra $1 an hour.
You don't have any drugs in your vehicle, do you?
I don't consider searches
Well,
or
it's
seizures
just
of my
part of the
property.
year, so.
I
It's
have a
kinda
dog.
cool.
If he runs you, I can
Actually, this week's the people getting paid this
So
week.
that's a
for last
threat.
week.
That's a threat. So while she tries to come off,
They
as a
weren't
good
going to even
person,
start it until this week, but
and
they
she's
decided
real
to go ahead and
nice
just
and she's
start it for
kind
last
and
week,
she
so.
acts like she's being cordial. That's a threat. It doesn't matter if the badged bandit is nice to you while they're stealing from you and threatening you. They're still stealing from you and threatening you. They're threatening your life and your livelihood.
I don't consent to searches. Okay. This is retaliation, guys. Clear retaliation, I believe, in my mind.
So I just wrote you for speeding.
All right, cool,
I
cool.
got it. It does come back to you.
All right.
Don't lie about that. What that is, I got you going 80 miles per hour. You saw it in a 65. So that is 15 miles per hour over the speed limit. That is a $75 fine with $49 court costs for a total of $124.
And that is called extortion. That is clear extortion. It is a racket. It's road piracy. Label it anything along those lines. That's exactly what it is. That's not keeping people safe. It's not serving and protecting. It's literally the epitome of harassing and collecting.
So you can choose to pay that online, in person, or by mail, or you can contest it in court like you said you wanted to on June 24th, 1:30 at the Johnson County Courthouse.
That's fine.
Okay? Sound good?
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, but that's what they want you to do. They want you to go, oh, only $75. It's like, and if you pay that ticket now, we'll half that. It's like, I don't care if it's $1. I don't care if it's 1,000, 150, 75, $1. You're extracting money from me for no freaking reason while you're saying you're a public servant serving and protecting the rest of us. It's just a scam.
This building is over 150 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this one. And like I said, this isn't the main facility. The main facility is over on Telegraph where you work. It's much more modern.
Sign.
Rent's cheap though.
Oh, the road pirates are so nice while they're extracting
That's
wealth
very
from the
important.
tax
Is
cattle.
that everything?
That is everything. You are free to leave.
You have a good day.
So that is that. And that's a big deal because that kind of
independent journalist. I went to go to the Connecticut State Headquarters to file a FOIA request for some documentation, excuse me. And while doing that, I came in contact with Sergeant Brian Fahey, who I have a history of. There's a history there of almost 2 years ago. Sergeant Brian Fahey, I spoke to your office before, And apparently, after he broke my cell phone and assaulted me, the report was that he was, found that he thought my camera was a weapon of some sort, and that's why he grabbed it and threw it from my hand. And I just want to make it very clear that this is a camera. This is not a taser. This is not a firearm of any sort. So just in case we had any, just in case there was any discrepancies there, this is not a weapon of any kind. But yeah, so I'm here to just give a statement on what happened. The event occurred on June 16th.
Absolutely. What we can do is we'll take your complaint. You can either write it yourself, or we'll help you write it, or we'll write it, however you prefer. It's your choice, and we'll get that done. And once you're okay with everything that's in there, we'll both sign it, and you can submit it to us, and we'll continue with the investigation from there.
Okay.
Fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. All right. So if you just give us a moment, we'll get
Sure.
the paperwork.
Thank you.
We'll be right up.
All right. Thank you so much.
Prefer to do it yourself?
I would rather just give a statement to you two, and you could just write down the pertinent details and the important details. All right. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Sean. Just grabbing the paper.
It's okay.
We'll do it out here because we have a couple interviews going on in our conference room, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So,
Not a problem.
we can either do it at the table, we can do it wherever you want.
That's fine. Yeah, we could. Wherever. Lieutenant Smith, nice to meet you.
Reyes?
Yes.
I understand you mentioned that you guys had some history. You had some history with Sergeant Fahey.
Yeah, almost 2 years ago, I was at this very building before, and I spoke to Sergeant Andrea, and I forgot.
Maybe.
Yeah, I believe, and we had the same type of interview here before, and I submitted a complaint against him. I believe that incident took place on July 21st, 2021.
Okay. What's that? Yeah. So this happened, the most recent incident. When was that?
June 16th at approximately 3 p.m.
16/2023 at about 3 p.m. Today is the 28th of June, 23, 11:02. And this happened. The incident happened. The most recent one at State Police Headquarters. Right?
At State Police Headquarters. That's correct.
Can you spell your first name for me?
My first name is SEANPAUL, one word, Sean Paul.
Paul Reyes, REYES, right?
That's correct.
Would you mind giving me your date of birth? Mention your independent journals. That's your.
Yes. My company's name is Long Island Audit, Inc.
As far as the video footage, if I give you an email address, would you be willing to email it to
Yes.
me? I'll do that for you. I'll do that for you. Okay. Take me through it as far as what happened.
Yeah. So I arrived and I was confronted by a Trooper Kioi, badge 854, and she had said that I was making people uncomfortable by recording, and I was outside at this point, and she had asked me to leave. I told her that I had a right to record, and
refresh it once, and now the internet's nice and fast here, but those computers are dinosaurs. So when you click, just give it a check. It's affecting the response. The easiest one to do is just click on the mobile application and
violence as per Connecticut Supreme Court.
Print out your stuff and get you. I'm gonna have you working on the paper side of it while she's
me there, and that I was making people uncomfortable, the very important people inside of the building, apparently. And yeah, she had at the end of that exchange, she had just walked away and said, "You know what? You could stay here," and went back inside.
Okay.
So that's the first part.
So just to summarize, so you're outside recording.
Yes.
So while outside in the parking lot area?
Yes, parking lot area recording.
Parking lot. And I'll read this back to you.
Sure, yeah.
We're done. Just make sure we're on the same page.
Oh, you went to Kate? Thanks on induction.
You were approached by Trooper Q.
Sorry. I'm in the middle of Zoom too, so I don't have to participate much, but they're. Oh, sweet.
She mentioned to you were making people uncomfortable when she asked you to leave.
Yes.
She advised me that I was making people uncomfortable
instruct you to leave?
Asked me to leave
It's,
because we made it in the conversation. She made it
It's
clear
like a
that she was
clone
only
of
asking me to
Twitch,
leave.
but
She
it's
wasn't ordering me
much more
or
free speech than Twitch allows.
anything like that. She acknowledged that we were on
It's run
public
by
property.
some crypto
They had a
gambling
right to be
companies,
there.
but
So she only asked
we're
you to
trying to
leave
do the free
or
speech end of it. So, but the platform looks almost exactly like Twitch.
you eventually part ways. She says, you know, just find your fire station and get back inside.
Correct.
She eventually advise.
And you can right now they're you can just do the RTMP to stream. Like if you use an OBS or something like that, they don't have their own streaming software yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of the first segment, so to speak.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
And I'd just like to note that, you know, I felt you'll see the video, but I felt that she was very unprofessional towards me in her demeanor and the way she was speaking to me.
I felt, I'm gonna put that in here too.
Yep.
I felt that her demeanor was.
Don't worry about the resume, just the contact info is good.
That's it.
Move on to the second
Yeah.
area, I guess, I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Just,
So I walked
you know,
to the front of the building.
My other jobs are in the tech industry. That's why I'm on top
I
of
went
it.
to go. I waited in line. There was a line in order to get inside the building, so I waited in line. And the trooper Keo,
Same
trooper, she opened the
I like
door
Prism too. Prism is
and
pretty easy to
asked
use.
If the person behind me needed any assistance.
Prism Live.
And
plus, you know, there's a good. You can skip that. Yeah, just hit next.
Opened it.
Continue. I'm gonna do it for you.
And essentially passed over you.
Exactly.
Just don't need right now. There you go.
Passed over me and asked. That person, was it a man, woman?
It was a male.
And that's the next male person waiting behind me. If he needed assistance.
I then told her that I needed assistance, that I was trying to file a FOIA request.
Okay, we'll start front and back on these pages.
I needed assistance with filing a FOIA.
We just got a copy of it, so we don't need you to write it down again.
It was at that time that I saw Sergeant Brian Fahey in the background. He was inside the building, so she had the door open. I saw him in the background in the lobby area, and he waved at me.
Okay, who's assistant? Make a note.
Building.
Justin.
Lobby.
Yep, and then next on that page.
He then came to the. I'm trying to be concise here, but I am trying to be concise here. Also, because we do have the video does speak for itself, but so I'm just trying to get the main points. He then came to the door and asked the man behind me too if he needed assistance and what can he help me with. I believe that man needed help with pistol permits.
Yeah, 0-day waiting.
The man went in front of me and entered the building.
Yeah, I haven't known anyone that's been banned on it yet.
The man.
He passed. Yeah, he skipped ahead of me. I'm still standing in the doorway at this point.
17 followers now. Thank you, inDOCtriNATION.
And entered the building.
Sergeant Fahey said that I had no business here. Because I basically said, "What about me? Like, I have business to conduct." He says, "You have no business here," and then he proceeded to violently close the door on my foot was inside of, like I was standing in the door, so then he two hands
Like employment notice,
started pulling the door violently on my leg to close the door, but since my leg was in the doorway, it wouldn't close.
Sergeant Fahey told me I had no business there and proceeded to violently close the door on me. My foot and leg were still in the door.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Have you ever applied with this before?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you're already in the system, I'll have to reset your login and switch it over to applicant status, and then it'll take you back through the application. All right. I'm sorry.
I'm closing. Were you injured at all?
No.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, but if you've ever applied, you'll be in the system, and we'll just have to refresh that. Could you do me a favor and just text your name and your last four to this number that you just called? And as soon as I'm able to, I can get logged in and reset that for you, and I'll text you back with your login.
I did not seek any medical treatment, no.
Yep. All right. Bye. Okay, where are we at? Okay, click exit.
All right, moving on. Sorry, what we got?
Oh, I was too tired last night anyway. I'm
so he basically violently tries to close the door.
Lay down with sleep because I had to get up earlier
this whole
today.
time I'm recording, and
right.
Trooper Kioi, she's kind of behind him with her body camera on. He then goes and grabs my camera and turns it off. I rip it from his. We kind of held my camera just like I'm holding it now at the same time, and he tried to take it from me. At least that's, how I felt.
So he took possession of the camera? Or no?
He didn't. He attempted to take possession of the camera is what I would assume. He attempted to take possession of my camera. I pulled the camera away from him as he tried to grab it. And in that process, the camera was turned off by him.
Camera. I'll read this back to you one second.
You tell.
Sure.
Hey, your buddy did come and pick up that Jeep today.
Okay. Sergeant Fahey then attempted to take possession of my camera, but was unsuccessful. I pulled away, and at some point during this, the camera was turned off.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. What follows?
So at this point he goes face to face with me. I told him I'm not scared of you, because again, referencing the 2 years ago where he did this almost the same exact thing, except I would say a lot worse. I told him I wasn't scared of him, and he got in my face, and he was like, I was like, you want to assault me? I forget exactly the exchange, but we became face to face. He had gotten right into my face, and it was an exchange of some sort. I don't recall. Again, I don't have the video footage because at this point the camera was off, but it should be on the body camera footage of the trooper. I wasn't worried about my phone at this point. I was more worried about my safety. I didn't worry about my phone being turned back on immediately. I was more worried about the armed man in front of me that was clearly unhinged. And if you could just make it clear somewhere in there, turning off my camera is not only a violation of my First Amendment right, but Connecticut state law that was passed for law enforcement interfering with recording. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Turning off my camera was not only a violation.
Love your username.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you're going to do now is click on where it says employee login. And you log in using the user ID and password you just created. Emily.
Recently passed. What did you describe it as? I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think I don't know the actual name. It was Connecticut state law. I believe it's Accountability Act. I think that's what it is.
Okay. Recently passed law regarding police accountability.
Yeah.
So this is basically your hand.
I'm just going to go back just so we're all kind of abreast here.
Sure.
Told him that I was not scared of him and had interacted with him during a previous incident years ago that was worse than this. My biggest concern was for my safety at this point. Turning off my camera was not only a violation of my First Amendment rights, but also the reason not to the building.
Correct.
We'll follow.
And then, so the door was, he eventually closed the door. Him and the trooper were inside. I turned on my recording again, my camera, and I began recording. There was another, just to be clear, there was another, when this whole interaction was happening, there was an unidentified trooper. He wouldn't identify himself to me. He's in the video, though. There was another trooper standing behind me as this was all taking place.
And I'll have a record of it. Because every day, for you, do you use that for this? Okay.
Yes, during the.
This, we keep on file to include the road administration. Okay. Everybody who works here has to have one of these. This first page is just a signature record. Just a copy. This is just an acknowledgement.
Eventually,
happy of this, and you're gonna follow
legal, I believe, Connecticut State Police, the legal department got involved, and they came and Trooper Kioy allowed me inside of the building, and I spoke with Connecticut State Police legal and legal department, and they gave me the information I needed in order to file my FOIA request.
The way it works is the
yeah.
You'll come back to this after today. This is where you're going to check your case stuff.
Yeah, I also explained to them that I explained to them the situation that I was assaulted and my property was trying. And Sergeant Fahey tried to take my property from me, and I wanted to file a FOIA request, and they gave me. I didn't file it there. We talked about Sergeant Brian Fahey's the interaction, how he assaulted me and tried to take my camera from me, and then they gave me the information I needed in order an email address to file the FOIA request.
Find out what's his issue. Apparently, they said that they have a bunch of things going on inside that building. Hayden. Important people in there.
That's correct.
Ms. Norris, up above there where it says other last names, just put N/A there. For some reason, something has to be in that blank. Also for apartment number, this form is peculiar that way. It's the top portion has to have every blank filled.
I also, just to summarize, I'm going to say, if it's okay with you, I'm going to say I also voiced my concerns regarding the previous mentioned matters with them. That's okay.
That's okay. That's fine.
Anything else after that?
Sergeant Fahey did come out again. I don't know where he was, but he came out to the public lobby because after I spoke with legal, I started to take some pictures and video inside the lobby of different artifacts you guys have there, different posters and things of that nature. And he was very upset that I didn't leave immediately after that was over, and he was voicing that to legal department.
So the page came out the lobby again while I was taking some photos and video of various memorabilia.
Yeah.
He mentioned he was upset.
Yeah, he was upset with that. He was upset that I was still in the building.
He was upset that I hadn't left the building.
Yeah.
Let me see. No, I fill out that. That's when I check it.
I told him, and then I think this is important to include. There was this is the additional interaction. Before he went upstairs, I told him he was about to go into the hall, into a stairwell. I told him, you wouldn't have assaulted me without that gun and badge on.
Stairwell.
He comes, the door had closed at this point. He comes back out after I said that and says, you wouldn't have done this without your camera.
So he came back out of the stairwell.
Yeah, you wouldn't have done it without your camera. I don't know what I did, but other than record, I guess I wouldn't record without my camera. But he says, you wouldn't have done this without your camera.
You wouldn't have done this without your camera. Okay.
And then he left. I told this is the last part of it. I went to Trooper Kioy and I told her, did you not just see him? I basically brought up my concerns of the assault to her and why she didn't act on it. And she said that it was a back and forth between us, and she wasn't going to do anything, apparently.
Okay. I approached Trooper Kioy with my concerns regarding the assaulted, as you said, right?
Yep.
Assaulted by Sergeant Fahey. She mentioned that she saw there was a back and forth.
Yeah. And she wasn't going to do anything.
That there was a back and forth between us. We'll say between he and I.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't willing to do anything.
At that point, I just left, and that was it. That concluded. I didn't run into Sergeant Brian Fahey anymore. Or anything. Just that's the end.
Nothing else after that?
That's it. Sure, yeah, no problem.
Please stop me anytime if you edit or make changes or anything like that. On 6/16/2023, at approximately 3 p.m., I went to Connecticut State Police headquarters in Middletown, Connecticut to file a FOIA request. While outside in the parking lot area recording, I was approached by Trooper Kioy, number 854.
Internal
She advised me that I was making people uncomfortable and asking to leave.
Yeah.
She was only asking, not ordering me to leave. She eventually advised me that it was okay to stay, and she went back inside. I felt that her demeanor was unprofessional toward me.
Yes.
I then walked to the front of the building and waited in line. The same trooper, Kioy, came to the door, opened it, passed over me, and asked the next male person waiting behind me if he needed assistance. I then advised her that I needed assistance with filing a FOIA request. At that time, I saw Sergeant Brian Fahey inside the building in the lobby area. He waved at me. Sergeant Fahey then came to the door and asked the man behind me if he needed assistance. The man then skipped ahead of me and entered the building. So far, so good.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Trying to break it up.
Yep.
Section here for the sake of flow here. Sergeant Fahey told me I had no business there. She had to violently close the door on me. My foot and leg were still on the floor, preventing it from moving. I was not injured, but it did hurt. I did not seek any medical treatment. I was reporting this entire interaction. Sergeant Fahey then attempted to take possession of my camera, but was unsuccessful. I pulled away. At some point during this, the camera was turned off.
Let me see.
Sergeant
You don't even need to put anything. Just put yes.
I told him that I was scared of him.
And then just put today's date because it won't let us put a future date.
That was worse than this. My biggest concern was for my safety at this point. Turning off my camera was not for me to yell. I just want to talk to make sure I can hear me over the yell.
No, I understand.
Turning off my camera was not only a violation of my First Amendment right, but also of the recently passed law regarding police accountability. Sergeant Fahey then closed the door, and he and Trooper Keeler were inside.
No, I agree, Matt.
Another trooper, who wouldn't identify himself, was standing behind me during this exchange. Eventually, the legal department became involved. Trooper Keeler let me inside the building. At that time, the legal affairs personnel provided me with an email address.
Now, doing 0, they're going to tax you at the maximum rate.
I also voiced my concerns with them regarding the previously noted matters. I also voiced my concerns with them regarding the previously noted matters. Sound good so far?
Yep.
Sergeant Fahey came out of the lobby again while I was taking some photos and videos of various memorabilia. He was upset that I hadn't left the building. Before Sergeant Fahey went to the stairwell, I told him he wouldn't have assaulted me.
See where it says pending review? That just means I have to do my portion of those forms. So you're good to go. I'm going to log you off.
Sergeant Fahey then left.
Now, like I said, remember that user ID and password because that's what you're going to use to check your pay stubs. Yep, you can do it from your phone or anything. Okay. All right, I'll get you started on the paper side.
I then left the building.
Some of this is redundant with some of the electronic paperwork you did. Now,
oh, for sure. Of course.
Go back down to start this position, but we may slide you in a position that's required. That's why we asked for permission. The next couple of pages are rules. And then this page is just giving us permission to do a drug screen. Once again, it's not hard to start, but if you're ever coming to intoxicated or if you were to get hurt or damaged, not be doing
if you could just initial there. Just
once in a while they do.
Yeah.
Together.
Cannabis, they consider the same as alcohol.
Over here?
Okay. Just like we would want you to come in after drinking, we want you to come in after. Do it home is up to you.
Just sign as the complaint. I'm just going to read this here right here. This is a little disclaimer. I have read or had read to me the attached complaint consisting of.
Whatever, Aiden.
Consisting of 2 pages. All of the answers are true and accurate to my knowledge. I understand that any false
Yes.
herein
Yes.
to be true and which is intended to
Yeah, I am. It's in the link tree. There should be a Discord or a link or invite link to my Discord.
You understand and agree to that? If you would sign there, please, just swearing that it's true and accurate. Today is the 28th of June.
Thank you. 28th?
28th, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, if you could send us that video, I really appreciate it.
I will.
Appreciate you coming down and taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, just when you open up the investigation, you'll let me know when it's completed.
Yeah, we'll let you know when it starts and when it's completed.
Okay.
And someone will be in contact with you during the investigation as well. It's not going to be like, you hear from us at the beginning and you hear from us from the
Okay.
That's it. There will be someone reaching out to you for sure.
Okay, yeah, just because I would definitely love to know when it's completed in the findings, because I really hope that this office holds Sergeant Brian Fahey accountable in at least some way, because last time he wasn't, and I truly believe that's why this event occurred again.
Okay, yeah,
he wasn't
sure.
held accountable the first time for his actions.
I'm not a big.
I don't know anything about it, but
I'm just
a lay person,
yeah,
but there's
just
some
you
good
know, you're
ones.
investigating it. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. You guys stay safe, okay?
Available, and I have
Take
actually a
care.
guy
All right,
helping me
guys, so
do
we're
a
just
few.
going to be getting out of the Office of Professional Standards here for the Connecticut State Police.
Let me
the
know
two
when you
investigators
join,
that
so
took my complaint, and even the captain, were very professional with me, and that's all I can ask for. Are they going to do their job? That remains to be seen. We will be getting the full internal affairs report. We will be FOIA requesting that, just like we did last time.
What else is in the house? Oh, yeah. Shapley was talking yesterday. We had an oversight letter to Janet Yellen. I think we might know who one of those Trump staffers was. And so we'll get into all of that. Thank you, Adesia, for sending in the tip. John McGarvey says, I love the Spotify update. The Spotify update was The podcast's coming back out? Yeah, we got our podcast now getting published again. So
The pouch lands on the ground, it goes in the
DeFreak says, thank you, DeFreak. DeFreak, funny comment. We've got Vinny in the house, Wolfgang's in the house, and I see CAM, and Mad says, damn, that sounds efficient. It's about to get real efficient in the house. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. So we've got mind maps. It's a lot of fun. I can't wait to share it with you guys. It'll be very soon. So until then, my friends, have yourselves a beautiful day. We'll be back here in a few hours to hit the live. Make it a great day. And I missed the tip. Ranger, sorry, Ranger.
I'm going to tell you what parts you can skip over and stuff.
I did. Says Rob, someday could you do a selective reading of the selective service rule? People believe men have the right to vote and financial aid from college. Thank you, Ranger. I don't. Selective service rules, like for the draft? Is that what you're asking about? Yeah, maybe I'll look at that. Let's cue that one up. Yes, but we don't have the right unless we sign up, says Ranger Southerby. Ranger Southby. Yeah, let's cue that up for another time. But sure, I'm happy to read through it. I just don't know. I don't know much about it offhand. I don't know much about it. But certainly, yeah. I mean, we can maybe hit it tomorrow or drop a link. Maybe you can drop a link or something and say what you're looking at. A little more context. What do you want to dig into or explore? But certainly, yeah. I mean, we'll just drop a comment on one of these and we'll get into it. But I'll leave this open, and maybe if I remember, we'll come back to it maybe tonight or tomorrow morning for the live. But okay, my friends, it's a beautiful, beautiful day, and it's an amazing Thursday. And so hopefully your week is coming to a nice, easy close. We will be back here in a few hours. And so until then, make it a great day. Bye-bye, everybody.
Shit.
All right, you awakening wonders. Thanks for joining us. We've got so much to talk about today on Stay Free with Russell Brand, a Rumble show. That means speech is free here. We ain't interested in disinformation. We ain't interested in hate speech. We're only interested in anti-establishment takes on stories that you might hear elsewhere, but from a different perspective. Like today, we're talking about the US using the Russian coup to push more Ukraine aid. Oh, what, you need more money? Because that bloke momentarily dressed up,
5 a.m. to
mouthed
3:30
off a
p.m.
little bit. We've got Marco Rubio's first-hand account of UFOs. The senators talking about this stuff, Gareth. You'd have to be the coldest
What your availability is. This is a general
assistant
application
on
here.
Earth.
So, yeah, if you would be available on third shift, if you get one
I
that comes
enjoyed
in,
your unique
what your general
summary of the
availability
Russian
is.
coup there.
Aye,
A geezer dressed up, mouthed off a bit.
That's right. This is the news. And once we're off YouTube, you're watching us on YouTube right now. You're watching us on Twitter right now. Well, we're going to appear here for a little while, or Gut Bucket, or whatever social media destination you find yourself. But we'll be exclusively on Rumble, home of free speech, talking about what I call one of
Right, I
Rumble's
got you.
favorite sons. He may have once belonged to the
West.
Kennedy dynasty, RFK, but now he belongs to the Rumble family, a family where free speech is protected. I don't think there's ever been anything in his family history where free speech has led to any tragedies at all. Also, we've got a fantastic story regarding the leaked
First
audio
responder
of
too.
Donald Trump. We're looking at it in depth. We're giving you a perspective on it that's going to knock your bloody knickers off. But let's get into what I call an unusual take on the normal news right now. Do you know? Hold on. Before this, though, I just want to say I'm getting more friendly with RFK
No,
by
I
the
know
day.
you are.
many of you would have seen earlier in the week when I did one of my ill-advised on-screen messages. Let me know in the comments in the chat. If you're watching us on Rumble now, press the red button, join us on Locals. Let us know if you saw that moment where I think I took my top off. I don't know what's wrong with
just click next on that page. Thank you.
I took off the top. I don't know why. Say goodbye to these guys because it's the last you'll see of them. And then I got into sort of RFK and that, and then I messaged RFK and I said, like, oh, you know, let's do a push-up competition. Anyway, he's come back. We've got to do a pull-up competition.
I think you said a topless collaboration at one point.
Yeah, and I suppose that was, as you said at the time, Gareth, a misleading choice of words.
Yes.
Anyway,
It worked.
He's into it.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
what we're
boot,
gonna do is we're gonna
shoes,
raise
either way.
money for his campaign in a pull-up
Miles and
competition.
toes,
Obviously,
still
Gareth,
toes, as long as
I'm
there's safety.
going to lose to
I'm more
RFK.
concerned about how much you're going to raise.
Why? What do you think? Not
'Cause
enough?
I hope it's a lot.
It's got to be.
We don't want the headline to be Russell Brand made $50.
Russell Brand, weak upper body.
Hey,
and lost. No back
good.
strength. Beaten by
help you.
elderly gentleman. Defeats Brand in feats of
Oh,
strength.
yeah.
I know, mate. I'm
we do it
thinking,
by
and
appointment,
I don't know if
though.
I'm allowed to
So,
say this on YouTube. I'm thinking of
when would
juicing.
you be available to come in?
You know?
I think you could say juicing.
I don't mean
Okay.
juicing as in green juice, celery. I'm thinking of juicing.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
You know?
Right.
But will,
Go ahead.
is it the only
Yeah, go ahead.
jab RFK would consider taking? A bit of steroids, get myself ready for the contest.
Okay.
Is it ever
All right.
right to
All right.
juice? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Let
so
me know.
what we'll
in
do
the
is
chat.
on
I
the-
can't lose to RFK.
Not me,
There's
like,
money
on my
to be
last
made
day
here,
before
not
going on
for us,
vacation,
but for a
so.
campaign for freedom of speech, a campaign
Yeah.
for RFK. Let's
I
know
need it. I haven't had one in
RFK.
a couple of years.
Anyway, we'll get into that in more depth off YouTube because he's been banned again from
so today's
YouTube, and we
there.
love our
Next week,
6.4
we can
million
go
awakening
forward,
ones over there.
yeah.
We're confused as how that
They're
number
gonna be
has
working around
frozen.
there, but I'll take
Shadow
that out.
banned,
So you wanna set
shadow
up for
banned
the
much,
chat?
did they? Didn't
what's your
they?
name?
What's
No.
name?
No?
Having it. So
Okay, right.
listen, what about them hawks in Congress saying that Prigozhin rebellion should mean more Ukraine aid? I think anything that happens, they'll say that should mean more Ukraine aid. And if you are Ukrainian, I love you. And your country should not be torn
Good to
apart
know.
by war. And the failure of this counter-offensive, I think, lays solely at the feet of NATO and the American
How long ago was
military complex. Let me know in the comments if you agree with that. But why?
Okay.
How are they justifying the Prigozhin rebellion leading to more Ukraine aid?
Because either way, it's going to
Okay.
lead to more military aid, isn't it?
Have you worked with them through us
Obviously, the
before?
media have said this was a
Okay.
huge success. This destabilized Russia. This embarrassed
Okay, no worries
Putin.
then.
This is why
I'd be
we
glad
need to
to
keep
sit
going.
down
in the
with you.
manner that
We'll
we
go
have
over
done.
everything,
Even though,
Monday
as
after
we've
next.
talked about with
We
our
can get you ready and we
this
could probably
week,
get you
the
going the next day.
counter-offensive has not been successful. It's been losing 1,000 Ukrainian lives a day. It's been a bloodbath, as reported in some sections of the news, even though in the media they'll report things very differently.
Look how they reported it straight away. Just like this is literally an hour after that coup. It wasn't plain or clear at all how it should be.
That's why
finalized or what
that's why I don't do a whole lot with the phone.
from it.
Like that.
Russia looks increasingly
I want to bring you in. I want
medieval
to set up a
after
time
the
where we
coup that wasn't. We've got a fantastic story for you
Well,
later in the
it
week.
seems like that's where
It
the world's
describes how
going.
many
It's
of the
very
lockdown
not
measures
personal.
literally leaned into medieval science, which is
No worries.
oxymoronic. You didn't have science in the
All
medieval
set?
times. Look at his weaknesses laid bare, as well as his lovely chest, after 24 hours of rebellion in Russia. Well, that sounds like a good name for a tour.
They all started with
Bizarre
us.
and chaotic 36 hours in Russia feels like the beginning of the
Oh, yeah.
end.
Well, it's food,
So
man.
there's the media
production places
utilizing
that
that
really
event
don't
to
run business.
convey a story
People always have to eat.
but it's possibly dubious that it is a demonstration of Putin's instability and infallibility, or fallibility, excuse me. And the military-industrial complex, you know, and their allies in the media immediately reached the conclusion the best thing to do here, the best thing to do is to send a bunch of weapons to Ukraine.
Like I said,
Who
I do
knows
this by
where
appointment,
they'll
and these
end up?
ladies have an
70% of them
appointment, so
can't
I'm
track another
working with them
order
right now.
felt by the Pentagon.
So,
They're people that need another 6.8
yeah,
billion
I
in
can see
expenditure,
it
aren't they?
Monday
it's
after
not
next,
the
and I'd be
beginning
glad
of the
to.
end
We'll
for the
only
arms
take us
industry,
about an
isn't
hour
it?
to
So
get
that
everything
three arms
to,
industry
and
lobbyists
then
have
we
told
can get you going.
Politico, mainstream news,
All right, I'll let them know
they
that
believe the
you're ready
Prigozhin
to come
uprising
back.
will help hawks argue for a supplemental spending
Good news.
package for the Pentagon and Ukraine. We already know that with the deal that they did with the debt ceiling, that emergency funding was not affected by the debt ceiling deal that they did, and that this 113 billion that's already been spent on the war can just continue.
Are you sickened by this? Let me know in the chat. I'm bloody well sickened by it. I've had just about enough. Yeah, they've told Politico, have they, that they're going to use this for yet more dollars. Let me know how you feel about that. Next story is your friend of mine, Nancy Pelosi. Her husband's just snapped up $2.6 million of Apple and Microsoft stock. Now, I know there are literal apps that allow you to emulate Pelosi's stock trading. Seems like it's potentially a bloody good idea. It's a good way to beat the market, follow the Pelosi's.
Yeah, they've done very well. Yeah, so this is like 50 call options that Paul Pelosi has exercised, which he purchased in May 2022 and has now exercised those. He's kind of cashing in on those options.
Oh, yeah.
And since he's done that, obviously, can you imagine they've climbed 33% in Apple shares and 29% in Microsoft shares. So that's another few millions to add to the Pelosi's coffers.
It says here that buying and selling in Apple accounted for 17%, over 17% of the Pelosi's overall trading volume. And yet, during this same period, Pelosi held at least one private conversation with Apple CEO Tim Cook about the state of Apple and possible effects on the company from various pending bills to reform Silicon Valley. So, Eva, let me know in the comments which you think it is. Is Pelosi some kind of like two-faced Harvey Dent, schizophrenic figure who's having one conversation with Tim Cook? This is what
We're trying to get me on my last day before vacation here.
Pelosi. Who's this? Is it Burglar? What is it? Who's this person in the house? Get him out the door. Oh, bring him back in again. Allegedly. Get him back out again. Don't let him near the toolkit, for God's sake. She's 1 minute she was with Tim Cook having a conversation.
Monroe?
She gets home. What did you do again?
Yes, we are hiring for
trading
Becky
stocks
Foods
and that.
now.
What did you do at work?
Am I on speaker or something?
Not
Because it's
much.
echoing
Who'd you
bad in
chat
my
to?
ear.
Tim Cook from Apple. What do you say? Mind your own business, so let that burglar back in the house. You'll get another clump, son. Hey, I'm not saying that that's what went on.
I would feel physically sick.
If anyone assumed that
Sorry,
that was my
I'm
take
having
on
a
this
really hard time
ridiculous
hearing
story,
you,
but
and then
given
I
that
hear
we're living
everything
in a
that I
crazy
say
old
echo
world
back
where
in
even
my ear.
Marco Rubio has admitted to being briefed firsthand on the retrieval of UFOs. It's impossible to
They're
know
starting at
almost which
14
way's
for
up. There's a
days.
psychedelic revolution.
Second shift has
There's
a dollar
UFO
differential, and
revolution.
they're doing a
The
dollar an
mainstream
hour
media is
perfect
collapsing.
attendance
Its
bonus.
economic model is falling apart. Centralist authoritarian models are doubling down, as we told you yesterday. Elon Musk's real battle ain't with Mark Zuckerberg, it's with the censorship industrial complex. And remember,
well,
later
my
this
next
week, we're
interviews
going
are
to
gonna be-
exclusively, you should sign up for this, we're going to exclusively show you me, Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, and a very
Well,
surprising
I mean,
special guest,
after the
perhaps the
interview,
person who's
but
been
you could
most
start the next
impacted by
day
the censorship
if you
industrial
have
complex. You're not going to want to miss it.
enough for 'em.
That's on Friday. It was a brilliant show yesterday. Although in some ways it was marred by the conduct
so,
of the man
let's shoot for
next to me, a man who
1:05
swore he'd
on the
never
10th.
take his top off. Yet during yesterday's show did precisely that in a bizarre
good day.
throwdown to RFK. There's
Reason why I didn't ask for it.
nought as queer as folk, as they say in the north of England, where you're of course
Sorry.
from.
I am, yes. Should we get back to the Marco Rubio story?
I never left it.
No,
I've
no,
been
no.
looking at Marco Rubio.
Oh, it
I'm
was
looking
like
at him
Louis,
now. Look at his
everything
little
is-
face.
you could
He's
almost
squinting.
hear
He's got
across
a
the
very
room, I'm
full
sure.
mouth.
Everything I
What
said
did he
was
call him? Little
back in my
Marco.
ear.
That was Trump's. Little Marco.
It's like, no, you're
He's
not
got
on
a
the
hell of a
phone.
mouth on
He
him.
made an
That's
observation
the only
about
reason it
plants
would do that.
inside and outside of his house.
This is an important
All right,
observation.
let me get you loaded
don't
up.
get distracted because I know you lot. You think that the UFO stuff's a distraction, don't you? Let us know in the chat. I think it's hypocritical. I think it's seismic. I'm friends with Jeremy Corbell. I believe these whistleblowers are legit. I believe some of this new footage is legit. We're going to be talking about this later in the coming days about how this story is escalating. But I know a lot of you think it's a distraction. Well, the real distraction in this piece of footage is the plants outside the house are exactly the same as the plant in the house. And the plant in the house is communicating possibly via UFO technology with the plants outside the house.
There's your exclusive,
That's
everyone.
your exclusive. Never mind mud wrestling with RFK. Never mind that we're going to have a world-shattering exclusive. Can I even bring it up?
No, I'm not
Our
sure.
exclusive
No,
guest. Can I
because
message
you'll
that
give it away
person? I'll
again.
give it
Time
away.
is supposed to
No, we're not ready yet, but you are going to want to be a member of Locals. Press the red button by the
You
time
get home, get a
that
nap,
happens.
almost
Let's have a
done.
look at Marco Rubio's plants communing
I would
with
say
one
there are
another.
people that have come forward to share information with our committee over the last couple of years. I would imagine some of them are potentially some of the same people that perhaps
Where's that
he's
at?
referring to. I want to be very protective of these people. A lot of these people came to us even before these protections were in the law for whistleblowers to come forward.
People who have had firsthand.
Okay, so that seems credible. The whistleblowers had addressed him even prior to the story breaking.
Okay.
I guess his point is it's not just like whistleblowers with.
That's right there on,
clearance. These are
PC.
people with high clearance. These are people that he's
I mean,
has been briefed. And that's
yes.
Jeff Lawley, another senator as well.
Okay, I know right what you're talking about. I think I walked by there.
Whistleblowers report is pretty close to the information he received in a briefing. That's the one from David Grush that we reported on last week. So more and more people in positions of power are coming out and saying there is a lot of credible sources to
They're
this.
cross-referencing the data and it's stacking up. That's interesting now. also keep your eyes on that plant. The one inside wants to communicate with the ones outside. And I think it's out of order. It's like when you see a pigeon at a zoo. You sort of think, well, I can just leave when I want.
Now, those who claim to have firsthand knowledge of seeing this type of thing,
or have firsthand knowledge or firsthand claims of certain things. Some are public figures, you know, and we've heard from them in the past. Others, you know, have not shared publicly.
So that category of people who have firsthand knowledge, who say they have actually seen these kinds of things, do you find many of them credible?
Well, I don't find them either not credible or credible because we have no basis about
statement. Yeah. Not credible or credible. Not incredible or credible. Somewhere in the middle of that.
Yeah.
That's actually not achievable. That's
Right.
like a Buddhist koan. What's the sound of one hand clapping? Well, Bart Simpson answered that.
Okay.
What is neither credible
we'll
nor
click on
incredible
employee
is
login.
the unknowable, activated nothingness that is behind all material reality. This exclusively from Marco Rubio and his animated plants.
You can obviously see why I think probably a lot of our audience are talking about this being a distraction. It is interesting that it's coming about at the same time as all the things going on with Hunter Biden and lots of other news stories. Obviously, the situation with Ukraine, the continuing arming of Ukraine through the military-industrial complex. You can see why that's something that they would be interested in.
I got sent Hunter Biden's book. I guess that's why I feel sorry for Hunter Biden. Like ages ago, when he had a book coming out, they sent the book and, oh, would you like to talk to Hunter Biden? And I thought, oh, they can't watch our shows because like they would know that we are quite critical of the Biden administration. But then I also am conflicted because I know he's a person that's trying to get into recovery and stuff. So I get confused.
But they're separate situations, aren't they? Someone's recovery from, drug addiction is a very different thing to potential tax evasion or bungs or a bribery or whatever else it is, or even if it's just using
bungs.
But I just got arrested. And it was harder than I thought. Like, I'm having a hard time with it because, okay, I went into Allentown courthouse.
Okay, now click on
I had it
e-documents.
on video. I'll show it tonight.
In the green button there it says Employee Start Wizard.
Because I went in to the courthouse and I was filming, of course, and I got to
Let's maximize
I got to
that.
security,
Here you go.
and they said you can't film in here.
Next.
And I said no, I can. That's not true. It's a constitutionally protected activity. It's First Amendment right. Blah blah blah. And the police officer, a female, which they're the worst, came up to me and said, "Turn off your camera right now. You got to stop filming. Turn it off." And I said, I was like, so show me the law, right? Show me the law or statute or whatever. And she said, okay. Well, she goes and gets 3 more police officers and comes back and tells me to turn my phone off, that I have to delete my footage.
Okay, Emily.
And
Right
I arrested
above there where it says
So-
other last names, put N/A.
I'm sorry, I'm so
That
upset.
something has to be in that blank. And then also an apartment number.
I've been arrested in like 20 years. And it's so fucked up because I didn't do anything wrong and I didn't break the law. So, like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I know it's coming, but like, having your freedom taken away like that by a man who puts the cuffs on way too freaking hard, and then they violated my Fourth Amendment right. They took my purse. They took everything out of it. They took my phones. They said I had to delete everything. It was horrible. It was fucking horrible. Like, I didn't break the fucking law, man. I didn't do anything wrong. And thank God I didn't resist, because when I first decided to do this, I kept thinking I'm one of those people that I'm going to get arrested and I'm going to end up in jail because I'm going to resist and I'm not going to be able to do it. But I didn't resist, so there's that. But
I'll put yours right afterwards,
fucked
Anna.
up, man. Why do they think they can do that? So All right.
Right.
They went
Right
up
above
to
the gray
chick
box
says
there
the
where it
police
says
officer,
signature of
a
employee,
female,
you check that box.
cunt.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
A
Then the
female
first box in the gray box,
officer
just saying you did not use a translator.
came up to me, told me to
I
stop
do the bottom.
filming, and I said, please show me the law or statute, whatever, because it's not on the front door. It's nowhere that says I can't film. So she goes and she said she'll bring it back, right? She brings back 2 more officers, and then 3 more come over, and they surround me, and they said, turn off your camera now. I've told you 3 times to turn off your camera. And I'm like, bitch, I've asked you 3 times for the law. You said that you would go get it and bring it back for me so I could read it and then either challenge it or whatever. I just did the Doylestown Courthouse, and you know what they tried to do? When I was at Doylestown Courthouse, they did
No,
the same
that's
thing.
tank top.
They
No,
showed
that's not the
me
right
an
answer.
administrative
It's the one
order.
about the boots. They don't want you wearing it. You got it right.
Me over.
About wearing the to
A
and from
judge's
work.
administrative order.
They would
And then
prefer you
while
wear
I'm
it just for
sitting in that cell,
contamination
they get 2
reasons. They prefer that you either leave them in a locker
to
or
come and talk to
carry
me.
them home.
He came in. He told me that the
How well that's
judge's
enforced, you'll
administrative
find out when you
order
get
is the law. That I can't film because I might
Okay, the federal tax form.
get jury
Do you claim
members
anyone
walking
besides
into
yourself?
the jury room.
Emily?
Like he showed
Then you don't have to do
papers, and I'll
anything.
show you guys
You
that
probably want to do this.
it's an
'Cause
administrative
this is a higher
order
tax rate.
about not filming in
Then
the
you decide.
courtroom.
The rest of it's just a worksheet.
House. And then he told me that I should ask permission
Here you go.
when I come in. Come in, don't be filming, ask security for permission, and then you know whether or not you can film. I'm angry.
Just put today's
I look
date,
like
yeah.
freaking shit.
Because you can't put a future date on there.
So much better. But then I cried for a half hour straight because I couldn't believe that they did this. Like, I knew the arrest was coming, but I didn't think it was going to feel this fucked up. Like, I haven't been in trouble in 20 years, right? I have, like, a possession charge from 2001, and I have a DUI that I did a weekend for. That's the whole record I have. I've never even gotten a fucking speeding ticket.
No.
And this is so fucked
You're
up.
perfect.
When they take your freedom
9,
away,
you just check
and
the
they
box.
put those cuffs on, and they put them on so fucking hard, dude. Like, the more I do and the more I see, it's hard not to, like, be upset about it. It's hard not to be angry. I'm staring at this freaking flag flying in the wind, right? But, like, it means nothing. It means fucking nothing here.
The ones that say pending review, it
Like,
just means I have to do my portion of
I'm
those.
so sorry. I can't
You're
even
good.
believe this happened. I'm so upset.
Log off.
I don't need to cry and be like
Slide
upset
over
about
here.
this, but like it just hurt me a lot. It really did. So I sat in a stupid fucking cell for I don't know an hour. I waited about 40 minutes for a detective to show up, and then he told me that they're letting me go, they're cutting me loose, and that the judge will decide whether they'll hold me in contempt of court because they're fucking assholes, and this is what they do. They intimidate, they harass. This is what they do. I just got arrested. Fuck them. Fuck that. Now I'm going somewhere else. Fuck them. I'm going to the DMV next. I'm going to get in my car. I'm going to stop fucking crying. I'm going to put my big girl pants on and fucking do this. I'm sorry for being upset. I'm sorry. It just, I don't know. I knew it was coming, but I didn't think it was going to suck so bad. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being upset. I know. Turn the anger into something. I know. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Now what do I do? They illegally arrested me. I didn't break the law. How do I fight this now? What do I do? I don't have enough money for a lawyer, but I need one. And like I need somebody like Long Island Audit or San Joaquin Valley Transparency or somebody to just tell me what to do or what I'm supposed to do about all this, because I have no fucking clue. Like, I'm out here just winging it. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Like, I'm sorry. They just fucked me up. They really fucked me up, man. I knew it was gonna happen sooner or later. I know. I just didn't expect it to suck so much. I thought that, like, it would be this big. I don't even know. I thought it would be easier, but it sucks when they take your freedom away. It sucks when when they touch your body and search you and seize your possessions when you committed no crime and you've broken no law. I don't understand how they can act this way and get away with it. Well, you'll have a really good fucking video tomorrow of me getting arrested. So, I don't know, I'm gonna go to my car. I'm gonna pull my stuff together. Fuck this. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it just roll over me. I'm not gonna think about it. God, I'm sorry. This sucked. It fucking sucked. But, I don't know. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here, because I didn't have anybody else to talk to. And it just hurt me. I haven't been in jail cell in 13 years. And it was just fucked up. And I'm sorry. Like, I used to be hard, right? When I was a heroin addict, I was hard. I could deal with police. I could deal with jail. I could deal with buying drugs at 2 a.m. off the worst street in Philly. I was hard. But, like, all this time that I've been trying to get sober, and I just got 10 years sober, all I've been doing the last 10 years is just focusing on sobriety and keeping myself sober. So that's what I've been, just walk on top of me. Yeah, they are steps. I'm over here. Fucking assholes. Keep going. Fucking Karen, Darren. I'm sorry. I'm pissed now. I'm pissed. Now I'm going to the DMV and I'm going to be even worse. I'm going to fuck shit up. And have Allentown police come over there and we'll have this conversation again. And they could try to arrest me. Because you know what? I'm not going to be sad. This is a lawsuit. This is money in a year from now. And I'll tell you what, when I get the money, it's from our tax dollars. So I won't keep it and I won't spend it. I'll share it with you guys. That's what I'll fucking do. So in a year, when I win my lawsuit, because they just illegally arrested me, they put their hands on me, they searched my purse, they touched me. It was a female, but still, what the fuck? And like, then they had a detective come and talk to me and cop-splain for, I don't know, a half hour about what if you got a jury member? I have to watch your video. I either let him watch my video or they confiscate it. Are you fucking serious, dude? Like, okay, this is just my 18th audit. I still have no clue what I'm doing. And I'm learning as I go, and I'm just winging it. I know all the shit, like, no expectation of privacy and
Good afternoon, folks. Sorry to keep you waiting a few minutes. 45 years, the United States Supreme Court has recognized the college's freedom to decide how to build diverse student bodies and to meet their responsibility of opening doors of opportunity for every single American. In case after case, including recently, just as a few years ago in 2016, the court has affirmed and reaffirmed this view that colleges could use race not as a determinative factor for admission, but as one of the factors among many in deciding who to admit from a already qualified pool of applicants. Today, the court once again walked away from decades of precedent and as the dissent has made clear. The dissent states today's decision, quote, rolls back decades of precedent and momentous progress, end of quote. I agree with that statement from the dissent. The court has effectively ended affirmative action in college admissions. And I strongly disagree with the court's decision. Because affirmative action is so misunderstood, I want to be clear, make sure everybody's clear about what the law has been and what it has not been until today. Many people wrongly believe that affirmative action allows unqualified students to be admitted ahead of qualified students. This is not how college admissions work. Rather, colleges set out standards for admission, and every student has to meet those standards. Then and only then, after first meeting the qualifications required by the school, do colleges look at other factors in addition to their grades, such as race. The way it works in practice is this. Colleges first establish a qualified pool of candidates based on meeting certain grade, test scores, and other criteria. Then and only then, it is from this pool of applicants, all of whom have already met the school standards, that the class is chosen after weighing a wide range of factors, among them being race. You know, I've always believed that one of the greatest strengths of America, and you're tired of hearing me say it, is our diversity. But I believe that. If you have any doubt about this, just look at the United States military, the finest fighting force in the history of the world.
You're upset because now it's
A
equal.
model of diversity. And has not only made our nation better, stronger, but safer. I believe the same is true for our schools. I've always believed that the promise of America is big enough for everyone to succeed, and that every generation of Americans, we have benefited by opening the doors of opportunity just a little bit wider to include those who've been left behind. I believe our
So in other words, what they're saying is they don't think that they can accomplish it on their own without this.
colleges are stronger
It's more racist than I've ever heard of.
when they are racially diverse. Our nation is stronger because we are tapping into the full range of talent in this nation. I also believe that while talent, creativity, and hard work are everywhere across this country, not equal opportunity. It is not everywhere across this country. We cannot let this decision be the last word. We cannot let this decision be the last word. While the court can render a decision, it cannot change what America stands for. America is an idea unique in the world, an idea of hope and opportunity, possibilities, of giving everyone a fair shot, of leaving no one behind. We've never fully lived up to it, but we've never walked away from it either. We will not walk away from it now. We should never allow the country to walk away from the dream on which it was founded.
Gotta check in with the wife.
Opportunities for everyone, not just a few. We need to move that forward.
Oh, yeah.
Consistent with the law that protects diversity and expands opportunity. So today I want to offer some guidance to our nation's colleges as they review their admission systems after today's decision. Guidance that is consistent with today's decision.
Absolutely, it's yours.
They should not abandon, let me say this again, they should not abandon their
Does
student bodies.
what shift were you interested in?
Experience.
Second as well? Okay. Well, then we won't push the position over here because they only do days.
Take into account the adversity a student has overcome when selecting among qualified applicants. Let's be clear, under this new standard, just as was true under the earlier standard, students first have to be qualified applicants. They need the GPA and test scores to meet the school's standards. Once that test is met, then adversity should be considered, including students' lack of financial needs.
Pouch goes on the ground and goes into an animal feed container.
Families, whether in big cities or rural communities, getting an opportunity to go to college. For the poor kid,
One of the most common ones.
maybe the first in the
No big
family to
deal.
go to college.
All right,
Same grades
you want to get started?
and test scores as a wealthy kid. The whole family's gone to the most elite colleges in the country.
I have to have the third.
It's been a lot easier.
So
My daughter's
Kids
done
who
her
face tougher challenges
It'll work.
demonstrated more grit, more determination, and that should be a factor.
Gotcha.
Colleges should take into
Take
account.
care of that. So second shift,
They still
fifth.
do.
Now, do you know where the building
It
is?
also means examining where a student grew up.
Does he work there?
High school. It means understanding particular hardships.
It's right next to Paul's Collision.
including
Telegraph.
racial discrimination.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll let them know. I'll email them probably tomorrow, letting them know that you're going to be
Nothing in this opinion.
Okay. If you get any questions, direct deposit.
Oh, yeah, I have it.
Okay, I'll send you the direct deposit form. If you have problems with it, just let me know. All right.
But it's be it through discrimination or inspiration or otherwise. End of quote.
Inspiration.
Because the truth is, we all know it. Discrimination still exists in America. Discrimination still exists in America. Discrimination still exists in America. Today's decision does not change that. It's a simple fact. When a student had to overcome adversity on their path to education, college should recognize and value that.
Yeah, this is Anna's video. So please
Engines of expanding opportunity.
click on the link she dropped earlier and give it a like.
Too often, that's not the case. Statistics, one statistic. Students from the top 1% of family incomes in America.
This guy's a bungling idiot.
7 times more likely to get into elite college than one from the bottom 20% of family. 77% greater opportunity. Today, for too many schools, the only people who benefit from the system are the wealthy and the well-connected. The odds have been stacked against working people for much too long. We need a higher education
Not on
system
Rumble.
that works for everyone, from Appalachia to Atlanta and to far beyond. We can and must do better, and we will. Today, I'm directing the Department of Education.
That's all they have to do.
Analyze what practices help build a more inclusive and diverse team of bodies, and what practices hold that back. Practices like legacy.
Well, how many white people can get in black community?
Expand privilege instead of opportunity. Colleges and universities should continue their commitment to support, retain, and graduate their first students and classes. Companies who are already realizing the value of diversity should not use this decision as an excuse to turn away from diversity. We can't go backwards. I know today's court decision is a severe disappointment to so many people, including me. We cannot let the decision.
Yeah, it's disappointing to the racists.
We need to keep an open door of opportunities. We need to remember that diversity is our strength.
Nobody's closing any doors. Opportunities are still there. It's by merit now.
Is big enough for everyone to succeed. That's the work of my administration. And I'm always going to fight for that.
Well, we'll see how long your administration continues to last, buddy.
Helicopter out there, we're about to do an interview in New York. I'll be talking more about this live. Thank you very much, and we're going to have plenty of time to talk about this.
Yeah, you're going to be taking a nap and changing your diapers. What you going to do?
President Biden, the Congressional Black Caucus said the Supreme Court has thrown into question its own legitimacy. Is this a rogue court?
This is not a normal court.
Should there be term limits for the justices, sir?
There should be term limits for congressmen. Anti-collectivist, I guess.
In public and all that stuff. And I felt
If
at
Anna's
first
got
I
any
was
good
just
stuff
parrot,
really,
like
yeah.
repeating
I
words
think I've seen all
and
our
being
videos.
like just repeating, the things that I had to know. RAS and
Yeah, we
no
flushed them all.
station of privacy in public and lawful orders as opposed to not and lawful signs as opposed to not and what's harassment and what's not. And I tried to learn so much and I have, but I don't know. Okay, so I had my first arrest. And frauded or troll was wrong because it didn't happen on number 5. It happened for 18. And it was an illegal arrest. And you guys will see it tomorrow night. I do it tonight, but it's Thursday. So I got to get my ass to the DMV for my 3rd audit today. So I have lots of footage for you guys this weekend. And so, yeah, I was arrested. It happened. I'm going to delete this live because I'm going to feel so stupid crying. I just love, as soon as I saw your guys' comments and shit, I lost it and started crying. And I'm sorry. I got to
They
get
still
hard
are the
again.
Klan.
I really do. I got to let this shit just roll off me. Yeah, I'm at the Allentown courthouse. I did the Allentown City Hall, and nothing happened because the Long Island audit did them a year ago and educated them on the law, and absolutely nothing happened. And those videos don't get any views; they get like 4. So I deleted that one.
Don't
but
delete them.
Now
Then
we
you
have
lose
my
your
first
views.
arrest, and you guys will see it tomorrow night.
She needs to stop deleting her videos.
It's fucked up because people have said, "Why don't you come down to Philadelphia? Why don't you come down to Kensington and deal with real tyrants?" Well, guess what? I came to Allentown, and I found the fucking tyrants. Yay! My first arrest is over. That means my next arrest will be even easier. And you know who I'm going to talk to? The district attorney. I'm going to Allentown. I'm going to sue them for their illegal arrest. That's what I'm doing. So, if you guys know anybody that can help me as far as a lawyer, I will take it. Because I got to do something about this. They cannot put their hands on me and arrest me for no reason over an administrative order at a courthouse saying that I'm not allowed to film in courtrooms, in jury rooms. I'm not allowed to film there. I asked him, is this a public building or not? Can people walk into this building and walk around? Yes, they can, he said, but not on film, which is bullshit. It's not the law. He's wrong. I wish I could have taped the whole conversation.
Al Franken is fucking
He
monster.
gave me my phone so he could watch my fucking video and make sure that there were no jurors on my tape. I had to let him watch my video to get out of jail. A detective said, "Show me your video or else I delete it and confiscate your phone."
Yeah.
How fucked up is that? I'm fucked up over it. I hope you
We'll
guys
have
are
that
too.
in-
You'll see my arrest tomorrow. I'm going to the DMV. Now I'm angry.
Can't
You
trust
thought I was
me,
a Karen. You
see?
thought I was a bitch
Can't
before.
trust me,
Get
see?
ready. Because now I'm pissed the fuck off. And now it's on. And I told you. Tomorrow's
Like Donkey
audits
Kong.
will be brutal. So thank you for tuning in. I will watch all your comments before I delete my live. I always delete my live because I feel stupid. But yes, I'm suing Allentown.
She needs to not stop deleting her lives. Just unlist them.
That to make sure he heard, because that's what's happening. I'm suing Allentown
Tell her.
courthouse for illegally arresting me. I'm out. I'm going to the DMV next. Fuck this. Fuck them. I'm gonna be even harder. All right, love you guys. Peace. I will talk to you probably tomorrow. This was fucked up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the $2. That's awesome. I'm sorry I didn't notice it right away. I'm a mess. I gotta go to my car, have a drink of my iced tea, not a real drink, and pull it together, go to the DMV, and I'm done for today. But I love you guys. Peace. Yep. I just had my first arrest, and it sucked, and I cried like a little bitch. But that's that. I'm learning as I go. And everything that happens for a reason, and it teaches me something. So that's what I'm doing. You're goddamn right, love is the answer. I just don't know how to, do it. Doesn't peace seem so easy? It's like...
Yeah, I wasn't even
just don't get
subscribed
it.
to her
All right,
either.
I'm out
Yeah.
of here. I love you guys. You'll be able to watch my very first arrest.
I told her to
tomorrow.
stop deleting her
We'll see how
lives.
much I got because the bitch, the one officer, confiscated my phone and turned off my video for me. So there's a lot of things.
There isn't any right now on
This call
Investing.
is going to be very awesome, and I will keep you guys tuned in. Thank you for watching. I'm going to the Allentown DMV next. I probably shouldn't say that because there's probably pigs watching. But all right, love you guys. Peace out.
We have the opportunity to become the first one.
It's always so stupid ending these videos because it's like you end it, but you're still on here. And I'm such a mess. I look like shit. All right, peace out. If this ends ever.
Yeah, but they still have a government. It's not really necessary. I'm trying to find a video now. Okay, we'll go back to Anna's boyfriend.
It's bribery, evasion,
right?
Guns.
Sure. I mean, guns, I guess you could say in
That's a
some
bit
ways
druggy.
is slightly,
I gotta have some
connected.
drugs. I'm gonna need a gun. I ain't paying my taxes. I'm on drugs.
Yeah, but you know, when you're in a situation where, like it's being suggested, he's sitting with his father telling energy companies in China or Russia or wherever, or Ukraine, wherever it is, that they're going to need to pay them for this and that we've got the best access and the Bidens are the best at doing everything. That isn't a situation where we should be talking about the President of the United States. That's too when we talk about Donald Trump being murky and having these deals and having these documents, then we're talking about Biden, who's meant to be the complete opposite to that.
You're right.
This is a very murky and embarrassing situation.
It is murky.
And potentially illegal. I mean, I think that's what we're getting at. These
This is beyond murk. This is the law. Murk, that's just a thick liquid. A thick liquid or vapor. But this is the law. Listen, I know you're enjoying this on YouTube, and I bet you can't wait to see our take on YouTube taking down another RFK video. Thankfully, RFK is affiliated now with the Rumble family. Another video taken down. Soon, RFK and I are going to be mano a mano in combat of the body and mind, raising, I hope, a lot of money, particularly once I start my steroid program, in a pull-up contest. All money donated to his campaign. Got to support RFK. He's a truth teller. Anyway, we're going to be talking about this in more depth, but only on Rumble. I need you to click the link in the description right now. Join us over there where we're going to get into this in some depth, as a matter of fact. And there's going to be a lot of free speech, You're going to love it. So click the link. Join us over there right now. Now, RFK has been bloody well censored. This is an escalating attack. This is the censorship industrial complex. This is exactly what me, Matt Taibbi, and Michael Schellenberger are talking about on our show on Friday. You're not going to want to miss that. There are a set of unelected interests, some state, and still somehow they've bypassed democracy, some private, that plainly have an agenda. The EU are introducing laws that are going to allow them to ban Twitter unless Twitter comply. Fining Twitter and any social media platform for up to 6% of their turnover. That's undoable for a global corporation. They're hitting them right where it hurts, right up the minerals, right up the nuts. They cannot countenance that kind of loss. Even Elon Musk, a figure who's fighting for freedom of speech, I know many of you think that, let me know in the chat if you agree, let us know, all of you, let me know, is obviously unwilling to, he says, you know, if it's made law, Twitter will obey the law. And of course, a CEO of a country or a company, same thing these days, can't say, no, we're going to break the law. They're not actual freedom fighters.
No, especially if they're being, as you say, being threatened with being banned in the whole of Europe. I mean, that's a massive deal for Elon Musk.
But where do they get this power? Where do they get the power to ban whole corporations? Well, I don't remember voting for any of these people. I don't know. Maybe I've misunderstood something. Anyway, it's obviously RFK is a...
They're Mick Ross. They're pretty effective at making laws and rules.
How did they do that? A lot of those things weren't even legislative, weren't they? They were just regulatory, and they just sort of treated them like laws somehow. And all manner of measures were sort of introduced. Oh, we're going to be using this face scanning technology. Oh, we're just going to keep a record of your vaccines. Oh, it's just going to be helping you.
Yeah.
But we were cynical throughout.
The issue here with the EU thing's interesting is because it is a similar kind of thing to the pandemic. It's this emergency laws situation that's kind of being passed now. Emergency laws, this time on the internet. We've done emergency laws during the pandemic. We've done emergency laws with regard to the Ukraine war. That's how this spending is continuing despite the debt ceiling issue. And now we're seeing emergency laws being passed on the internet. And that's why Elon Musk is having to go along with it.
We're in a perpetual state of emergency. I suppose emergency is often the precursor to regulation. Once we're all terrified, once we're afraid, we often welcome authoritarianism. Let me talk to you a little bit about this, the video that's been taken down. It was an interview with
What? He's a former New York Post reporter.
So what does he say? The episode marked the launch of a podcast in which Kennedy, an environmental attorney and presidential aspirant for 2024, discusses an array of subjects from his meditation routine. Not his medication routine. That would have been much more
that
controversial.
would have been the problem. And that's actually the irony with this, is he wasn't talking, well, it seemingly wasn't talking about that.
How's he got that upper body strength? That's what I want to know. I'm not going to yield to him in this pull-up contest. His meditation routine to his ambition of overhauling federal health agencies. That would be a bit more of a problem. Sure. And the Democratic Party. That's going to be an issue. The conversation traversed numerous topics. Other issues covered included handling environmental concerns and the middle class, because I suppose ultimately this is what's fascinating. As these centralist and authoritarian forces further coalesce, it's not just going to be what once were regarded as vulnerable demographics that are penalized. It's increasingly going to be a situation where, unless you are directly participating in the elite establishment, either as one of those institutions, a high-up member of it, or one of their bureaucratic assistants or aides, they're
Give you some
coming to you.
badges,
I remember
Anna.
when Greenwald said that thing, that this is no longer the time of the plutocrat philanthropist throwing dollar bills from their limo as they pass. Now they're doubling down with AI and RoboCop dogs and preparing for a time of draconian control. And you can see that bureaucratically. You can see that in new laws that are being introduced around protest, the ability to surveil, the ability to censor. That's why this censorship industrial complex show that we've done, me, Matt Taibbi, and Schellenberger, is important. I believe we've got a graphic for that. Can we just see that briefly? A bit of a graphic. This is it. Oh, should we have it? It's not animated. Is it still? It's animated. Let's have a look at this. But before we see this, if you don't know about bad graphics, Jack, he's a very bright young man. I like him a great deal, actually, on a personal level. I love our young team of brilliant young creators. But you cannot vouch for the quality of their work. You just cannot. Let's have a look at this now. Censorship Industrial Complex. Again, no color palette, no consistency of graphic design, sort of the odd introduction of that beat, no animation. Extraordinary stuff, really, but nevertheless, it's some great, we've got some great stuff coming up. This just like we'll just finish off on you don't be hurt by it.
No,
I'm
just I don't know what to say anymore.
Kennedy made noteworthy remarks concerning censorship. We're back to the Kennedy interview now, a topic he himself encountered on platforms such as Instagram and YouTube. He opined that if elected he would engage with TikTokers to explore ways to put an end to what he perceives as the un-American practice of censorship. RFK is a person I will be texting directly about our Taibbi and Schellenberger special. Also, I want to get inside his head a little bit before the pull-up competition.
With literal regard to what Matt Taibbi from there, something he mentioned that him and Mark Schellenberger started was this virality project, which he is talked about a lot, this cross-platform information sharing program led by Stanford University. So this was relating to RFK, as we've just been talking. The Virality Project, if a person told a true story about someone developing myocarditis after getting vaccinated, even if that person was just telling a story, even if they weren't saying the shot caused the myocarditis, the Virality Project just saw that post that may promote hesitancy. So this content was true, but politically categorized as anti-vax and therefore misinformation on
I like it too.
Essentially, that's what's happening now. When you get a situation where RFK, it doesn't seem to matter what he says anymore, he's been put in that box of this is untrue and therefore he needs to be removed.
What's in the box? What's in the box? Well, in the case of RFK, almost everything he says is deemed to be put in the box marked censored, as we've just discussed. We'll be talking about that more with Schellenberger and Taibbi on Friday. You're not going to want to miss that. It streams live at the usual times. Hey, what's in that other box? What's in the Trump boxes? What is he rifling through like a little old garden, like a...
Look at this.
Get back on the grill. Yeah, for my shit, son. My shit better be hot. I'll smack the shit out.
Is this any way to behave?
What's my name?
Can we show a little decency and form a neat single file line in front of the register?
Oh, hurry up!
Excuse me?
Can't photograph this building. Please put your phone away.
Why am I not allowed to photograph this
County
building?
Correctional Facility. Please.
All right,
put
how
your phone
close
away.
you guys gonna come to me?
Ma'am.
Please don't do that. And yes, I'm gonna get upset when I have a dude behind me. For what? What do you think I'm gonna do? And how many? Could I have your name? I want everybody's name in with badge. Whoever you are, tell me, please.
Ma'am, back away from the canine, please.
Why? What will happen?
Get away from the canine.
Sure.
Back away.
How many feet do I have to be away?
More. Back away.
Okay. How far
Keep
do you want me
going.
to go?
Keep going.
But you're gonna put your dog on me? Dude, who are you?
Away from the canine.
How many feet do you want me to be away? 100? If you ever wanted to be an actor, now you got it. Keep rolling your eyes, dude. Maybe you'll find a brain back there. I guess you guys just enjoying the show, huh? Awesome. You guys are so cool. I can't believe you and him, Christian, Jay Christian, right there, Bucks County Men's Prison. C. Brown, Bucks County Men's Prison. Jay Stewart. And I don't want to get too close to the dog. Clayton. Can I have your name too, please?
Get away from the door, man. Back away.
Sorry.
Get away from the
Keep
door.
forgetting that he's
Ma'am.
there. I'm
Back
sorry.
Back up. Pass
Maybe
that
you
sign.
shouldn't have a canine
Ma'am,
for a
back
camera.
up. Ma'am.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Vico Radio. This is audit number 10 at Bucks County Correctional Facility for Men. Let's take a look around the building.
All right.
Yeah, I remember this area at the women's prison. It's so scary seeing those wires at the top. There's no way out. It sucks. I'm allowed to do this by the law. Excuse me?
You can't photograph this building. Please put your phone away.
Excuse me?
You can't photograph this building. Please put your phone away.
Why am I not allowed to photograph this
County
building?
Correctional Facility. Please
All right,
put
how
your phone
close
away.
you guys gonna come to me?
Ma'am.
Please don't do that.
Ma'am.
Please don't do that, sir.
Ma'am, please turn your phone off.
If you could explain to me why I have to.
This is a correctional facility.
Correct.
Please take and turn your phone off.
Is this not a public area that I'm in?
Ma'am, please
I
turn
checked
the phone
before I
off.
came. This is public property. I do not
Ma'am,
do this.
Please turn the phone off.
Sir, I'm not going to turn the phone. Can you please call supervisor?
Ma'am, I am the supervisor.
I need your supervisor then, sir.
Ma'am, please turn the phone off.
Can you please call a supervisor? I know it's
Ma'am.
part of your policy
Ma'am,
to
please
call
turn
a
the phone off.
supervisor when I
I am
request
the
one.
supervisor, ma'am.
There's a supervisor above you that will
Ma'am.
know the law.
Turn the
Are
phone
you
off,
law
please.
enforcement?
Ma'am, please turn the phone off.
Are you law enforcement, sir?
12 to 11.
This is a constitutionally protected activity.
You're entering a place where you're not supposed to be at.
I'm not entering
This is the
anywhere.
employee
If
parking
this is
lot, ma'am.
restricted,
This
it
is a
would have a
restricted area. This
gate
is the
around
employee
it,
parking
sir.
lot, ma'am.
Can
This
you
is
guys
the
please
employee
stop
parking lot,
walking
ma'am.
up on me? Please stop getting so close to me,
This is
please.
the employee
I'm
parking
a
lot,
female.
ma'am.
I'm a rape survivor.
Ma'am.
Please don't come close to me.
Ma'am,
I did not break the law.
Ma'am,
I'm not doing
you need to
anything
turn
wrong,
your phone
sir.
off and exit the property.
I want to speak to
Ma'am,
your
I
supervisor,
am the
please.
supervisor, ma'am.
Then I think you should call
Ma'am.
law enforcement because you have no authority over me. I'm
Ma'am.
not in jail.
Ma'am, you need to leave the property.
No, I do not.
Ma'am,
This
you
is a
need to leave the property.
constitutionally protected activity, sir. According to
Copy,
the
thank
First
you.
Amendment, I have the right to free press, free speech,
Ma'am,
freedom
please
of
turn your
religion,
phone off.
freedom of peaceful protest. When I don't like what you're saying, I can challenge it.
Ma'am, please turn
I'm
your
a
phone
political
off.
activist. I will not turn my phone off because it's not a
Ma'am,
it's
please
not. I'm
exit
not
the
breaking the
property.
law.
Ma'am, please exit the
You guys can
property.
keep walking.
Thank you,
up on
everybody
me.
who's been following
Better
MK.
stop.
Ma'am, please exit the property.
Thousands of people are watching.
Ma'am, please exit the
Don't
property.
you want Bucks County to
Ma'am.
look good?
Please exit the property.
Yeah, I know.
How many times are you going to
I know what you
repeat
mean.
that?
Ma'am, please turn your phone off and
I know
exit the
you're used to
property.
people just doing whatever you want, but I know my
Ma'am.
rights, sir. You have no authority over me, sir. This is a public parking
Ma'am,
lot
This is a
that people
restricted
come
area.
into so they can
This
visit
is
their
a staff
people in
parking lot.
prison.
This is
It
not
does-
a public parking
If
lot.
it was restricted with a
There is
gate,
signage
it
down
would
here.
be
Prison
restricted.
guard.
I checked the signage. No guns.
Please turn your phone off and exit the area.
Absolutely not. Please call a supervisor or law enforcement.
Ma'am, please exit the property.
This is not a private property.
Ma'am, please exit the property.
That's not a lawful order, sir. I follow lawful orders. And you're not law enforcement, and I'm not in jail. I'm not one of those inmates that you can treat like crap. You guys gotta check yourself. That ain't right. Did you see how they walked up on me? Two men with guns walking up on a female, and thousands of people are watching? This is how you represent Bucks County Correctional Facility? That the kind of job you want to do? Yeah, it makes me upset. You don't do that. You don't walk up on a female and keep pushing and pushing. What is wrong with you? And you're behind and you're flanking me? You guys are crazy. You're not a property.
Hi.
Norm?
Yes.
I'm Brandon.
I will not exit. Law
Well,
enforcement
please.
will educate
I'd like to
you on
get
the
you.
law,
We're
sir.
waiting for you. Hey, welcome.
Yeah, I wasn't able to.
Say it as many times as you want. You could keep walking up behind me and trying to intimidate me like you're doing, but I'm not going anywhere.
While you're here, if you need to jump on the Wi-Fi, the password.
2, 3, 4.
You've never worked with us
4
before?
COs that think they have authority over me. Why? How's that you going to repeat yourself,
Let me
dude?
just check. 'Cause a lot of times folks are in our system and they don't even realize what you asked for.
I am not in prison, sir. I'm not one of those men that you can treat like crap.
Well, I just moved to the road.
Okay. Well, I mean, we have offices all over the country. So.
I want law enforcement to be
Right.
around because you have no authority
Okay.
over me. And when
You have your
they
ID
get
and stuff
here,
with you?
they'll educate you on the law. This is a constitutionally protected activity. How about we read some case law? You want to do that? Turner versus Lieutenant Driver. 848 F3D 678 5th Circuit Court 2017. We're allowed to film the police. We're allowed to film people that are paid with our tax dollars to see what kind of job they're doing. And you guys just failed the First Amendment.
I'm going to bring it actually after today. I'll let you go for the next week. Kind of take some vacation.
The American Civil Liberties
I wanted to
Union
give you
versus
the day before. It's no big deal.
FD3 583 7th Circuit Supreme Court 2017. I can go on. I know what I'm doing. And yes, I'm going to get upset when I have a dude behind me for what? What do you think I'm going to do? And how
yeah, it's going to be on the paperwork.
I want everybody's name with badge. Whoever you are, tell me. Aren't you supposed to identify when a member of the public asks you, sir, according to your policy? No? You're a right here kind of guy, right? Yeah, right here. That's great. What's your badge number? Or employee number? Oh, you don't answer questions now, but I'm supposed to, right? You do understand that you have no jurisdiction over me. I'm not in prison, sir. I haven't broken the law and I will not break the law. Haven't been arrested and I'm not starting today. I can't even believe this. Who are you?
So there's 2 shifts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? What happened?
First shift goes from 5 a.m. to 3
Sir,
p.m.
how many feet do I have to be away?
From 3 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay, how far do you want me to go?
Now,
But you're gonna put your dog on me? Dude, who are you?
we did just the main facility where those hours are over at our location on Telegraph. Okay. Yeah, that's a much more modern facility.
Okay, 1,
This-
2, 3, 4.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. We just had it open and come up in this building here, and it's for sanitation.
And if they're treating a female this way, how the hell are they
Pays the
treating
same.
me?
The hours are a little bit better. They're 8-hour shifts Monday through Friday.
Gonna see.
All right. If you want, I'm going to have you talk. I'll have you talk to our quality manager when we get done. Sorry.
Over and over.
He likes to talk to any of the new
You
ones.
think you're gonna break down my
I just hired somebody Monday. She came in Monday,
You never watch
Tuesday,
YouTube, huh?
and that
You
way
guys
we
don't watch
haven't seen
YouTube,
it.
you don't watch
She won't even
Roblox,
respond.
you
So I'm
don't
like, you know what?
watch First Amendment audits, you guys aren't.
Well, I'm not sure.
Law.
I mean, she actually texted me
I know you got lots of
yesterday and said,
downtime, you don't watch
she had a
YouTube.
family emergency. That's why she wasn't coming in.
Okay.
But it hasn't responded to
Will now,
anything.
because you guys just became stars.
Actually, in the same text, she said
You
she
ever
would
wanted to
be.
be
She
an
said, but I will be in tomorrow, and
Now
she
you got it.
showed up today.
Keep rolling
Won't
your
answer her
eyes,
phone,
dude.
so I'm
Maybe
like,
you'll find a
"Let
brain
me need you quick." And it's it's something that position that I wanted to get filled before I went on vacation. So
Awesome.
talk to
You
John.
guys are so cool. I can't believe you
Oh, you're close to here too.
Christian,
Yeah.
J. Christian,
I'm
right
on
there, Bucks
Okay, you're
County,
close to.
Ben's Prison, C. Brown, Bucks County, Ben's Prison, J. Stewart, and I don't want to get too close to the dog.
How far would the Telegraph location be?
It's not far. It's
I'll take off my glasses
a mile from here at the most. Yeah, it's just south on Telegraph. And some days they may want to use you over there.
Sir, can I have your name too, please?
Get away from the door, man. Back away.
Sorry,
Get away from the
I
door.
keep forgetting he's there. I'm sorry.
Back up.
You shouldn't
Back
have a canine for a
back
camera.
up. Ma'am,
What are you gonna
back
do?
up.
Tackle me with your dog?
Ma'am, back away.
You guys wanna call a lawsuit?
Ma'am,
Oh,
back
I will
away,
sue
please.
Bucks County, dude. You better back
Ma'am,
up
please
and
back
check
away.
yourself. Who are you? Are you law enforcement?
Get away from the door.
I'm not near the dog. Everyone, look how many feet I'm away from him and the dog. Are you serious? How many feet do you want me to be away, sir?
Okay, I'm gonna have you slide over to that computer right there.
Yes, you do. You have no authority to exert over me. Smiling and happy, unless you tell
I'm
me
connected to it too, so I can help you skip over parts that we're not going to need to do. Just keep in mind, the internet's nice and fast here, but these computers are dinosaurs. So when you click, it should have taken a minute to respond. Okay. All right. Start by clicking the mobile application.
Is this how you treat women?
Ma'am, you're free to exit the property.
Is this how you treat your wife? I'm waiting for law enforcement to come, sir. I don't want them to think I'm running away. Plus, I need them to educate you on the law, so this doesn't happen again. Just like they did at Percy and Quakertown libraries. Wow, now they allow filming.
Ma'am,
This is a constitutionally protected right, sir. A government installation that any citizen who pays taxes and is part of free press is allowed to come in and see what kind of job y'all are doing. And you just showed me, you guys suck. Do you know how many people are going to complain? Do you know how many people are going to call you guys? And you?
Monroe. OH Monroe.
Dog? For a camera? And I didn't get upset until all 5 of you surrounded me. How do you want me to?
No, you don't want it to. It's going to save everything you punch in.
What do you want to do to me right now, dude? Do you get excited before an arrest? You like treating those inmates bad, huh? I bet you do. I could see that tyrant in your eyes, dude. I can't even imagine what your wife has to go through. I feel bad for her. I feel bad for your dog if you have. You do have one. I feel bad for your dog. No one answers questions, huh? But I'm supposed to. Emergency services, huh? I'm glad we have them. Do you guys have body cams? No? Thank God I have a camera because the camera doesn't lie.
In the basket there.
Hello, sir. May I have your name and badge number, please? Please. I'm photographing.
Let me go. I'm going to talk to John real quick upstairs while you're getting things ready. Make sure he's going to have a few moments to talk to you when we're done.
Brown and that guy over there came up and wouldn't stop walking up on me. I'm not going to do it to you because I wouldn't disrespect you that way, but kept getting closer and closer and closer and telling me to turn off my camera, that I'm not allowed to do this. He just has a dog out here for a camera, for a constitutionally protected activity. And I told him, if law enforcement comes, you will educate them on the law, just like Percy, Richland, Quakertown, just like they all did. They know the law. Leonardo DiCaprio, he can't stop cameras, right? Why can't I? And they have millions of cameras. What's wrong with me filming?
Oh, yeah, give me
People
a minute.
want to
Talk
see
to
this.
them and see where we stand.
Thank you. Oh, sir, do you have your body cam on?
I don't have one, maybe.
Oh, that's awesome. Your sign? My tax dollars paid for
But he's
it.
going to come over here and talk to you. It doesn't matter which carrier you pick. But you do have to pick one.
Don't forget about these
To get to the next page.
Your name badge. Oh, you're a right here guy? You have so many cousins that I'll say the same thing. Are you guys related? What's your badge number, sir? What if someone didn't know how to read who was watching, like a disabled vet?
Well, you would say, sir, I don't know how to read, and I would tell you.
Really, it's not part of your
Actually, you're
policy
gonna
to
skip this
identify when
portion.
asked by a member of the public? Huh?
Full uniform.
Yes, aren't you supposed to identify? See, if I was an officer, I would have my name on my back. Like,
It's actually, when you fill it out, it creates one. It's pretty cool the way it works. So, yeah, go ahead.
here to disrespect you. I don't not like the police. I love police. I just don't like bad police. This is a public park. It's not here. Can you show me?
Want to walk down there and I'll show you?
Yeah. Could you? If I just
Yeah, it's just what your availability is basically for any type of job in general.
They ask you to avoid filming any of their security factors, which
right.
If you don't know what they are, then you wouldn't know.
Okay.
So,
you want me and the officer? Yeah, me and the officer to back up, not just me, sir.
yeah, so you're fine.
Thank
As long
you.
as you stay in the public area, you're good.
You're gonna get 1,000 calls about how awesome you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Pennsylvania State Constable came in to check things out. Wow. Okay. So you guys are educated on the law now? Are you not going to throw your dog on me, sir? No? I know, because you're such a big man. I really appreciated the way you guys treated me. I can't wait till people see it. This is a million
Okay,
views.
actually,
Fucking
you do have
video.
experience there?
Sorry.
Good. I'm just gonna keep that in
So,
mind.
you know our rights.
That part of that system, that's why I have a few, because there's parts of it that aren't working
Yeah.
right. So I'm just gonna let you skip.
There's nothing.
But I'm gonna let
ashamed
our person know,
to learn
or
something
at the other
new.
facility, that if sometimes
You
if
guys are the law
they need
now.
you, they
That's
can
great.
use you for that as
Now
well.
you don't have to have 6 officers come out and waste
Sure.
resources for a camera, right? Or are you guys just like, she's an a-hole and we hate people who do this? And because like that's the vibe I'm getting. If I had my car in here, would you try to like tow that too? Anyways, all right, guys. Bucks County Correctional Facility, the men's prison. And this is what you get greeted with if you have a camera. Ugh. Thank you for all of your performances. I really appreciate getting to know Bucks County laws.
Assistance for what exactly?
Let me see. Yeah, if you have a food card or something like that, or if you any type of assistance, like government assistance or anything like that. And basically, we get a tax credit if we hire people that are on that. It doesn't affect your chances of getting hired. Hi.
From Norm.
Yes.
Right. A couple guys at our house come here and apply for it working.
It's not too late. Go ahead and have a seat. Did you have your ID and stuff with you? All right. Oops. She did.
What up, Ryan? Hey, bro.
Why were you going to criticize it?
Come on in.
Yeah, I think my wife picked up the shirt.
Oh, sure. It's like Tony Soprano shirt. Do you have your social media too?
I do not.
You have it though?
I don't.
Do you have a birth certificate?
I have a copy of. Actually, I have a copy of that in the car.
Grab it?
Yeah.
I will scan it.
Yep.
Nitrogen peroxide. There you go, Ryan. Something for you to research. Encyclopedia Britannica. Encyclopedia Holzinger. I hear a lot of people are starting to feel sick. Yeah, and dying. Yep.
Exit.
Let me see if I can yes.
Did you give some pass, Doc, because of all the smoking shit? What up, Lenny? Welcome in.
Yeah, you're not quite done on the computer. I got to load some electronic forms for you to fill out.
I did smell that plastic burning smell too. That's crazy.
Just gotta load some forms for him real quick, and I'll
Welcome in, bro.
be right back with you.
Yeah, I know, Ferb. I lost power. There's no power in my house right now. I gotta get me a backup generator for sure. It's 89 degrees here in Minneapolis. We got 294 miles to my fuel stop. Well, Dreamy, I've got a small generator, but I need some for the whole house. Because in the summer is when more of your blackouts are going to happen in their AC. So,
Okay, Brendan. Click on employee login and log back in.
make sure y'all are smashing that like button. You already have. I appreciate you. If you haven't, damn you. I'm kidding.
Which house are you at?
The one right there. Smith.
8th Street. Oh, Smith.
Smith Street with Ryan and Brian.
Yeah, I stopped at the first truck stop before I started my live. Got me some coffee.
Have you worked out there before? Have you worked with us before?
With Impact? Or with, I'm not sure. I don't remember if it was
Also-
Impact or if it was Phoenix, or I don't remember sure what it was. I think it was Impact. I think Impact's the one who sent me to Premiere. Or it might have been Phoenix then.
Our insurance company won't let us hire for them.
Really?
Yeah.
That happened?
It's just there are too many injuries. It's
Oh,
unsafe
Premiere's-
environment.
Premiere's crazy. Even when I work there, it's so fast paced, so, you know what I'm saying? They're on your butt. It's like, oh, they move
Yeah,
so
they
fast.
called us about 2 years ago to start hiring for them, and I went out and did an inspection, and our workers' comp insurance said, nope, we won't cover you if you guys hire for that place. Okay. Okay. What you're looking at, Brandon, is the employee portal, okay? This is where you'll go to check your pay stubs and stuff. What you want to check on now is where it says e-documents. And then the green button there, it says Employee Start Wizard. You just maximize that. Start doing those forms. I've got your handbook over here already printed out. Some more folders.
Am I a Boy Scout? I was. Unless you're talking to someone else. Hamburger and pancakes? Yeah, those two don't really go together, Lenny. What the hell is wrong with you, boy? I was prepared. No. I never said that.
Oh, it's you. Okay. Up on top, Brandon, where it says other names, put N/A. Also for apartment number. For some reason, those two blanks have to be filled on that form.
If you want to write my social security number down, I can do that too.
No, that's all. It's either or.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you know it, that you're the one that'll be filling it out. So.
Refresh, Ryan. Refresh. Not breaking up
Luckily,
on
that was
my
in the
end.
car. It said luckily that was in the car.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
My birth certificate, yeah.
Yep. It's always good to have a copy of it.
I didn't even know it was in there, so I was looking through and cleaning all the stuff that my sister was using on.
Ah.
And I was like, huh. Wonder how long that's been in there.
A hamburger and a breakfast muffin.
What was that? An ID or a driver's license? Was it chauffeur's license?
I also have work history in the past where I used to drive like 20 cents for a truck for Next Incorporated, which were subcontracted things.
Okay. You seen those new Amazon vehicles?
Yeah, the ones with the light all the way around.
Yeah.
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 Them look different. I tell you what.
They do.
I'm not sure if you need a chauffeur to drive one of those.
I don't think so. I was wondering if they were electrical or something. I don't
They
see
might
any
be.
exhaust.
Knowing Amazon,
Yeah.
and you know what I'm saying, how big of a company it is, it might be.
Yeah, hamburgers and muffins don't go together. Now you can take a donut and make a hamburger out of that, but
Yeah, anything would probably be easier than the last job I had. I was working in a steel mill out in West Virginia.
Oh, wow.
That was fun.
We actually hired for a steel mill up in near Romulus, but nobody ever lasts long there.
I worked at the West Virginia. I worked 2 months, came back, went back, worked 3 more months, came back, and just kind of fell off and got arrested. And
I get it, man. No worries.
you know,
You have an active agent here?
yeah, dude.
Who is it?
Alvarado.
Let them know that we got you started, and they know my email. So
Okay.
It's a she, right?
I have her cell phone number, but I do not have. I do have her email in the car.
No, I have it. I have it. Yeah, I communicate pretty well with all the POs around there. So a lot of times they'll reach out to me just to make sure you're showing up and stuff like that. So
that's fine.
Are you working with Carrie over at Mission Works at all?
Nope, I haven't stopped it. This is the first place I stopped.
Well, I mean,
Brian, and said, come right
do you
down.
have steel toe boots?
I do not.
Okay, she can help you get them. Is what I'm trying to say. So, especially if you're on probation, we'll probably have to reach out to Alvarado and have her do a referral over there. She can get you boots. She can get you white T-shirts, and your pair of jeans. So.
I have a couple white people.
Go ahead.
Is it a must for the steel toe boots?
It is, or shoes. Yeah.
I used to have a pair of spray high pressure hose steel work boots, but it was Kevlar, the whole
No, I
nine.
get it.
Somebody stole them.
I had a question on this.
The federal form?
The withholding one.
Yeah.
They changed it last time.
Yeah, you're right. So do you just claim yourself or do you have a dependent that you claim to?
Well, I have a son, but I don't claim him, but
Mhm.
I used to claim like 3.
And you can do a version of that.
I would get my money on my check instead of.
No, I get it. That's how I do mine too. I actually overclaim just because I don't like to give the government my money and then have to beg for it back.
Exactly.
That's what a tax return is. You're begging for your own money back. So I would put about, yeah. I mean, you may end up, if you're not good with it, you may end up owing a little bit at tax time, but okay, then that what you do? You do 4,000 there. This is 3. Okay. And you already signed it. Good. Yep. You're good. The rest of it's just a worksheet.
You did
Yep. Because it's automatically assuming you're claiming yourself, and then it's 2,000 apiece for the 2 additional people. So you're good. Go all the way to the bottom. Click next. And you're going to get on right up. Okay. Okay, and this is just the state version of the same. You do not have to put a number here. We will say yes here. Then just put today's date because they won't let you put a future date.
So we can start today.
No. That's already started. Well, you couldn't make it over there by 3:30, so.
That goes on a bun, not a muffin, Claiborne.
Okay, so where it says 6,
Go bigger, the
number
muffin
6
boy
there,
wants
yeah, that's
fucking
where you would
muffins
put your
and
3.
cheeseburgers.
The state is the old way, so yeah.
That was it, first, second, and third shift.
There's only 2 shifts. First shift goes from 5 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. They're 10-hour shifts.
Okay.
And then the second shift goes from 3:30 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay.
So either one.
Second shift.
Okay.
Same shift with Ryan and Brian.
Okay.
It's probably easier to help me, figure out the ropes, and if I can be put with them, that'd be fantastic. In the same building and the same crew, or
Gotcha.
however that works.
Well, they're 4 days a week, so they stagger what day off you're going to have.
Okay.
It's Monday through Friday, but you're going to have a day off in there somewhere. So hopefully they can try and Carrie's the one who does the scheduling though. Okay. All right. So where they say pending review, it just means I have to do my portion. So you're good to go there. We'll log you out. Have you slide over to the gray table there, and have Devin slide over to the computer.
All right, I'll check it out.
Let me see.
Not right now, though.
Yeah, I did. They're going to call him over. We got some little bit of paperwork to do too, though. All right, doesn't look like you're in there. So click on where it says mobile application. You just go from there. Yeah, he's over at the other facility, but I had one told him to give him a call. And these pages, mostly rules, we consent to do background if we need to, which we don't initially, and we consent to do a drug screen, which we don't need to do initially. Then there's some rules in there, and a copy of the job description, which I give you a copy of as well. It's a drop-down menu, just the Monroe, because we're part of the Monroe, Ohio region. So yeah, it's H Monroe.
C14, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man.
All right. No. Only if you were on your own device. That way you don't want to save in your information. So, all right, let's get you guys something else to watch. Ooh. Watch Premiere. Second.
Welcome back. We're going to be taking a look at an incident that occurred at the Daytona Beach Shores Police Department. The police department is headed by Director Michael Fowler. He's a longtime police officer that rose up the ranks and now became essentially their chief. In all the years that I've been an activist, this is one of the biggest cover-ups I have ever seen in my entire time doing this. I do, however, still believe that there are officers out there that are still trying to do good. They uphold the law and they honor their oath and uphold the Constitution. Police officers who wish to remain anonymous came forward to me and provided information about this incident. If it wasn't for them, nothing would have been done. Nothing would have been known. And even though they did, it seemingly doesn't appear that anything was done. So after getting a tip that 2 officers were disciplining their child, and on one instance, one of the officers handcuffed the child and then placing him in a jail cell, I decided to go to the Shores Police Department to try and gather information. And right off the bat, there's a roadblock. This is one of the records supervisors or custodians, and take a listen.
Yes, I was going to see if I could find out information about a public records request that was done. I am getting some information that 2 police officers with your agency here locked a child into a jail cell. And I wanted to find out who requested that information for the body or for the footage.
Who requested it?
Yeah.
We don't know who it was. It was just kind of a random email.
Yeah, I want to get the copy of the email whenever it's available.
Okay, let me, I have to check on this. It's a whole big situation.
This is a big situation? Yeah.
It doesn't
Do you
matter
have
what's
a
first.
PIO that
I don't
can
know why I
speak to you
even
about
asked that anymore. The service doesn't need it, but you do have to answer
Who was the
something.
PIO?
So just answer anything. It doesn't matter.
Okay, let me,
I'll be on here. Thank you.
In the headlines, there are other instances where were locked in bathrooms or closets. The teachers were arrested.
And
We're going to skip this.
the city clerk
Uh-huh.
for a request like that.
Are you guys not a public records custodian?
But request
There you
for
go.
report, they go through the city clerk.
I'm doing it here in person with you right now.
It has to go through the city clerk.
You've received my request, is that right? I can give you my email address. Don't scoff at me.
I'm sending.
I'm a
Why do you keep repeating that?
because I'm a citizen and I'm bound by the laws under Florida Statute 119 that says if you receive it, you have to accept it. I don't have to do a wild.
I would fill it after I was notified from the city clerk.
The city clerk told you that? Where's the city clerk at?
She's at City Hall.
Well, like I said, this is where it starts. She sends me on a wild goose chase over to the city hall when she routinely accepts records. But maybe because of the sensitivity of this, they're going to have just the clerk take care of it. But as soon as I leave here, I immediately go to city hall. And guess what? The clerk's not there.
So that you can fulfill it and you can send it to her if you'd like to. That's more than welcome. I mean, I don't need to go down to every place. Do you guys have a custodian of record here?
Custodians.
A designee?
And I'm the records clerk.
So you're a designee to the clerk? Okay,
And
then
then
you should
next
be able
on
to
this
take this.
page.
I was told to send you to the city.
Just click
It's
next.
under state statute. All right. So my email is James Madison Audits, AUDITS, at gmail.com.
Okay.
And do you have a spokesperson here that would
You're gonna
want
get a
comment on
copy of
what's
that as
going
well.
on with this?
It would probably be the director, but he's not here right
It's
now.
all the last
And
page
that's,
of your handbook
what's his
has
name?
that.
He's new, right?
Yeah, Michael Fowler.
Fallon, that's it.
No
And
worries.
let me ask you, I guess there's an IA going on. That's why you said this is a big deal. I hope. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. What is up, everybody? We're here at Daytona Beach City Hall, Daytona Beach Shores City Hall. They wanted me to come in here to the clerk's office, apparently. Oh, excuse me.
Hey, what's going on, Mark?
Oh, man, not much. I heard you're in a meeting, but hey, I just got a tip or something like that. I don't know if you want to make a comment on it, about 2 police officers that were put their kid in a jail cell.
Yeah, I got no comment now, but
Is an
you can
IA
go upstairs and get that.
Is there an IA active?
Well, I couldn't comment if there was.
You can. The state statute allows you. The details of the IA. There's not one? Oh, my gosh. All right.
Well, you heard it there first. There wasn't an IA. This incident occurred sometime at the beginning of October, right around the 5th and 6th. An internal affairs investigation is generally done immediately after learning that there's some violation. According to the clerk that we
That
previously
would be
spoke with,
through,
she said this was kind of
like,
a big
job
deal. Just
training.
shortly after that, Director Fowler issued memos to both of the subjects involved, indicating them that they were under investigation. And the policy violation was for 5.15, and it states, employees shall not commit any act or crime defined by state or federal law as a felony, whether chargeable or not. Since the department won't release anything, we don't know what crime they're alleging they committed.
Yes, sir. How can I
I got to try and get up to the clerk's office, do a records request.
I'm sorry, you're trying to get where?
City clerk's office.
She may be at lunch.
They just told me to come over here just a second
I'm
ago.
sorry?
They just told me to come over here from the
You
police
don't need that
department.
number for anything either. Just click done. Close.
That is her office phone number.
And then next.
All right.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Send, either contact her and leave a message, or you can send her an email.
Yeah, they told me to come over here because she told the police department that I need to come over here to do the records request. So
Okay, I apologize. I don't know why she's not in her office.
is there anybody in there that could take the request?
She's the one who handles it. She's the city clerk.
Makes sense. All right. I appreciate it.
So another day, I decided to head to the police department to get further information.
At the PIO that is handling all this, and that you need to contact her for information, Nancy Maddox. So he's unable to come down and talk to you, but he says that he can talk to you.
Where's Nancy Maddox at?
He's over at the community center.
At the community center.
The exit.
So she's the PIO for the PD.
Our public information officer.
Perfect. Okay. All right.
All right, now I'm going to load some forms.
And naturally, I head over to this location over here, and I'm met with more roadblocks and lies.
Miss Maddox was over in this building over here.
She's not here right now. She left for a meeting.
All right.
Is there a message I can take?
No, I'll hang out here until she's back sometimes.
Oh, well, she won't be back for, I know, till about 2.
Cool. It's air conditioned. I'll hang out over here. I'll be over here.
Okay.
I appreciate it. You know what meeting she's at?
No, I don't.
Can I do a request for you to see her calendar?
I don't have her calendar.
Who does? Do you know?
Sherry
Schwab?
Schwab would have all public documents.
Do you know what time she left or when she left?
She left at 10 o'clock.
All right. Sounds good. I appreciate it.
Okay.
And I think you're probably saying the same thing. This is a big runaround, right? And you heard that background noise right. She did not want me going up these elevators. This is a community center, and upstairs is the public information office. Now, this request to her was done in March, 5 months after the initial request.
PIO for the incident with Long in Schronbrod. I just didn't know if you had any information for that.
I don't yet.
Okay.
So any information you might need right now, you need to go to the city clerk.
Okay. And then
Public records.
you were with her that day that I was out at the restaurant, right? I think I saw you there, you and her together in Daytona Beach, on Beach Street.
Maybe.
It was lunch. I don't know. It was just a coincidence.
been.
Okay, I just didn't know. From the lady down in front said you were in a meeting at this point in
I
time.
just got out.
Did you? What kind of meeting was it?
It was a phone call meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was a Zoom meeting.
She said it was going to be till 2 o'clock.
No. She had a meeting. Sorry.
There was no meeting, and the only people they called was Sergeant Frank, the city manager, and the secretary downstairs.
Those are the information that I'm trying to find out. Is I was provided $3,200 to get a copy of an IA. I've been pulling IAs for 5 years now, and I have about 400 of them. And my highest charge was like $110, and the most I've ever paid was $68. It's kind of weird.
Sherry can explain the reasoning behind that.
Yeah, she claimed there was a she claimed that there was a 40 hours to review it. She didn't know how many pages it was. She was just taking advice of the police department on that estimate.
Okay. So what you're going to do now is click on employee login. Log in using the user ID and password you created.
Text. Let me see if I can pull it up and show it to you. From a potential source here that said that Fowler is going to try and hide this IA and by any means possible. Do you know if that's true?
If you can find the link.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of scary. But the prima facie evidence of a $3,200 bill is like, hey, wait a second. You know, the only other thing I was going to ask, can I have a copy of your notice for that meeting, for the Zoom meeting? May I get that?
I don't have it.
Yeah, but there would be something like a
Do
login.
you have a card and I'll send it to you?
Yeah, I can email you.
There was no meeting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to find out because it seems
It's
like.
just a phone call.
Do you remember who it was with?
Yeah, it was with economic development.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, I just figured. On that, there's no information about this incident with the kids in the jail cell.
No, I don't know.
I mean, you're pretty familiar. We were out with lunch with her outside the city, and
perfect.
Was that was that a?
You want to write that down?
Or
it's something you use? Okay.
Just making sure. I'm trying to get all my ducks in a row because of
The big end part of my email.
I want to make sure I have all the straight.
Gotcha.
You hang out with her outside of work?
Well, that's why we require that people use uppercase, lowercase, a number, and a symbol, because it's gonna ultimately this password and username is gonna be able. You're gonna be able to look at your stubs with it and stuff. So we don't want people to be able to get into your
That's a
stuff.
public information officer that should be like a neutral party. It's kind of hard to have that if you're personal friends with her because you may not want to push out anything that might be detrimental to her. That's it. I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
It's all separate.
Oh, it's never separate, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Have a good day.
And you heard that correct. Over $3,200 for a copy of an IA. I did a public records request with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, and they provided the interview where the lieutenant talks about what occurred.
Hey, sir. All right. All right. Yeah, we're just here to stand by for them to do their thing, and then we're out of here.
Mike Schoenberg. Thanks for that, man.
Devin Lofgod.
Mike Schoenberg. Hello.
Hi, Kathy with DCF. Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Let me
Yeah. I hear puppies. I hear doggies too.
There are. Just hang on a second.
Yeah, take your time. No worries. Appreciate it.
And put him inside a jail cell. Had eyes on him the entire time. Never left him unaccompanied. Checked the jail cell before he even put him in there because it's nasty in there. So I want to make sure he sat in one spot. There wasn't anything contraband left in there. Watched him the entire time.
What's he handcuffed?
Yeah, with me it was
Front or back?
front. He was crying. He was getting the response I expected from him. That he was crying and he's like, "I'll never do it again. I'll poop my body and I'll never ever poop my pants." I'm like, okay. So, and then that was it. Got him home. So mom did it the first day, but she only did it for like 3 minutes or something like that, or 5 minutes, 7 minutes. So while she was around the corner, and then when I did it, it was following day. Yeah.
Well, what are we doing here?
Allow pop-ups.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. It's because this browser is outdated and won't update enough.
The whole time
Yeah.
he was crying.
Click on eDocuments.
Which was the response I was wanting, wanting to know that.
Oh, shit, I didn't load them. Hang on.
And it's like, just sitting there, so it's not.
All right, let me fix
thrown in
this.
there or like the handcuffs.
You done with that part, Brandon?
Since the request came in from myself, a local attorney, and many others, the subject of the investigation decided to get a court order to prevent this record from being released. This incident is still ongoing. We're waiting a final decision from one of the judges. Now, the problem with that is Florida state law already allows you to exempt minor information, according to the report in the News Journal, a local paper here in Daytona Beach. But records show that was 20 hours of leave taken sometime after this investigation may have been closed. Check out the links in the description. I'll see you soon.
So, I'll see. It doesn't really shit out. Yeah. So, this is basically your handbook. This is mostly geared toward the production area, but everyone has to. Okay, so this is your handbook. Goes over color coding and swoops and brushes. That was should be and should be basic sort of law. Over here, even if you're bald, they make people bald to wear them because they say they're banded. So, and then this last page is happy event. So we use that to fill this out. This we keep on file for the food and drug administration. Okay, everybody who works there has to have one. But here is the signature. So we do put a send initial use. Just once. Yeah, I don't know why it's 21. I think they used to do it as a group. This is just an acknowledgement that you've received a copy of this and you're going to follow the rules and sign it. So where it says employee, here, sign it. I do the bottom here where it says training. Read these rules, sign the training. Now, ask one thing. What I should do right here? The way it works is if you miss anything, I just have to roll it here. But you can't find it, ask me.
Would it be easier just to do half the cherries or the oaks?
All right, let me see. There's supposed to be a premiere here.
pretty soon. I'm gonna go over here for a minute.
I have to have either the three of them, because I need the funding for private titles. So I need either the Oaks, the other one I said, and then Salvation Army. Yeah. I think the Oaks of Righteousness Church, I think.
I have the number for you, if that's what you're looking for.
I'm looking for outpatient
Resource center. It's Ministries, Oaks of Righteousness Ministries.
What do I put for employees' email address or employees' telephone number?
Yours, because you're the employee.
Oh,
Where it says other names, put N/A there too.
Not just by contract, but by the law. Yep. White that. You know, take my good thing, driving things that I always do.
alrighty, thank you very much.
But we're about to
All right, bye-bye.
y'all ain't gonna see those eyes drive. This will be it.
Did Miss Carey used to do the Michigan worst class of the jail too? I knew that name sounded familiar. I do know.
It's a different way of spelling it, yeah. Yep, she's the one that handles that.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of times she will, when she knows someone's gonna be a difficult placement, she'll call me ahead of time to get them, find them something to work on. So. You're gonna miss this. Sorry about that. I moved my mouse and highlighted everything for you. Yep, and just the first box of the gray box. Prepare or translate it, and that's it. I do the bottom. So just go down and click next.
Yeah, we used to do the lockout tagouts in the steel mall, cleaning the rails and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Everybody was working in their lockout, there was 5 blocks on it.
Yeah, well, I don't want accidentally energizing it and someone getting killed.
They put the key for the device in the box. They get
Right,
locked, so they
right,
can't-
right.
they can't
Yeah. And they do that similar with the mixers over here and stuff too. Some of the machines over there too. Usually it's the line leaders doing that. They just want everyone to be aware, not the best. If you didn't put the lock on, you don't take it off. Right. No. I'm just saying, yeah. Sometimes you'll have somebody hand somebody the key and say, "Hey, can you remove the lockout?" And it's supposed to be the person who put it on is supposed to be the one that takes it off. Unless they're unable, like, because they're physically not there or something, or hurt or unconscious. I'll give you a written copy of all these rules too. That's 2 minutes. Is that what you want to do? Yeah, just under step 3 in the first box there, just put 4,000. Tab. All right, 1 second. Okay, you check that. Good. We need to sign it in step 5. And all the way to the bottom. It's just don't worry about the license number. You'll say yes here, and then just put today's date. Yep. And then box 6, we'll put 3.
Hello, everybody. It's 11:38 a.m. Central Time on the 29th of June, 2023. It's Thursday here in the United States, and I hope you're doing well. You're doing an earthquake update.
Correct.
It's been about 7 days since I've actually done a video, and I've been making posts, of course, if you guys have been keeping track of my community page and my Twitter page, but laying low since the Canadian news and the Reuters
Right. Where they say pending
news
repair just means I have to do
decided
my
to pile on.
You're good. Yeah.
Basically say things
Just slide over the green table there.
and smear me across international news. I took a little time off
Yep.
just to get my head around that, of course. And let me apologize if you hear fans running in the background. Guys, it's going to be 102 degrees Fahrenheit here today without heat index. And I've got fans running and everything. Man, that's on top of the AC. We're not here to talk about the unpleasant nature of the heat. We're here to talk about
that's why
seismic. Just so you guys know, I've had to make a slight change on Earthquake 3D. The Europeans changed their website, the EMSC, and we can't get the feed from the EMSC anymore. Gee, go figure, right?
It's the one about the boots.
Got to go to their app. Got to download their app. Got to go sign up for their service. Whatever, man. Okay, right. Go to their website. Go to our website to go check. Sure, whatever, dude. So what I did was I added Australians' national agency, New Zealand's national agency, Russians' national agency, as well as Greece, Italy, and Mexico. All right, that's on top of the USGS. And Geophone Potsdam as well as Geoscience Australia. And that's where we're going to begin. The update is down here in Australia. We have a somewhat rare, larger earthquake in the upper 4 range, mid-range to upper 4, striking just east of Melbourne down here in southeast Australia. But what you really will see is going back over the last day, 2 days, you'll see going back across Australia a day ago, 2 days ago, you started to move up to your northwest. Last week, we got an earthquake up here on the red arrow, followed by these 2 sets of 3s coming across the plate, marked in pink. A couple days ago on the, what is this? On the 26th, 3 days ago. And this one's on the 26th as well. So 3 days ago, movement across the center part of the
We got a
plate.
copy of it.
Sets
You don't
of
need to
great
keep
time,
writing it.
plural. And then now down to the east-southeast. This is following that course or trajectory we expect as the flow to go from the northwest down to the southeast. We should also expect down by Perth, up here by Exmouth, and maybe, and I'll just say maybe, It's not a forecast, but we'll watch out in the far northeast side for threes as well. I don't even know if we need to issue a warning for threes when you've got threes already that have struck across the plate. Not that big of a deal, but the fours and greater are. So where did it all come from? It came from the northwest, where you saw all this activity up to your north on the plate boundary. Plate boundary's been moving across New Zealand. Take a look at this 5.3. USGS bringing it at 4.5. If you go check the USGS site, you're going to notice something that's just odd. They're taking pretty much all the fives down to fours for the last 2 weeks at least. Like there was several days where there were no fives. So like a full day where there are no fives on the feed at all for the USGS. And when I turned on the Russian feed, I was extremely shocked to see that all the locations that the USGS was listing fours at, the Russians were recording as fives or greater. It's just very interesting. It's almost like our side is downplaying the earthquakes. We would never do that, though, I don't think. Sarcasm. Let's go up across over to the north by northwest Pacific, and you'll see a spread of the same-sized earthquakes reported by the USGS. So the Russians laying out and not even bothering to report in on those in the last day. But you see deep earthquakes down below Japan from yesterday. This is off actually the coast of Korea and Russia and China. They all meet right here, and it's a deep earthquake. Deep down below, 442 kilometers deep, 5.8. Now, when there's a deep earthquake like this, we have to watch for a shallower, larger earthquake to strike around the area where the deep earthquake takes place. And in this case, look where it is. It's right on the back side of our red arrow, and look where that arrow points.
What she did, she would tell us.
Into China,
she knows
which
she
then
make
goes
money
across
off
the
it since we
Taklamakan Desert all the way over here.
Yeah,
Afghanistan, North Pakistan. And let me get a USGS map open at this point so you can see the plate boundaries, the red lines between the plates. And these are, again, the plate boundaries. Watch for the flow to go across this area. This is the Indo-Australian plate, and it goes and breaks up to the north to the plates to Japan. We have a deep earthquake on the west side of Japan, like I said, right over here, right where all the borders meet between Korea, North Korea, and Russia and China. So deep earthquake down below there means we have to watch Japan, of course, right next to it with the plate boundary, but we watch all the way across where the arrows point to the very northern tip of Afghanistan, Pakistan. You see it, India, right there, the red line. Okay, that's where we watch. So we have to watch two spots on this. One, directly next to the deep earthquake. That's a no-brainer, and I'll tell you where to watch in a second. Over to the west, we watch where all three sets of rings overlap. That puts us at Taklamakan Desert, to the south all the way to the border with India, and to the west all the way to, I guess that's Russia's. Hold on. Names have changed, right? Okay. How do you even pronounce that? Let's just say Tajikistan. I was going to try and name provinces there. Good luck, right? So Tajikistan is where we would watch for a potential large break to take place. 1 magnitude larger at both spots is where we have to what we have to watch for. So up to 6.8. 6.8 up to at Japan. 6.8 up to where all three sets of rings overlap here at Tajikistan. Now, where in Japan? Same principle applies where all the rings overlap. That puts us off the northeast coast of Honshu, Japan, southeast of Hokkaido, the most famous earthquake zone on the planet, where the 9.0 earthquake struck back in 2011. But it will be most likely way less, be 6.8 out off the coast. As we go back down across and just take a look at the greater area, we have a bunch of deep earthquake activity here at Fiji.
Yep, can't have anything. You can't even bring anything at lunch for lunch that has peanuts in it. So no peanut, no PB&Js.
Earthquakes. So this puts New Caledonia over the Solomon Islands in the middle of this.
You get a little bit of that on your hands, and that oil's on your hands, and then it gets into a food product.
At Solomon Islands, and
people
these
with
earthquakes
peanut allergies will react to
east,
it.
a big cluster at Fiji.
So they're very strict about that. That and no glass products either, because glass breaks.
Is the next spot to be hit. Standing wave principle.
In the product
so we have two waves on either side. The new wave comes up in the middle in between. Standing wave. And that's where we
Really,
watch.
if you break a glass,
And
a lot
what
of
do we
times
watch
there's
for?
little
A
fragments on
magnitude
your clothing that you don't even realize.
One
and then
magnitude larger
it
than
can
the
fall
deep
off into
earthquake. So that puts us into the 6 range. 6 range coming back. We're going to come back with 6s after God knows how long without any.
That's miss.
As we go over to the west, we have a big, huge open silent zone between Asia, where the 3 sets of quakes are. We're going to watch for our 6.8 up there at Afghanistan.
no fashion sense.
All the way back down here at this 5. In between the two, we have
well, no, we fill that out later.
Now, there's been some
they go over that with you when you're on your
at
first
Mount Krakatoa.
Just
Here,
show you that.
I have not checked
It'll depend on the building and all that
Advisory
stuff,
Center in a long time. Let's go take a look. I haven't looked in days. That's a long time for me. Let's see. Oh, that's the most recent quakes.
You want to put beverages in your locker?
No, there's a place in the break room for it though. Yeah, it's for pest control. They don't want any food or beverages.
Where is it? I don't even know where it is on here. Volcanoes and earthquakes.
Yeah, is that medical document?
That's
not it.
either
And
24 hours,
I
or
thought
if
I
you
had
want to
this
come in
bookmarked.
earlier, it's with a doctor's note.
I do have it bookmarked. I'm 100% I've got this thing bookmarked. Wow. I've opened it 1,000 times before, and now it's not opening at all. Maybe they moved it. That is possible. Maybe they moved it on the website. All right, hang tight with me, guys. We got to go check the volcanoes, but I don't know where they've moved it to. The VAAC.
This is not what I thought it was going to be. All set? Over there real quick.
Latest, they did. They switched it around here. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to have to bookmark that. It says it's okay. Whatever. Suwanee-Zajima in Japan, South Japan. Popocatépetl in Mexico. I just need to see which ones are erupting.
Did you have your own
wait, hold
direct
on.
deposit you wanted to use, or
We
did
have
you
a
want to use
10,000 foot eye blast at Mount Mayon, where they were only having a
Well,
few
no,
thousand
what I'm
foot
going to do is I'm going to send you an
They did the
email.
evacuations around this volcano.
Because there's two
like
forms
3
I send. I
weeks
send the
ago.
direct deposit form.
In the worries
and,
that it was going to
insurance
do a
form.
very large
You don't
blast,
want to
30,
check
40,
out now.
50,000 foot.
Okay. All right, let me go see
And,
if
they didn't
that's
say
here.
how big. They just said they were worried for a big blast. And so here we are at 10,000 foot, or FL100. And that's bigger than where we were. So it's going up in size at Mount Mayon. It's not alert level yet, but if we get a huge blast there, I mean, you'll know it. Oh, look, it actually went up to 12,000. But still, I mean, we're talking like we were watching this one for 30, 40, 50,000 foot eye blast. Not saying it's going to happen. They said that they were going to watch for that. Also, Ubinus in Peru showed back up on the list several days ago. And Bagana over in Papua New Guinea, back on the list now. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. Ubinus, again, just small eruptions at Ubinus, but it's the new one on the list. It's the one we don't normally see. So let's recap which ones are erupting. How about this? Nothing erupting up in the Northwest Pacific. Kamchatka, quiet. Mount Ebico, not there. Chevaluche is not there. Okay, Kamchatka is quiet, volcanically speaking. We get down here and we only have Suwanee-Zajima right down here in South Japan. Where's Sakurajima? It normally puts off blast almost every day. Weird, right? Not on the list, even though it would put off ash clouds. So, I don't know. Suwanee-Zajima in South Japan. We can skip over the rest of the area across the Izu Ridge and get back down here to Philippines, where Mount Mayon is doing its thing, and they've evacuated the people there. We go over areas where we normally see a boatload of eruptive activity. So where's Ibu? Where's Dukono? They're all quiet. Luatolo, where is it? Where's Semeru and Carinci and Krakatoa? It's nothing. Literally, right now, I could tell you there's no seismic activity across all of Sumatra.
Well, I don't appreciate you just coming up and reporting us. Well, I just don't appreciate you just coming up and automatically reporting us. I just don't appreciate you automatically coming up here and reporting us.
Her right to privacy?
I'll tell you what, real quick, I'm not going to film. Currently, I'm being filmed right now. He wants to film everything we discussed. He's currently filming me right now.
He can go in any areas that's public. He can film all day or anything he wants to. So.
Hey guys, Never Metro Audits, aka the Mile High Auditor. We're here today at Pikes Peak Regional Development Center. So So this is where you go to get permits. So, this is where you go to get permission to, work on your home and stuff like that. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, I had a question. So this is for, is this for like contractors licenses?
This is
that what you guys-
permitting. I'm in permitting.
Permits? So what kind of permits do you provide? Is it for contractors or is it for like homeowners?
It's for both.
Both? Okay, so if you live in El Paso County and you want to like remodel your house or something like that, then this is where you come?
Yeah, are you recording?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Documenting.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. You don't know that question, the answer? Or? Okay, so she's already getting upset, I guess, I was recording.
She needs to sing in if he has questions,
Yeah.
but see if Greg is here. Hi.
Hi. Sydney. So that's what happens, guys. She just walks up, gets up, and walks away.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Can I help you with anything?
Oh yeah, I was talking to Sydney, and then she found out I was recording, and she kind of just up and left.
Yeah,
She was answering my questions fine, but then she asked me if I was recording, and I said yeah, and then she just said hold on, and she left and went and got you.
Yep, I'm the public information officer.
Oh, you
So
are?
she- Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just wanted to ask her a question as a member of the public, and everything seemed to be fine until she knew I was recording. So
Yeah.
Is
Well,
that-
I mean, she's just basically doing her due diligence, coming to talk with me. Anybody that's recording in here, we just want to check in. So if there's anything I can help you with,
right. Okay, I mean,
is it licensing related or permit
yeah,
tech
I was
related?
asking her some questions about the permits and who gets them, if it's for homeowners and if they want to, do their basement or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed to be going fine. And then she asked me if I was recording, and then she just kind of left. So,
okay.
But I want to, get some dialogue with. I mean, you're the what's
Public
it?
information
Public
officer,
information
PIO.
officer. Do you have
Yep.
a business card?
I do.
I'm not seeing the
Thank you.
FDA.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, get some organic reactions from,
Think about that question.
Public employees. That's all. So,
okay.
That's all. That's kind of what I'm doing here. I wanted to get some information in regards to the permits and licensing that you guys do, but I didn't necessarily need to speak to the PIO. I kind of wanted to just, like I said, speak organically to just the regular.
That's, how often people ask me, they're like, is it really that silly? I'm like, it's that silly of a question.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to take up too much of your time.
It's
I mean,
like, I think every test has a few questions in it to where they're like trying to give me, and everyone's
Sydney.
cautious,
Sydney, I probably would've
cautious
talked
about that. They're like, wait a
30 more
minute, that
seconds.
can't be what I
Okay,
think
and
it
then
is.
left. I just had a couple
I love
questions.
it.
That was it. So, all right, yeah.
A few of
So
them never
I,
like
what I
that,
was
actually.
asking her. So then this is.
What's
here where you
funny
come
is
if
that the
you
one
own a
about
home in El
the
Paso
hairnets
County,
and
then if you wanted, do your
involved
basement,
guys,
then
is
you come
that,
and you
you
get
have to wear
permission
one
to
even
do
if you're bald.
Yep, you would.
You'll come to
depends
it.
on kind of the scope of the plans and everything. If it's something that requires
Right.
plans, you would submit the plans through our
Bald
office.
people
as well.
still-
And then once those plans get approved, then you would come to our office to pull the permit, which that'll allow you to legally start the work on your home.
It's the one about the boots. They don't want you wearing them to and from work.
So I
Me, I
heard
think.
that you guys have
I'm not allowed to wear my
you guys are one of the cheapest. You have like
Right.
the cheapest tax or cheapest permits in like the state. Is that-
Just for
Yeah, when it comes
contamination
to
reasons.
single-family homes, we have the lowest fees in the entire state of Colorado. So it's something we're pretty proud of.
Right. All right. I think that's it. That's all I had.
Okay. What was your name?
I don't want to give that.
Okay.
Just remain anonymous for now. I mean, just because she went and got you, and it kind of seems a little weird now. So.
That's pretty standard. Someone's coming asking questions with the camera. That's my job, is to deal with the media.
Right.
And I don't know if you are the media, but that's.
I'm independent media. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's me.
Okay.
I'm the media guy, so she came to get me.
Gotcha. You're great.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Greg.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Let me know if you need anything else.
I will do.
Ooh.
Engineering. Hi.
So
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Blue
It's
light
lunchtime?
says it's used on
Yes.
machinery, but also
Are you
we must
recording?
say
Oh yeah.
conveyor belt.
Why?
'Cause I was doing a story on this.
Okay, that's a good question, because that's what everyone
the,
misses, because they assume that the conveyor is part of the machine, but it's not. So it's false.
Oh, not record?
Well, green or white, depending on whether it's allergen or
I
not.
don't appreciate you just coming up and reporting.
Yeah, because that's, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But I mean, there's security
Correct.
cameras all over in here, right? You guys are recorded every day?
Okay, but what are you here for?
A little more common sense.
Well, I came just to, have a
Well,
friendly
I
conversation.
actually missed it.
About lunch
I just
and
wasn't paying
I was
enough
gonna ask
attention.
you
I
guys
guess I
about,
missed that one the first time I
questions
took it.
about
I
what
said,
you
wait a
do
minute,
here,
it's
but
conveyor, it's part of the machine. I'm like,
you're a public employee, right? So you shouldn't have a problem with being recorded.
Well, I just don't appreciate you just coming up and automatically recording us. That's a little.
Oh, well, because this is a public building, that's why. So I don't actually need permission. I know you guys actually grant permission for people to work on their own homes, but I don't need permission to record in here because it's a public building and I help pay for it. That's all. So I just came in to be, peacefully record, and I was asked the employee some questions. Yeah, I'm an independent journalist. So you don't want to engage? I mean, it didn't have to be like a long conversation. I
just don't appreciate you automatically coming up here and recording us.
Right.
I don't know who you are and what you're here for.
Well, if you don't appreciate being recorded, you should probably work in the private sector where you would have that expectation of privacy, ma'am.
You filming?
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
What can we do for you?
Hey, I was just kind of doing a tour of the building here.
Yeah.
I already talked to some people down there and just asking some questions about permits and stuff like that and services that you guys provide and how expensive it is. I heard that it's the cheapest in the state here to get permits and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I just saw some stuff on the internet, so I just came to do a little story on your building here, and that's it. And I was talking to Jennifer over there, but she came back here. Did she talk to you or no?
I don't.
Oh, you don't know Jennifer?
No.
So this is the Colorado Springs
Without touching the floor, it wasn't
fire marshal.
Yeah.
Animal
You guys
feed
go
container.
do, like,
I'll tell you what,
inspections?
real quick. I'm not going to film before I can answer any of your questions, but let's do it off camera.
Oh, off camera?
Yeah.
How come?
Because under the city policy, I have to have it approved to do film.
Oh, you
so
do?
I just want to make sure we're
Okay.
glad to do film. I just need to know what we're going to
Right. I didn't need to do like a formal interview or something. I just, member of the public, just came to document my interactions with government, and I just
Yeah.
had a couple questions about
Yeah.
the fire stuff. It's not
Yeah,
really like a
for our
formal
policy, we have to get it approved. But once we get it approved, I'm glad to.
No, she
If
didn't
you want to
come
give me your card, I'll get you in touch with our PIO.
Sorry, I'm not weird. I'm talking
all
to
your
people.
answers.
Yeah.
I'll take your card
Yeah.
and I'll
Okay.
pass it
I
on.
just- some people look at me like, dude, what are you doing?
What's your name?
I don't want to give
Oh, well, then
Yeah.
we're good.
Actually, here's the
If I
little
don't get my
voice
name,
back there.
then
Yeah, there you go.
You're not going to give me your card?
Oh, I appreciate. Can we help you on the construction services side? Do you have a permit or anything we can help
Well,
you?
I had some questions about the fire stuff, but if I don't give you my name, then you're not going to give me a business
No,
card?
sir. I was going to get your name, get in contact with our PIO.
Right.
So you can schedule that through them.
But that's not what I asked. I said, if I don't give you my name, then you're not going to give me a business card?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to have my business card.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I'm not the PIO.
Gotcha. No, I know
Yeah,
you're not,
yeah.
but I just said, you asked me for my name, and then I said no, and then you're like, oh, okay, never mind, like you weren't going to give me your card.
Yeah. What's your name?
I don't want to give them.
Oh, well, then we're good.
So,
actually, to be honest, all our cards are right there, so you're more than welcome to take whatever card you like.
Gotcha. So can I just get a copy of your policy that you're talking about that says that you have to get permission from the PIO to speak with anyone?
You
with
can
a camera?
call the PIO and they'll have all that for you, sir.
They have it? Do you guys do records requests here?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I have a records request
Yep,
form?
same person.
Same person. I have to talk to them. I can't talk to anyone else.
You can call headquarters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, the way the Freedom of Information Act works is that all I have to do is even verbally tell any public employee the information I want. And now the onus is on you to actually
Yeah,
provide that.
I can provide that all day long, as long as you're not filming me, because I want that be approved by
On
our
a pallet
PIO.
with a slip
But
sheet, if
off
it's
the
raw.
record, I will
If it's packaged, you don't
gladly
need a
give
slip
you
sheet.
all the information about home permits, what it's going, the process, everything it takes.
That's
Yep.
not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying for public records. So if I'm
Public
submitting,
records,
If it's a finished product and it's not raw materials, you don't need a slip
all the
sheet.
information you want
Because it's in a
as far
box.
as public records.
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm just trying to explain to you that the Freedom of Information Act, the way it's written, is that I only have to verbally say what I want. So if I want your guys' policy that says you have to get permission from the PIO. So hold on. I didn't interrupt you. So I'm saying if all I have to do, the way that the Freedom of Information Act is written, is verbally give that request.
Oh, no worries. I don't care. I got like 3 boxes of them up there.
Oh, wow.
What you do is you just yeah, so I was just saying that the way the Freedom of Information Act is written, I only have to verbally give the request. So like if I'm verbally giving it to you as the public employee, the onus is on you now. You don't have to get me the policy, but you have to forward that information. You said the PIO, so the onus is on you now to provide to forward that information.
And as I stated earlier, sir, I need your contact info so we can get that.
No problem. I'll give you my contact info.
Perfect.
You know, I could just get a piece of paper. I'll write down my email and you guys can get back to me.
Absolutely.
So let me just take a quick picture of this on my camera so we can know that I turned this in.
Yeah, let me get out of your picture.
So you guys can see that. There we go.
Hey, Norm. You want me to come back down here?
Yeah. How'd it go?
Good. Yeah. You said when
Hey, Cap, you're on speakerphone with myself and what's your name, sir?
You can call me Good Citizen.
Good Citizen.
Well, I know you're
filming at construction
so I wanted
services.
to
Okay. And want some information.
Okay.
Currently,
So you
I'm
do have
being
the
filmed right
the number you gave us.
so
I can text.
I'd like some guidance from you on where we can take
Um,
Mr. Good Citizen
would you be
and
able to have
give
what
him
you
some
need for
answers
tomorrow?
he needs. But
Okay.
he wants to
You
film
wanna start
everything
tomorrow?
we discussed. We discussed that
Yep,
we
Jeans,
have
yeah.
procedures on the PIO side. So
Okay, 7 o'clock.
just looking for a
Yep.
little guidance on
All right, man.
Mr. Good Citizen and how we can get him a future film as he's currently filming me right now.
So he can go in any areas that's public.
If you ask them, you probably
And
push it.
They could port the number over to it.
if he has questions specific to something, he can ask you, and if you don't have the answers, you could take them down and get back to him. But he's obviously not going to be allowed to go back in the non-public areas.
Perfect.
But,
Oh yeah, I was never.
All right, I'll let them know.
I wasn't going to go into.
Oh, okay.
I did send that email to you too as well. So when you get a chance for your direct
Is
deposit.
that the PIO on the phone?
This is our Captain of
Yep.
Human Resources.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have a PIO, Ashley Franco, who's our public information officer.
Can you ask him about the
Here,
the
yeah.
policy?
Yeah, no.
Hey there, this is Good Citizen here. Your officer.
Okay, Devin. Same
Kevin,
thing.
go.
What you wanted second shift, right?
was saying that
All right. So
it's
that'll be
your
a
policy that
telegraph.
you're not
We'll only
allowed
do
to answer any questions
here.
that the
So
public has. If it's on camera, it's
when
not
can
allowed
you
to be on
start?
camera. So I just wanted to do
You
a
gotta be able to get boots, though.
policy that states
That's
that.
the same one that Ryan.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
I told
can
you.
up to date.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
so you can go downtown.
It's
to
the
city
underlying address in the back of
office,
the.
and you can submit a quorum request to
Very-
them. They
very
handle
top.
all of our quorum requests,
Telegraph
and it'll
facility.
go
Yep.
through the city
1, 5,
attorney's
6,
office.
10. Okay.
So you can just go down.
When did you want to get
be
started?
there on Nevada
Talk to you
and
tomorrow. Wait, today's Thursday, right?
Colorado.
Today is Thursday.
So I was explaining.
I don't think they work in
to your
second on
officer
Friday.
here that,
So
Monday.
Perfect.
Yeah, Monday.
I only have to.
Monday's the 10th.
Request to a public.
All right, the 10th, I do have to.
Wait, Monday's the 3rd.
Monday's the 3rd. Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
Request.
I'm at the
So
10th,
actually,
and
if
I
I go
also
beyond that, and I wrote it down
recording in the
on
morning.
his business card.
That's fine. Yeah, because if you're working in the evening.
So,
All right.
that's
If anything changes or
And then
whatnot,
you send her the email, or do I have to let my PO?
via email.
Let her know
So I'm
that.
just letting you guys
you
know.
when you get a chance, let her know because when she hears from you, she's gonna reach out to me.
Okay, so
Okay.
tell her.
Yeah, just say, hey, she knows me by name. Norm from Impact has to be starting on Monday.
Cool.
Thank you for your
All
help.
right.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you, bud.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
All right, bye.
Thanks, Cap.
Anything comes up that you might have questions of, just shoot me a text.
Okay.
All right, to the highlighted number there. Yep.
Just take whatever information he has, and then we'll share it. Call me back, and we'll share it with the right people and get him the answers he's looking for.
Good enough.
Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your help.
Nice meeting you.
You too.
All right.
All right.
Hopefully this doesn't end before I go back upstairs. I'll be right back.
Got Got the public records request back, and this is the policy they sent me. Purpose: to detail the individual employee's responsibility to advise his or her superiors when making public statements or appearances that might be considered as representative of the Colorado Springs Fire Department. And then under procedures, subsection B, it says any information or activity of a personal nature that might be construed as official should be conveyed to the fire chief so that he might answer any questions posed to him. So 2 key phrases here, guys: might be considered and might be construed. This gives them discretion to determine what is official and what isn't, and consequently gives them the authority to refuse service to the public. Then we have the release of information to the public or any media outlet shall be managed by the following: Public Information Officer, Sworn Staff Captain. So according to this, they're not even supposed to release any information to the public, period, unless it's from the Public Information Officer. If this is their policy, they surely don't abide by it. Rich Valdez, who told me his name was Kevin, I don't know why he did that, maybe it's his middle name. When he was speaking to the captain of human resources, the captain said he can ask you any questions, and if you don't know the answer, write them down and get back to him.
If you have questions specific to something, he can ask you, and if you don't have the answers, you can take them down and get back to him.
It also states the PIO provides departmental information requested during normal business hours.
Ooh, a tiny house.
So what do you think would happen, guys, in a real life situation when a member of the public comes in and starts asking questions? Will they refer them to the PIO? Well, somebody I know went in here with some spy glasses. Let's see what happens.
Ooh.
Hi. This is the fire department, right? Hi. Oh, I'm confused.
I will do my best till we read it.
We just moved here, so we're still trying to learn everything.
This is awesome.
Ooh, say that name again. And then what about the inspections? Does this department?
Yes, so we conduct inspections on the system.
I see why people hire contractors, right? Holy smokes. Holy smokes, I am learning so much. Okay, fire alarm installer. Oh, wow. Number 1, number 2. Okay, yeah, we just moved here, so we're like, you know, making sure we're getting it right. Yes, because it's some serious stuff. Was there anything else that you can think of that I might need to know? Oh my God, I'm so glad you said something on that too, because that was
that's cool.
absolutely a great point. Oh wow, anything else? That was great, girl. You got me all right. That was good.
I can talk to you for hours about the system.
Oh really?
I probably don't know now.
TMI. But what's your name though?
James, I have a card over there.
Yay, James.
Oh yeah, Aiden.
And what was your name? Sarah.
You're nowhere near,
Thank
you, are you?
I do not have a card.
What? Why not? Well, you are incredibly helpful. Good, how are you? We're talking fire alarm systems over here. I love that name though. Wooey. 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 It's been a long day already. Right. Cool. All right. I think that was great then, right?
Yeah.
You guys freaking rock. Thank you. Thank you. Same to you. Undercover investigative journalist. And sweet tea undercover.
Jennifer. Oh, she's not back for lunch yet still. Did Jennifer ever come back?
No.
Oh, she just went hid? Okay.
Why is it that you are recording?
Oh, because I'm an independent citizen journalist, so I was doing a story on this Pikes Peak permit building here.
Gotcha.
And I also like to document my interactions with government. That's why.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you know that there's a whole communications department for the city?
No, I didn't know that.
So, and they would manage all journalists that would want to come and speak with anybody. My contact would be Maureen. If you have, do you have a business contact?
Yeah.
Can I have your business contact so I can give it to Maureen?
Well, can I just have Maureen's business contact?
I don't have her business card, so.
Oh, no? Just like a phone number or email or something would be okay. Jennifer Bean.
So she is the citizen engagement specialist.
Okay.
She would be the person who you would be able to get in contact with.
All right. So like, I could see where this would be relevant if I wanted to do like a formal interview or something like that.
Right.
But just coming in here, taking pictures of the publicly accessible areas, I don't need to contact Marin for that. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, but also with that same regard, you know, this is where we work.
Right.
And yes, we are in the public eye in that regard, but it doesn't always mean that we want to be recorded
Right.
or interviewed.
Understand. And like I said, since you guys are paid with tax dollars, then you don't have an expectation of privacy at work, at least as long as I'm in the public areas. So again, like Jennifer said, she doesn't appreciate being recorded. And I understand that some people don't like being recorded and it makes some people uncomfortable. I totally get that. But again, if it does make you uncomfortable, then you really should work in the private sector where you would have an expectation of privacy. Like I can't go into McDonald's, right? Or like, and just start recording in there because it's private.
Right.
So
but
that's the
Jennifer's
difference.
choice of work isn't your concern.
Well, I was actually asking her questions as a citizen and a taxpayer, but she didn't want to answer them because I was recording it and she just kind of threw a tantrum and left. You know what I mean? So that's not really, I'm trying to highlight
It's within
employees.
her right to also not want to be recorded. And that is not something that is against her or against what you are doing either. Okay. It's within her right to not want to be recorded.
I don't know if that's really a right. It's not a right.
System is completely different, what you were bringing up. And I don't have a problem with it. But at the same time, you should respect that if that is her boundary, that's her boundary.
Right.
As a filmmaker, you should want the people who are in your recordings, in your videos, to want to be recorded.
Right. I see what you're saying. But you said that she has a right to not want to be recorded.
As a person, yes.
Right. But that's a right maybe that you could make up in your head, but that's not like a right that, you know, is in the Constitution, right? So
then you're trying to pull strings on it. And look, if you have questions about what we do, I'm happy to help you.
Yeah.
Okay, I can tell you what we do. But don't come after my coworkers and say that it's a her problem. It's not.
Oh, well, see, did you notice like when I came in, I was having that conversation with Jennifer. I was really nice, and I was asking her a question about lunch. Hey, it's lunchtime, and I was being friendly.
You're also surprising. We don't get recorded.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we want you guys to be able to be comfortable in front of a camera, right? Because you are paid with tax dollars and you're public employees. So that's kind of what I do. You said that. I'll let you in a little bit on it. So you said that I should want people to want to be recorded, like I should give them a warning. Well, that kind of takes the point of what I'm doing away, right? So what I'm doing, part of what I'm doing anyways, is it's an employee conduct check. So I'm testing your guys' conduct. And so like Jennifer started out good and then she realized I was recording and she kind of threw a tantrum. And then you came over here and you were nice, but now you're starting to get defensive, right? And you're deflecting. Right. And so now you're kind of going backwards too. And I like to highlight good employees. Like I had a conversation with the public information officer, Greg, down there. And of course, that's his job to deal with the public, but he was great. And like, I want all the employees, like I don't want the PIO to have to come talk to me because I want an organic reaction of how the employees are going to respond. Right. That's kind of what I'm doing.
That's fair, but it's also not fair in the sense of if Jennifer has asked not to be recorded, you should respect that boundary for
So I should not be able to exercise my right from her request. So she should have the right to request
her right to privacy.
She doesn't have a right to privacy, ma'am. This is public. You don't have an expectation of privacy in public. I have a right to record in public. It's opposite.
If she just asked you, hey, I don't want to be recorded, why is that something that you get to say no to?
But remember when I just explained to you what I'm doing? It's an employee conduct check. That's the whole point, ma'am.
I understand.
It doesn't seem like you understand, though, because I just told you, and now you're going back saying she has a right to not be recorded. She doesn't have a right to privacy, ma'am, in public. And you're paid with tax dollars. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can record anything I can see, like on a public sidewalk, too. But, like, the only time you really have privacy in the United States is in your home or in a private business. So, like, if the policy is at, you know, I don't know, Walmart or something, that you can't have cameras in there, then yeah, you have an expectation of privacy as an employee in there. But here, ma'am, you don't. And the thing is too, is like you have security cameras on here, and under the Freedom of Information Act, I can go do a public records request for those cameras as well. And I can do that anonymously. And anyone can get video footage of you guys sitting back here all day, you know, working. You see what I'm saying? So
I
you're
understand.
already being recorded.
I understand. So what would you like to know then?
Well, I was going to ask you guys some questions. I know I was talking about down there with the permits and stuff, how people pay for permission to work on their home and stuff like that. So, but this is the city up here. So downstairs is El Paso and this is Colorado Springs.
So essentially on most of this side of the building is City of Colorado Springs. That side, there is an office down there that is Colorado Springs Utilities. Downstairs, this half is the Pikes Peak Regional Building Department, and on the other half is El Paso County.
Okay, gotcha.
And then essentially this building is treated as if a one-stop shop for permits, or at least it tends to be. Hopefully we can be a one-stop shop for permits.
Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, that's just what really just wanted to have a little friendly conversation, and that's all. So that's all I'm doing here. So,
Okay.
thank you for your help. What's your name?
My name is Brittany.
Brittany. Okay. Do you have a business card? All right. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Okay, bye.
Wow. Brittany failed.
All right, guys. So let's see. Brittany has a bit of an attitude too, man. and that's the thing, guys. Remember what I always say: one education at a time, right? She's trying to say that I should respect her right to privacy. That's what she said, guys. So I should not be allowed to exercise my right to record in public because she has a right to privacy in public. So she should be able to request that I not exercise my rights, and I should just respect that because she has a right to privacy. Very bizarre mindset of Americans in the United States. I did like how the captain of the fire department over there, really educated him right away. It seemed like almost like that guy, I think it was Rich Valdez that I was speaking with in the fire department. It's almost as if he was calling his captain like he was telling him. Like he thought maybe the captain would tell me that I got to kick rocks or something. That's kind of the way I was looking at it. But he, said, yeah, he can take pictures as much as he wants in there as long as it's in the public areas. And they try to also send me over there to, give me the runaround, make me, go around a lot of places to get the public records request. And that's just not good customer service, guys. Like Denver police, they do that all the time. Like if you want to file a complaint, they give you the runaround until you have to go to the headquarters.
There's so many spellings of
Brittany. Policy.
And Carrie,
Before they actually
how many
have
spellings
complaint
there are
forms sitting out in the lobby. So what they'll do is they'll just do that to make you run around. So hopefully you'll give up and not file the complaint. That's what they do. But it's just good customer service. Like I used to be in the pizza business, right? So if somebody called and they wanted a delivery and they were outside of our delivery area, I don't just say, hey, you're outside of our delivery area, you're gonna have to call somewhere else, right? That's not good customer service. I look it up. I have a sheet there of the boundaries and look at their address, and then I'll give them the phone number so that they can go to the right spot. That's good customer service, guys. That's what we're asking here. See, that's the difference between the private sector and government, is that government has a monopoly on the use of force, so they can get away with not being good. And they were pretty good here, but I shouldn't have to educate them on the law, right? Because you just know it. So that's the difference. But a lot of places they'll just straight up say, no, it's not our job, and you need to just figure it out. Like you don't tell customers that. Essentially, like I know we're the owners, but I always say we're the customers because we're paying for services, right? And these are the people that work here that we're paying. So it's like if I worked at Domino's, the customers are essentially paying my salary, right? So I want to be nice to the customers, and I want to go above and beyond and make sure that they have the right store that delivers to their residents, right? And I'm going to find that information for you. I'm not just going to tell you, sorry, it's not us, and be rude. Because guess what? If every Domino's did that, guess what? Eventually they just go out of business, right? People aren't going to put up with that. There's plenty of competition. And that's the difference between government and private, is there is no competition. You're forced to use it. So when you have a monopoly, you can basically do whatever the hell you want, right?
I do what I want. I do what I want. Right. True. Oops. Switch it back. I gotta unmute it. All right. What time is it? We got about half hour left before I gotta shut it down.
85 degrees in the town of East Blair, Wisconsin.
There we go.
Because your entire staff has been calling me sir.
Okay. You're the one handing the credit card,
But
correct?
look at me.
Okay, you're the
right?
one. Okay, I can look at you.
What about me is presenting what you would call masculine right now? If you didn't see the name on my credit card and you were quickly handing me my card back, would you have said something?
What would you like me to do, man? What are you? So I can call you. What are you?
No.
What are you?
Why does it matter?
No. What are you?
Why does it matter?
What are you?
Why does it matter?
Oh, it doesn't matter to you. But to me, I'm a male. Okay?
Okay.
So, what are you? So I can call you a sir or ma'am. What are you?
What would you assume looking at me?
What are you?
What would you assume looking at me?
I assume that you're a man. Okay?
Yeah. Man dressed like a
Poor
woman.
migrant is definitely going back to Latin America soon. And the question was complicated, but I think it's fair to say the answer was pretty simple. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Zerkadowski here of wearechange.org, and there's a lot of absolutely wild and crazy news to get into today. So get strapped in, because it's going to be a banger of a show, especially with the latest developments, the latest troubling
You should be able to
signs, especially
tell.
when it comes to our modern day society, as the debate just
Tell me
got
what
a
you want
lot
to be
more
called,
intricate
so I can
and
move on.
heated when it comes to your health. As in this video, we also have an interview with a very popular doctor and scientist on some very important issues that probably will be helping you. We're going to be talking about that, plus all the latest news here on this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you
not.
can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast was an older clip, but a very telling one from @ClownWorld, which really does aggregate a lot of the craziness of our modern
Nice,
society. And this video was just too funny not to comment about, so I probably used it many
not
times
even close to
before.
those
I don't
two.
care. It's a great one, and we thank @ClownWorld for aggregating it once again to help us aggregate the craziness of our modern-day society that just got a little bit crazier as the CDC is now announcing people to get tested for malaria if they have a fever and are tested negative for the sickness that has been going around for the last 3 years, but isn't. Now, why is the CDC telling people to get tested for malaria? Well, that's because we have a number of cases popping up in Florida and Texas, where previously the disease
Bill
was
Gates.
eradicated for decades and now is coming back shortly after Bill Gates conducted an experiment in Florida and Texas a couple years ago, releasing
Yeah, I like him a
GMO
lot better
mosquitoes
than
in order to
doing
fight
his own thing than when he's
malaria.
with,
This is a correlation that of course, I brought up a couple hours ago. The tweet that I did went
Mhm.
viral. It was previously fact-checked and had community notes underneath it, which now have been, of course, mysteriously disappeared
was
from
gonna do
my
this earlier,
posts,
but-
as of course, the community notes on my post here didn't really go after anything I was saying. They were kind of making arguments that what you said here was wrong because of irrelevant fact, not related to anything I said. All I'm saying here is that there's a correlation that is worth investigating, that is worth looking into, and a little suspicious since, you know, it's Bill Gates that's also the one spending hundreds of millions of dollars towards generating another big pharmaceutical product specifically for malaria that specifically is coming back in the same states that he just released GMO mosquitoes in. You know, just another coincidence there. Huh? Who would have thought it? Nothing to see here from good old trusted medical science advisor, expert Billy Boy, who doesn't even have a doctorate's degree in medicine, who's really close friends to this guy. And as of today, we're also learning about was a bit of a creeper, as we're finding out today that Bill Gates' private office, according to the New York Post, asked female job candidates about their adult past with previous partners, what kind of adult-related content they liked, and whether or not they had extramarital affairs, or even if they had inappropriate photos of themselves on their phones. Yes, those are the type of questions you were subjected to if you were a female applying to work in the private office of Bill Gates, according to the New York Post. This, as in the United States today, a lot of people applying for jobs and universities now are no longer allowed to be discriminated against because of the way that they were born, as the U.S. Supreme Court just ruled against affirmative action in Harvard and UNC in a 6-3 opinion ruling that now prevents race-based affirmative action admissions, which the United States Supreme Court finds unconstitutional. News that directly will be helping out a lot of Pakistani and Asian students that overwhelmingly were discriminated and turned down from major institutions because of, quote, not being the right race, as other people were previously admitted who didn't meet the qualifications, didn't have enough merits, but just were born in a different way. And in totally unrelated news, a lot of people are talking about Joe Rogan today, since he praised the former president of the United States for a, quote, perfect answer, declaring that he would end the Russia-Ukraine war as president of the United States, which I think it's fair to say is a major populist policy that a lot of people are getting behind, including individuals like RFK Jr. that have been pushing for a very similar policy that just were on the Joe Rogan podcast, a podcast that potentially might be moving to Rumble, as of course the contract between Spotify and the Joe Rogan Experience is set to expire, as Chris Pavlovsky, the Rumble CEO, is making public statements about how he would love to sign Joe Rogan to, of course, the Rumble platform that we personally use as well, and have started to use a lot more ever since we were fully demonetized here on this particular broadcast. This, as there was a recent request by Joe Rogan and RFK Jr. to debate Peter Hotez, offering millions of dollars to the charity of Peter Hotez, who turned it down and told everyone that he's being somehow harassed while literally giving a platform to one of the biggest audiences in the world to say whatever he wanted to. That's allegedly really bad and horrible. He's claiming to be bullied, but as we learn from Dr. Simon Gudick, actually, he's the bully. We're going to be talking about that in just a little bit, as well as other topics on LukeUnfiltered.com later on today, as we're going to have a special video only available for members talking about all the issues we can't. But more importantly, before we get into our prime time interview, we want to tell you about the Chill Pill official WeAreChange.org products available on TakeTheChillPill.com. Particularly selling you ashwagandha, something that I personally love, something that I personally use. Lots of medical professionals recommend you use it no more than 3 months. Andrew Huberman recommends that you only use it for 1 month. But if you're dealing with particularly a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, this might be the right supplement for you. As of course, as a man, if you're looking to increase testosterone, increase your muscle mass, there's a lot of absolutely incredible benefits to this natural herb. We found a video of a doctor explaining it in a video, so we just put it on the front page here. This is actually our company, our product that we've been working on for a very long time, way longer than we expected. Lots of red tape, lots of little things we had to do to make this a reality. And we're happy we actually have it, our own actual products that will go towards growing and sustaining this independent media operation, especially after we were just demonetized, working with products and companies that we personally believe in, that helped me, that I believe could potentially help you. And if you're looking for a better mood, better energy levels, better hormone levels, ashwagandha might be right for you. Of course, make sure to consult your doctor when it comes to any kind of decisions, anything you put in your body. You could be allergic, who knows? But personally, I found a lot of benefits from this. I think you will too. So check out TakeTheChillPill.com, an actual website and an actual WeAreChange.org product that we're going to be growing and expanding from here. So lots of really exciting news when it comes to independent media providing their own products, providing their own services, and being a part of a net good. Another person that does that in a very clever, honest, and genuine way is Dr. Simon Gudick, who's a researcher, scientist, overall a really great human being. I was at PorkFest and I was like, I'm not going to do any interviews. I don't want to do any work. I'm busy doing my own work as I'm still traveling. But then I heard Dr. Gudick talk and I'm like, man, I got to talk to this guy. He's filled with a lot of good information. He hits the nail on the head. So without further ado, Here's the interview that we had with Simon Gudik. This is Ukranowski here of WeAreChange.org, here with Simon Gudik here at Pork Press, where he just gave an excellent speech at the Frontline Critical Care Alliance and got into some really amazing things. I wasn't going to do any videos here. I wasn't going to work, but after hearing everything you had to say here, I was like, we need to have a serious conversation here, especially when it comes to, of course, Dr. Hotez, which there's a lot of things to discuss here. I really also want to talk about vitamin D. I also want to talk about health. I want to talk about the bigger perspective, because I truly do think a lot of very important issues are kept away from the general public that can help them a lot. And seeing your talk kind of inspired me. But before getting into any of the health stuff, the vitamin stuff, the mineral stuff, and all the doctorate stuff, I specifically want to talk about Dr. Peter Hotez, who right now, very interestingly, a lot of the corporate media is running the kind of headline that he's a victim. He's being harassed here as he's given a platform on one of the biggest shows ever and offered millions of dollars for his charity. Somehow that's harassment. But he's also not just a guy who's claiming to be bullied, he's also a bully, especially with some of the things that you had, the interactions you had with him. Can you share your experiences with Dr. Hotez?
Yes. So I'm a researcher also in the field of vitamin D, and I was one of the early ones who wrote publications about vitamin D, and I said it's necessary, etc. So I posted on Twitter, and Hotez and his buddy, Given Yami, they were like totally bullying me and saying I was spreading misinformation about vitamin D and ivermectin that were potentially dangerous and don't work. And so they were bullying me back in 2021. And as soon as Twitter got suspended, they had a public party on their feed. Like, finally, he's off here, medical misinformation. So that was my experience with Peter Hotez. He never cared about facts, and he's just pushing his own agenda. I mean, we know this. And what he just said, like that he didn't want to accept these, I think it was now $3 million US just for a scientific debate. I mean, who wouldn't accept it? I tell you, someone who gets paid much more and who doesn't want to be exposed publicly.
Yeah, I said millions because people keep upping the stakes just to hear a conversation, just to hear a debate, just to have everything laid out in front of you. And I think Rogan would provide a perfect opportunity to provide an honest perspective where here's the data, here's the facts, let the best argument win. And I think that's terrifying for them because, again, you got a lot on the line here. It's not just a couple $1 million that could go to charity and help a lot of people. It's a lot of big profits from a lot of big industries that sadly you can't criticize, because if you do, you get attacked by the left and right and the corporate establishment and the media there. But when it comes to specifically the things he said, especially when it comes to vitamin D, if you look at some of the data now, specifically when it comes to all the people who passed away from the sickness that was going around,
Good
there was
question.
an overwhelming amount of people that passed away because of, with the correlation of a lack of vitamin D as well. So what you were saying could have helped save a lot of lives if it wasn't censored, according to my own personal opinion.
Yeah, exactly. I always say flu season is vitamin D deficiency season. So what the data shows is almost everybody who passed away due to this disease had lower levels, vitamin D levels than usually 10 to 15 nanograms per milliliter, less than that. And the same data shows if you have a vitamin D level of higher than 15 nanograms per milliliter, the likelihood you die if you get sick is close to zero. It's very significant. And still these people say like, oh no, it's a conspiracy theory, like you're an extremist when I talk about the vitamin D, which is like literally the biggest, most important vitamin for regulating our immune system. So I don't know where it's coming from. I mean, probably Big Pharma tells them to do so. I mean, they have an agenda, but it's still crazy that nobody talks about this. And also, there's another issue I was just talking about is, for example, you can give already vitamin D in the bioavailable form called Fedule. You can give it orally, and within 4 hours, your vitamin D level gets to 50 or 60 or 70 or whatever you want nanograms per milliliter. And so actually almost everybody who's like sick in the hospital could be saved, or at least their health could be improved, and the likelihood they survive could be improved significantly. But nobody's talking about this. It's just like, and everybody who says otherwise is anti-science, is anti-Semitic, like Peter Hotez says.
Yeah. And then before it was remdesivir, which they put people on oxygen, tied them to the bed, induced the coma, and then gave them a drug that is known to induce organ failure. And then a lot of them died from organ failure. And then the media ran with, oh yeah, leads to organ failure. And I'm like, wait, what? That absolutely makes no sense for a virus that, again, allegedly we heard so many different things about. There's a lot of different theories out there. For me particularly, I do believe that there was a lot of gain of function, and whether deliberately or by accident, I think this stuff actually, did come out and was out there a lot earlier than we actually knew about. What do you think? What's your assessment from everything that happened for the last 3 years? Because it's very hard not to assess a sinister motive, especially when you have your censorship, especially when you have the shutting down of parks, of beaches, of playgrounds, stopping people from being outside, which allows them to get vitamin D. And then you're shutting all that down in the name of health, and you're shutting down doctors warning about vitamin D. And now the correlation came out, and it does highlight that a lot of lives could have been saved if we did the exact opposite of what the professionals told us to do.
So what I think is that all the measures actually led to the success mentality. The measures plus the, and so they administer this gene therapy to billions of people all over the world. They say, well, okay, it doesn't work. They keep on moving the goalposts, like, oh, you need 1 shot, you need 2 shots, 3, 4, 5 by variant, etc. And then they say, okay, well, it still doesn't work, but look, but we need something because people suffer from long. What was long? I mean, do you know any person who suffers from long? Why did we call it long? So I think what I criticize is that there's data out there, and we are too afraid. Not we are too afraid because we do it, but I mean, like the society, the media, the journalists are too afraid to dive into this data and tell us what really happened. So there's evidence out there, and hardly anyone's talking about this. And if you talk about this, Peter Hotez says he doesn't want to talk to you about this because he would be totally exposed, because the arguments are not on his side. Let the data speak. Yep. And Peter Hotez cannot let the data speak.
And now all the corporate media, Vice News, Rolling Stone, all of them are running with the very same headline, the very same story, saying specifically the same thing. Oh, yeah, he's being harassed. He's being intimidated. Poor Dr. Hotez. What's your response to what we're seeing in the corporate media? And what's your response to Hotez himself? Since I think it's pretty clear, this guy, not only with his connections to Fauci and Bill Gates and Bill Clinton, and according to RFK Jr., even ties to the Pentagon since 2002, this guy really has a lot of his hands in a lot of crazy places, especially with some people even tying him to the Wuhan laboratory. What would be your personal message to Dr. Hotez?
My personal message would be like that you shouldn't be a coward. So when I looked into the mainstream media, into the articles, usually people say like, okay, this was Time, this was Science, this was something. You have to look, who are the authors? And looked into this. These are his personal friends. So he's sending his personal friends to write articles which are in favor of him and bullying literally Joe Rogan and RFK. And I just tell Peter Hotez he should have the balls and just face like a public debate. And if he doesn't want to be on Joe Rogan, there are other journalists who are independent where he could join and just like debate these people who have no idea. It could be RFK, it could be Naomi Wolf. There are many data scientists out there who could debate with him in a very rational way.
Exactly. And just lay out the information, let the American public figure out what's true and what's not true. Let the science actually be practiced. These people are essentially calling for science to be destroyed, and they're claiming to be the top scientists, as of course they break down and totally disregard the scientific method, which talks about questioning your theories and theses. This is so crazy. And they always accuse other people of doing what they're doing. They're like, we're being bullied, we're being harassed. No. What happened within the last 3 years was doctors, medical professionals, any journalists that were daring to even deviate a little bit and question the official story. They were harassed, they were bullied, they were intimidated, they lost their jobs, they lost their ability to make a living. You went through some of that yourself, especially with the harassment campaign after the Peter Hotez attacks. Can you speak to that a little bit? And where has it left you, since it seems like also a lot of the good doctors got kicked out of the good institutions that could actually make good change for the people?
So I was canceled 3 times, so lost many jobs. And now I'm independent. Now I'm a fellow for Brownstone. So they were like, Simon, you're an amazing scientist. We looked at what you do. Please join us. And I have my vitamin D startup, sunfluencer.com,
right?
Where I'm now doing what they accused me of. They always accused me of when I had my.
I don't even.
Oh, well, you're selling vitamin D, conflict
of interest.
And they actually gave me the idea, Simon, maybe you should really do this. So that's what
Unless
I did.
I know the person's educated.
And what I'm actually criticizing is, like, as a scientist,
not
I only
ignorant,
ask questions.
Real meanings.
So, for example, I was booted off Twitter for asking the Bill Gates Foundation, why did you invest $35 million into BioNTech? In September 2019, I was linking to their own website, which stated this. And Twitter said, misinformation, booted off. Like, permaban in 2021. So I think I'm just one size. We are like millions, literally. And that our task is to ask questions, even to like question ourselves, to question the other side, and actually to meet up and have a debate. So science is never settled. That's what they say. Science is never settled. Listen to the expert. Listen to the paid experts. You know, but this isn't what it should be. So science is never settled. We should talk to each other. We should let the data speak. And this is not what's happening. The mainstream media and these so-called experts, they are silencing us, and they are silencing the truth. And this needs to stop.
Yeah, if we never questioned the science, we would still be using DDT. We would be still using asbestos. We would be still using all these other horrible things that people thought. We would still be using lead in our gasoline, which equated to the lowering of IQ of so many individuals and damaging people's mental and cognitive health. And there's so many things throughout history that we find out about, especially when it comes to Rome using lead pipes and the downfall of their civilization. By the way, there's a lot of lead pipes also being used here in the United States, especially with the public drinking water. Still, we didn't learn from the Roman Empire. It's crazy. And there's so many things we look back on. They're like, they were so stupid. I think we're also going to be looking back in a few decades from now and saying, what we're doing right now is also stupid. And whether it's the microplastics, whether it's the food, whether it's a chemical, Roundup, glyphosate.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, because I've been on a personal health journey myself within the last few months and years, and I've been doing a lot of research.
Sure.
And it seems like almost everything is almost that the mainline institution, if there's a commercial for it, it's usually bad for you, including clothing, including detergents, including deodorants, including all the products you get at the local store. Almost all of it, the pans, all of it, non-stick pans, all of it is linked to something bad, linked to scientific studies showing that it has very negative consequences. Is there anything that you see right now as the main thing that we're going to look back on that's going to be the next DDT, the next asbestos, the next lead in our drinking water that we're going through right now that you think is key importance to bring up?
I think it might be
I can't say here. That interview continues for about another 10 minutes. The full interview is out on LukeUnfiltered.com. By the way, if you want to see it in full, we're going to be linking to Simon's YouTube channel down in the description below so more people could find out more of his incredible work. But sadly, this later topic of discussion that we got into is definitely...
Did you hear that, Anna, did you hear the quartering is actually leaving YouTube? Or he's going to continue on YouTube, but he's not going to count on it anymore. I mean, I guess he's making enough with his coffee and stuff. But yeah.
Not YouTube friendly.
He's going to be being exclusively toward Rumble now.
And would have been automatically taken down. So we put it up on our own platform. See the full video, LukeUnfiltered.com. Hope you guys enjoyed this show. Take the chill pill. Thank you for...
I did jail time a long time ago for that plant. Probably the same plant.
Buying the shirts. Thank you for...
And now I have a medical card in my wallet, which allows me to get it whenever I want. Weird.
Sustaining and growing independent media. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys, and this is why I love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org. One more video coming your way right now on LukeUnfiltered.com.
Scientism. Like that. All right, sorry guys. I just had to do another resubmission. Make sure this is the right stuff. Okay. Bill looks good, sweet pea. All right. It's a sweet pea. Damn it. So she sent me a sweet pea on it.
Like a little garden gopher. Donald Trump said, he's a secret, he's a secret. He's bagged to rights in this one. But what's more important, the fact that there's plans for a war with Iran, or the fact that he is sharing classified information. This is a take on that story that's going to help you understand it. It's going to give you what I would call pub and barroom knowledge so that you can converse easily with the doubters and the haters. Here's the news. No, here's the effing news. The mainstream media are excited because
I disagree. Don't keep it in the black market. I like the fact that, but did you give me a DMA membership? No. I don't even have a DMA membership. Why would I give you one? Should have decriminalized it. I like, yeah, exactly, Hyro. But I like the fact that the dispos, they're, well, the ones here where I purchased from, they test it and everything. I don't think the government should be able to throw extra surcharge taxes on top of it. If you're going to do sales tax, they're going to do sales tax with everything. But the surcharge bullshit and licensing bullshit. But I like the fact that it's tested, though. You buy it in the black market and you get fentanyl and weed now, which is scary as fuck to me. That's why I won't buy anything off the street anymore.
Because they have audio of Trump sharing the contents of those classified boxes, which reveal that America was planning a war with Iran. Guess what they're more excited about? Donald Trump, it has now been somewhat proven, let me know in the comments if you agree, did share the contents of those classified boxes. I mean, you can hear him doing it and admitting all the time, they shouldn't be doing this, but have a look in there, look in there. Isn't it also significant and interesting that the contents of those boxes reveal that there was a plan to go to war with Iran? What do you think is going to have a bigger impact on your life? Let's listen for ourselves.
Cool. No, I watched DMA, but I'm not a member. I can't afford to be a
Evening,
member
we
of all the
begin
people I
tonight with
like.
breaking news. We have obtained what is expected to be a central piece of the government's case against Donald Trump. The actual audio recording.
It'd be good if it was an audio recording. Free blind mice, free blind mice. See how they run. See how they run.
Of the former president talking as if he's showing a highly classified document on U.S. war plans against Iran with people not clear to even know it exists, let alone what's in it.
They're missing the point once again. Doesn't everyone basically think that presidents and high-ranking politicians have access to classified information
CIA
and in private communicate this information? Don't we all just basically assume that Trump revealed to us the essential nature of power, as Dave Chappelle memorably said in his SNL speech? He was the president that said, you know all the stuff you think we're doing in there? We are doing that stuff in there.
I know the system is rigged because I use it. I said, God damn.
So once again, they're doubling down on the idea that Trump has been caught out sharing the contents of a box that's ultimately meant to be classified, that he said he kept golf shirts in and golf tees and all sorts of golf stuff in. Isn't it more interesting, more significant, more of a condemnation of systemic power and the state of the world we're in, that within those boxes were the plans for the US military to engage Iran in war? Isn't that more likely to affect your life, my life, the state of the world? Why are we talking about the personality rather than the principle? Why are we talking about minor transgressions like the revelation of classified information, which are, if that's wrong, that's wrong. Let me know in the comments if you think it's wrong. But is it as significant as US plans for war with Iran? What over the past 20 years has had a bigger impact on you? The revelation of state secrets, think of the most memorable one, WikiLeaks, which just told you there were loads of illegal murders that went on in all those Middle Eastern wars. Or has it been the Iraq war, the Afghanistan war, wars reaching back, the current war, whether it's financially how it impacts you, emotionally, spiritually, the fact that it kills people all over the world, Americans and of other nations? What's the bigger story here? And why are the mainstream media not interrogating this aspect of the story? Let us know in the comments.
In a moment, only on CNN, you will hear what jurors will
disagree,
hear one
Anna.
day.
CNN's just trying to make itself sound super important. Like Anderson goes, we have obtained these important documents that basically don't really mean anything, really. I mean, you all know that Trump's doing stuff like that, don't you? Do you think that Joe Biden's not doing enough stuff like that? Didn't you hear the text message where Hunter Biden says, I'm sat here with my dad, you better pay me properly, Zheng, or whatever? You saw that. We all know that there's such a thing called nepotism. We know that there's such a thing called cronyism. We know that Nancy Pelosi presumably has access to information that make her husband's investments more successful. You can't do someone for being corrupt in a corrupt system. It's the wrong problem. I mean, the fact is, last time we heard an audio recording of him, you remember what he was saying then? In a way, he's improved. At least he's talking about politics and stuff rather than the P word that it was last time.
You will clearly hear the former president as he is speaking to several people.
These are bad, sick people.
That was your coup, you know, against you.
Well, it started right at the
like when Millie's talking about, oh, you were going to try to do a coup. No, they were trying to do that before you even were sworn in. That's right. Trying to overthrow your election.
Well, with Millie, let me see that. I'll show you an example.
That's funny. He's just in a rudimentary way going through those guys. No, that's one of my golf shoes. Oh, no, that's a 5-iron. Don't need that. Ah, there it is. Millie saying that they want to go to war with Iran. Now, of course, if the agreed upon law is the president's not supposed to reveal classified information, then he's back to rights, it sounds like, unless that's a very good impersonation of him. But isn't it sort of more interesting, important, epochal, and likely to affect your life, oil prices, stability of the world, if America plan another bloody war in Iran?
He said that I wanted to attack Iran.
You can hear him doing it. I think you've got him back to rights.
A man was found next to a murdered body. He had the knife in his hand. 13 witnesses had seen him stab the victim. When the police arrived, he said, "I'm glad I killed the bastard."
Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but
that's off the record. That should handle it then. That's fine. Off the record.
They presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him. Wow. We looked at some. This was him. This wasn't done by me. This was him. All sorts of stuff. It's pages long. Look. Wait a minute. Let's see here.
So blatantly going through secrets. Imagine them all spread out on the floor. Secrets here. Oh, but here's another. Oh, there's another secret there. Oh, bit of secrets.
Isn't that amazing? This totally wins my case, you know. Except it is like highly confidential secret.
I didn't know that they were secret. In the tape, he says that he knows it's confidential.
This is secret information. Look at this. You attack, and
Hillary would print that out all the time.
she'd send
Private
it,
email.
she'd send it to Anthony Weiner,
Yeah.
the pervert.
It's so funny, isn't it? It's like exactly how you imagine it. This is the problem with using this to attack Trump.
Yes, he
I
is.
mean, of course, if there is a legislative angle and he ultimately ends up incarcerated, of course, that's successful. But that's just Trump being Trump. And I feel that the problem that it highlights is, oh, yeah, you know the system that you know is corrupt, and you know that there's sort of secret wars that are economically undergirded, and then they sell it to you as being a moral humanitarian war. Well, this kind of shows that all happening. And even in the tape, it's sort of almost more damaging to Hillary Clinton because they pretend that they're sort of above all that stuff. We're proper people. We're grown-ups and we're serious. This guy is joking the whole way through it. Everyone does it. I use those loopholes. There wouldn't be a war. It'll be over in 24 hours. You can't attack Trump there. I'm even giving them strategic.
Anna, you are badged and a moderator now on my Kick channel.
Advice. I'd say that if your agenda is to bring down Trump, don't bring down Trump using stuff we already sort of know about Trump and people have already decided they don't care about. That's the problem. The problem is that in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Or he never has to
him
replace
on
him.
basis of something
never
that
uses
isn't
them.
regarded as a problem, but almost an asset.
By the way, isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
I was just saying, because we were talking about it. And, you know, he said he wanted to attack Iran and what? These are the
You did.
papers.
Oh,
This was done by the military, given to me. I think we can probably get it.
I think probably right, man. Use this.
Well, you're not even on there yet. You got to say something in chat
Donald,
so
I
we
feel
know
like
what you're.
it's classified.
Here.
We'll have to see.
Something in chat so we can add your name.
Try to
Declassified.
figure out a yeah.
See, as president, I could have declassified.
Yeah.
For 25, I'll get via special.
Yeah.
special
Still a
pay.
secret. Oh, that's a secret. This is a secret. These are secrets.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah. It's so cool.
We have VIP badges and we have OG badges.
Secret. This is one of my favorite
First
secrets. I like
25.
that secret. Which secret shall it be? I'll choose one to marry me. Like
The
someone
OGs.
to see in Greece.
I'm Sandra Dee.
And you probably almost didn't believe me, but now you believe me.
No, I believe
It's
you.
incredible, right?
No,
Hey, bring
they
some
never
Cokes in, please.
Look at that. So in response to the sort of chilling statement
Some
of the
Cokes,
military
some
industrial
Mexican
complex,
Cokes.
have never met a war
we got them
they
over the
didn't
wall.
want. What is Donald Trump's response? Where would he go with that? They've never met a war they didn't want. They are a machine built for war. Their economic model requires war. This is the swamp that you claimed that you would drain, the swamp that everyone, Democrat, liberal, Republican, conservative, traditional or progressive, agrees needs draining. What's Donald's response?
Bring some Cokes in, please.
I mean, it is, after all, the real thing.
We knew about this. CNN first reported that this existed and that Jack Smith's prosecution had it in their hands. But to hear it, I think really just drives home.
That's not that important that they're engaging a different sense. You've seen it written down and now you've heard it. Well, what's next? A lunchbox with it on? It's not Jurassic Park merchandise. Either it's corrupt or it isn't corrupt. Either it's significant or it's not significant. No one's going to watch it and go, what? Oh, I like Donald Trump, but now that I've heard him rifling through those papers like a mouse, that's put me off him. The reporting on the story reiterates that problem. Why are they not saying, I mean, it's obviously a matter of concern that it appears there are secret plans to go to war with Iran.
We'll
and
see
of
if
course,
it's
there
more
are
free
comparable
speech or not.
stories within the Democrat Party and comparable
You got a
stories of
crown
corruption.
next to your
And
name
obviously,
now.
there's no point in us continually focusing on Trump and say, Trump's
Prince
worse,
Matt.
Trump's worse, Trump's worse, because loads of people, about half, think Trump's better. Why not do something about the system itself, whether that's the system of government or the system of media reporting? The issue stems from Trump's apparent frustration with what he claimed was a false narrative being pushed by the press that after losing the 20...
I get those calls all the time, Matt, and I never get them when I'm streaming, though. God, one time I want to get one when I'm streaming, just so I can play with the person while I'm on stream.
2020 election under the advice of then Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
You got a Medicare scam call.
Benjamin Netanyahu. Let it go, Lynn. You're never going to meet him.
And the coterie of Iran hawks he'd surrounded himself with, Trump was dangerously close to ordering strikes on Iran that could have triggered full-scale war and had to be talked down from him by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley. But the former president maintained the reality of the situation was the exact opposite, that it was Milley and the Pentagon who were pushing an attack on Iran on a reluctant Trump, and that the classified documents he'd kept were proven.
Oh, it was automated?
Well, that
Oh,
does seem more likely, doesn't it? And
trying to get a
again,
real
as a
person.
person that has no belief in the bipartisan system or American globalist corporatist democracy as it's currently set up, it seems to me that the bigger issue is there were plans for a war with Iran that the military-industrial complex in the form of General Mark Milley were pushing for, rather than the rather unsurprising news that Donald Trump kept a bunch of boxes and showed them to his mates. It's exactly the sort of thing I've always assumed Trump would do. And then have a Coke when someone says war is inevitable. You go, yeah. This comes in the midst of years of ratcheting up tensions between not just Iran and the United States, but maybe more dangerously Iran and Israel. That is dangerous. The latter's government has been pushing the Biden administration to take a more aggressive posture toward Iran for years. Perhaps the real problem here, as well as taking Trump out as an electoral candidate, is do they see him as a threat? Are they still using that crazy Pied Piper strategy of putting attention on Trump so you can't get any momentum behind DeSantis? I don't know, because I don't consider that to be the most important thing in American political life. What is evidently important is the potential for agitation for another Middle Eastern war after the wreckage, carnage, and disaster of the Iraqi war, the Afghanistan war, the current ongoing terrible conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which you don't have to pick a side on because I'm on the side of peace, baby. Check out my shirt. But what we can agree, it seems, is that a peace deal was on the table, that Putin was willing to sign it. And you can say that's Russian propaganda. We've got to pick our way through a hell of a lot of propaganda here. And American interests and UK interests agitated for ongoing conflict. Would there be any reason for that? Well, sort of seems like they benefit from it and their entire economic model requires it. Let me know in the comments. The existence of US war plans for Iran suggests it wouldn't take much for Israeli attacks to draw the...
We're going to kill it. Let me drop this link. Cut a link. Restream bot. As I'm using it, you have to use it within. You have to use the bot to even do the stream through StreamYard. So it won't let you do it yet. Hopefully pretty soon. But yeah, I'm on top of it. But plus, he's got an account where he can connect as many platforms as he wants to restream. I would have to pay for it, and I'm cheap. Maybe after being monetized and I'm earning a little bit on this, I will, but yeah. So that is why, you see. Let me drop those links in Rumble and in Kick. Everybody watching. There's 8 viewers on Kick. Wow. How many viewers on Rumble? Let me refresh it. 5. 5 on Rumble. Okay. I'm going to tell you guys I don't give a fuck. Oh my God, send the link. I need to pull the actual video. So I can load it into StreamYard, so I don't even have to play it off of YouTube. I don't think I have it saved. Maybe it is. Let me see. Watch later. I will put it in my watch later. What the fuck is this? To a pre-cop swarm 2 months ago. Huh? That. Under deal with Sheriff Trump. Why? I must have accidentally hit watch later on a few things. You guys have the link? I promise to add it to my save list, so I won't have to ask for it again. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. And this, so please, from the desktop.
Oink, oink. Oink, 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 oink. I'm the best piggy. Oink, 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 oink. Best piggy in the town. Oink, 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 oink. Piggy, piggy. Oink, 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 oink. I'm a pig. Oink, 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 oink. I'm the best piggy. Oink, 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 oink. Best piggy in the town. Oink, 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 oink. Piggy, piggy. Oink, 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 oink. I'm a pig. Can I get piggies in the chat? Piggies in the chat. I'm the best piggy in the chat. Can I get some oink oink oink? Oink oink mother truckers. Oink 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 oink. Oink 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 oink. I'm the best piggy. Oink 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 oink. Best piggy in the town. Oink 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 oink. Piggy piggy oink.
It is very touchy, Hyro. Come back later. It should let you.
Oink oink oink. I'm a pig. Oink, 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 I'm the best piggy. Oink, 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 best piggy in the town. Oink, 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 piggy, piggy. Oink, 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 I'm a pig.
Peace, everybody.